Hello, everybody. My name is Alan, and it's that time once again. It's the end of the year, and that means it's time for the end of the year Heavy Metallurgy show. I am joined, as always, by my stalwart colleague, Marty. Marty, how are you doing here at the end of 2023?
I'm doing good. You know what? It's been a busy couple months, but we're getting towards the end of it, and it's good to be surrounded by our fellow metallurgists who have dedicated a lot of time out of their busy schedules this year to do some work for us and join us here this evening to talk about some of the favorite albums of the year.
Yes, absolutely. It's a good time of year for sort of, wrapping up loose ends, kind of going back over what's happened during the past 12 months before we launch ourselves into another calendar year. And as you just said, for this year's edition, we've tried to bring on everybody who has contributed content to Heavy Metallurgy this year. We are very grateful to these people for spending their time, expertise, and in some cases, money helping add content to the channel, helping it grow. Couldn't have asked for a better group of folks to do it.
Oh, yeah.
There is one notable metallurgist who won't be able to join us tonight. So cheers to Kellen and Corinne. Kellen can't make it tonight. They've got important stuff to take care of. So Kellen and Corinne, hope y'all are doing okay. Would love to have you here, but we completely understand that, yes, you've got more important things on your plate right now. So good luck taking care of all of that. And hello to everybody in the chat. We hope everybody's been having a great holiday season. We have all opened gifts and stuffed ourselves with food and sent back things that were the wrong color and or size. So now it's time just to take it easy for a little bit and see what kind of albums we have really latched onto in the past 12 months. We've got a lot of guests and we've got a lot of albums to talk about tonight. I think it'll be really fun. I've been looking forward to this show for quite a while. And again, really happy that so many people were able to join us for the stream, who are going to be on screen in just a minute. But also that so many people are already filling up the chat. Lots of old familiar faces. And we've been having a lot of new people participate in the chat in recent weeks too. And that's always really fun to see as well. But Marty, without further ado, why don't you start bringing in tonight's contestants? Or, guests.
We're just going to do them in order of appearance here in my visual. Well, we'll start with this gentleman here. He's sitting here next to me tonight. He's in Traverse City. So we got a little piece of the album club here with us tonight. Jim from Eihwaz Recording is welcome.
To be here on a Friday, which is really weird, and even weirder that I'm here in Traverse City with Marty, but I'm glad to be here and to bring our worlds together. Decided I'd make an in-person visit, so blessing him and gracing him with my wonderful presence. Thank you, Marty.
Cheers, brother. Good to see you. And another close friend, album club metallurgist as well, and of course the ringleader of the Glorious Dead, TJ. What's going on, TJ?
Oh, hey, what's up? I'm still, I could be sleeping, and instead I'm over here wrecking my collection again. I just got all this shit put back together, and here I am digging it all out again.
Quit your bitching. You love it.
Tells me 10. Then he says, no, 15.
You don't read just because you can't read emails. That's not my problem.
Well, if somebody would keep them concise.
More pictures, less words. We know.
But that being said, I knew I had to come because without me, there would be no real sex appeal. And so
we were all thinking that. We were all thinking that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And here I am. And hurry up. I'm hungry.
All right. We've got the smasher of brains himself. Ben, welcome. How you doing, brother?
I'm pretty good. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to smashing some albums and beers with you guys.
Hells yeah.
And hearing TJ complain about it.
That's what he does. That's what happens when you get to a certain age. You start complaining more and more. Anyway, Melanie.
About being sexy, I guess.
Melanie loves death metal. Welcome, Mel. Good to see you.
Hey, ooh. Howdy. How's it going?
Thanks for joining us. How you doing?
Good. I am not going to get drunk tonight, though. So
whatever.
but I will plan to have a good time and count down my top 20 buck spin albums.
Top 20. Wait a minute. I didn't get that email.
Top 15. Sorry, 15.
I didn't get that email. All right. Good to see you. And of course, all the way, our tomorrow man, from the land down under. Good to see you, Simon. Good to see you. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Yes, it is Saturday. I am here in the future. We have flying ships and all that kind of stuff.
Right on. Everything outside that man's door can kill you, which is a miracle that anybody survives down there.
This door.
Yeah, some of it gets in the house too. So I've heard.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Fun fact:
Yeah.
Simon is the only person in Australia older than 31 years old. Nobody else made it past that.
I thought about you the other day, Simon. I was going through some reel or something, and there's a guy standing on the beach with a piece of meat. He's got it down on the ground, and all of a sudden, this little head pokes up. It grabs onto the meat, and he grabs it with a fork, with some forceps or something, pulls it up. It's like a 2-foot long bloodworm or something. And I'm like, that's got to be Australia. And sure enough, the guy was in Australia. I'm like, you got to be.
What can I say? What can I say?
And it was a public park too, right?
Right. That's where they took the kids for a play date is to the. Anyway, we got one guy bringing up the rear here, which is a good place for him. Rick. I meant that as a compliment. How you doing, brother? Rick from the Dreadful Minutes. Good to see you.
I feel like I was just here like a week ago or something.
You were.
I don't know. I'm a little confused because I keep looking at TJ's top 10 TED name, and this is 15, right? I'm counting the right amount of albums.
He can't read. We try to sound out the big words for him in band practice, and hooked on phonics. We're trying.
I'm committed to not following the rules.
Yeah, you see,
take my own path.
Well, awesome. Thank you guys and ladies for all joining us tonight. It's gonna be a good time, and yeah, I guess what we should do first of all is talk about 2023. Obviously, that's what we're here for. But you know what? I'm going to start off with this. I hear every year people on social media, everybody bitches, right? That's just kind of the way it goes. People complain, oh, I think this year was lame for metal. And I hear it every single year. And I think to myself, I mean, I used to have my feelers out there. I used to listen to everything I possibly could. I've kind of backed off on that over the years, but you don't have to try real hard to find awesome music. I mean, what do you guys think about this year in metal? Has it been a banger year? Or has it been kind of stagnant?
I've noticed that going through the list of stuff, I noticed a lot of bands have evolved. A lot of bands who normally would have a certain kind of sound. I've noticed that based on the stuff here on the list. I'm not sure what you guys have on your list, but which we'll find out. But I've noticed there's a bit of a divide between some people, whether they like this change, whether big bands become more progressive, introducing other elements like heavy metal into their sound and whatnot. And this is kind of thing I've been seeing more and more kind of occur. That's a theme this year. I don't know. It's not like it's a new thing, but I just see it more often.
Right. Anybody else have anything to chime in on that?
I don't really. I don't see the bitching. I don't. Everybody's always, and I agree with you, Marty. People bitch all the time, but it's like I'm finding killer stuff all the time. So I don't know what they're looking for, or what think they're missing out on, or supposed to be there. But I mean, like I said earlier before we started, there's a bunch of stuff I just didn't even get to buy that was new this year that was really cool. So I don't know, man. I think it was a banner year for metal.
It is every year.
Yeah.
I think it's more evidence that the more attention you pay, the more good stuff you're going to find. I feel like the resounding thing that I'm hearing on most people's year-end list is like, what an amazing year. So many good things. What always makes me laugh, though, is when people act like they were gutting themselves on top of a mountain trying to decide, is this one number one or is this one number one? I couldn't make up my mind. Like, just take it and move on. It's not that hard.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think it's been.
It was pretty strong year.
As well. Yeah, I think some genres maybe had a bigger representation of new releases than other genres did. But yeah, I think there's something good out there for pretty much anybody this year, regardless of what style or styles you liked. So sometimes it takes a little digging. Some albums obviously get a little more attention and hype than others. But no, I think it was a very, very good year.
Simon?
I reckon the second half of the year was like trumped over the first half. Like we did this in whatever it was, July or August. We did the halfway.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff from my halfway list is moved to honorable mentions because of the quantity of things that have come on in the post-August period. And I've got stuff that came out in December in my list. I had the promos a bit earlier, of course, but there's stuff that's still coming. I've got like 4 2023 releases still in the post. I mean, it's been another strong year. I said the same last year. I think it's been a good year.
Anyone?
I'm super burned out on new bands that are super good. I'm awash with
What a
good
shame.
metal. I'm like, for the first 4 or 5 months of this year, I was saying no new bands, and I have stuck to that pretty well. Like obviously new releases from existing bands I would allow, but I'm so overwhelmed with good new bands that I just how do you stop filling up my house with shit I don't need? It's come to the fact that it's not that stuff isn't good. It's just there's so much good stuff that I can't revisit enough of it. So I gotta try and be more judicious with it somehow. But I shit you not, I still sit on my phone, find something that sounds good, check it out, and I go, fuck my wallet every time. Every time.
How about you, Mel?
This was the year that I have done to be better than 2019. I think 2019 was a super strong death metal year where just it seemed like I had at least 60 albums that I loved that year. And then this year came out and I feel like it was better in a way. I also fell in love with brutal death metal again. I've pretty much stayed away from any modern brutal death metal band for a really long time. But this year I got turned on to so many other good bands. So my wallet has been crying for 12 months, hoping to slow down a little bit now that it's done and over with.
It's a thing where you spend all that money and then December comes, you're like, oh yeah, it's Christmas. There's more money.
Yeah.
That's what Afterpay's for.
Jim, did you have anything to chime in on? You're muted.
I clicked the button not hard enough, I guess. This show has made me listen to more new stuff. I'm definitely somebody Tyler said in the chat that mainly I spend my money on picking up stuff from the 90s that I missed, and that's what I typically do. Is I'm still looking to fill out holes in my collection from older stuff. So only when on strong recommendations of variety stuff do I look for new stuff. And Ben, I really like Ben's opinions a lot, Kellen's opinions. So I started picking up on new stuff like the Malacarpidin and stuff from their recommendations. And then of course Marty was like, you got to do this. So then I really had to start doing a deep dive and trying to figure out what I was going to pad it with. But I someone said, and also in the chat, that it feels like quantity over quality. It's not so much that for me. It's just that the quantity is so great and the quality is so great. I think they're both in such great number now, with metal being so ubiquitous worldwide. It's so hard that I almost want to just throw up in my hands, and say, the hell with it. I'm going to listen to stuff that I'm familiar with. So it was a challenge for me to kind of put myself back into that mindset of a new music seeker as opposed to an older music seeker. But I'm grateful for it because I discovered some stuff that I really like and discovered some stuff that I really feel like pushing metal forward. And the majority, even though there's some bands who trod familiar paths on my list, I think the majority of my list overall is for releases that have kind of pushed us a little forward, which is what metal needs to keep it strong and keep it breathing. So that's what I got to say on that.
I do have one question. Maybe this is my own perception, the fact that I've kind of, I don't want to say burn out on it, but I have a definite opinion on it. But what do you guys think about the death metal bubble? I get the feeling that it's kind of starting to burst a little bit. Would you agree? Is there too many bands?
I would agree with that some. I feel like a lot of the death metal. There are definitely some very straightforward death metal releases this year that were really good and got a lot of praise, deservedly so. But it also feels like a lot of the death metal albums that were maybe like showing up on more top of the year lists and getting the 5-star type reviews were bands that were venturing off into different sounds. I'm thinking of things like Horrendous, for example. And even like while there were a lot of good just classic old school death metal sounding albums, they seem, this is great, now let's move on to the next thing. There's been so much of that in recent years, it does feel like it's a bit saturated in that corner of the metal underground. So it's not that there weren't any good albums, it's just that there's been so many in such a short time frame. It seems like people are sort of looking for something a little different out of death metal right now. Not everybody, of course. There's always going to be a core audience who just wants that, solid, straightforward sound, and that's fine. But no, I would agree with you, Marty. I think for a lot of folks, they're getting a little worn out on so many bands operating in the same kind of small, space dedicated to the older sound. And it's a shame, like, Ben was saying earlier, these newer bands do things very well. They sound great, but when you sound too similar to 10 other bands that I've all heard in the same month, I'm not going to be able to revisit you or pay it a lot of mind. And I think a lot of folks are having the same issue. But what other folks think?
I'll just go down the line here. We'll start with Simon since he's at the top of the tree here.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I guess in two minds. I mean, there is a lot of it, but clearly my list here is going to be majority of that. What I've noticed, at least from my perception, like Melanie mentioned 2019, and that was a good year, particularly as well for like new bands doing demo tapes. And that's something that either I haven't been paying attention to this year, or there has been not as many bands at demo tape level stage that I've been noticing. So maybe there is less new things coming out that are going through the motions of a demo than an EP and then an album. Maybe
Demo's
just
kind of a lost art, not to interrupt
paying
you.
as much.
A lot of bands kind of go right from obscurity to an album, which a lot of bands sidestep the whole demo thing. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
And there is a couple on my list that have done that. Sometimes it's obvious because the people in it have been in other bands, so they've sort of sidetracked a lot of the stages you have to go to. Like Static Abyss is a good example of that. Obvious reasons why they got an album out without any demo tapes needed. But I mean, I'm still enjoying finding new bands that may not be reinventing anything. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're sounding 90s. Sometimes they're sounding their own new style. But I don't know. I don't think... personally, I'm not finding I'm getting bored with death metal or anything like that. I'm bored with the bigger bands. There's only one of the sort of main bigger bands that's even getting an honorable mention on my list this year. But, the majority, the 12th album by whoever, that stuff I'm finding pretty boring. I'm finding more interest in younger bands, newer bands doing, their version of the past or something entirely new, but still obviously death metal.
What do you think, Mel?
I think just death metal as a whole is pretty much a one-dimensional style. Like, it's very hard to incorporate other sounds into it without people being upset that it's not straightforward death metal, like Horrendous, for example. So I think it's, at this point, if people just want, like how I always say, the meat and potatoes death metal bands that they're used to listening to from the 90s, they should just stay listening to that, because they're going to start hearing all those influences in the newer bands, and that's what ends up, that's never going to go away. Because again, I just don't feel like how much more can the sound progress from here, from what's already been done, when the genre first started. Because it is a pretty like if you, from an outsider listener, everybody thinks it sounds the same.
Sure.
And I feel the same way about black metal too. Like this year, black metal, I got so overwhelmed with just all the new underground things that were coming out that I kind of stayed more of the like popular mainstream that I knew what people were talking about and what they were excited about on social media. Because it all started to sound the same to me as well. So, but for death metal, for me, I just, I like the newer bands, obviously. Like, that's most of my channels promoting those newer bands. But I've noticed that this year and last year, ever since COVID really kind of has depleted, that obscurity and the undergroundness doesn't feel as underground anymore in death metal, which is starting to make me a little bit nervous because I don't, I like that underground obscurity and finding these bands that not a whole lot of people know about, and they only have like a demo out. I feel like there's less of that happening now.
Right on. Rick, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all your points. I think we hit a bit of a saturation point. It happens every few years. I think that what about the opposite problem where you have the older bands putting out new albums but don't change their sound all that much, right? So it's that thing where, for example, I don't have Obituary high on my list this year. I love Obituary, but you kind of know what you're getting. You're not expecting them to sound like Horrendous. It's just not. It's a whole different kind of school. Going back to the point where, to an outsider, death metal pretty much that sounds all the same. So I think when there's a giant pool of bands, at some point you got to stand out, and a lot of these newer guys coming in who are competing with the Godfathers, right, who've been around for a long time, decades, even have to kind of figure out ways to adapt and change their sound to the times, especially to a younger audience too. And then there's the older audience, who's what you call the jaded crowd. I'm not saying they all are, but a lot of them are at the same time. So then, then there's people like my age who's kind of a bit of the old and a bit of the new. It's kind of a middle-aged crowd, and then you got the older crowd, and you got the people still kind of in that college age crowd. So it's always interesting seeing this kind of conversation on both sides of it, kind of being there in the middle. But I think you're right. Like there's a feeling of that where you feel like there's too many bands because it's just part of it is you want to support the scene, but you just can't listen to everything. You can't buy everything at the same time. You can't give it the time, even if you wanted to. There's just no way.
TJ, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, we've talked about. Am I still muted?
No, you're good.
Okay. I had to cough. Well, it's just complicated, and I'm sleepy. So we've talked about this a lot, and it's like, it's like, is it a bubble or is it just purely the oversaturation of the genre? And I think it's like maybe it's a little bit of both, but everybody's we've all at this point we've all kind of hit the mark on the issue. I think in one way or the other. It's you can't listen to all of it. There's so much stuff that's good now because it's so easy now to go buy $500 worth of software and sit in your bedroom and crank out really good sounding metal if you have even a modicum of skill as a guitar player. And now you can argue, about whether, it's like, well, yeah, he's good or whatever, but is it true? Is it good? Is it, whatever? It's like, well, you can definitely argue those points too, but for me, it's like the oversaturation. It becomes a frustration, but at the same time, as a fan, I just always want to find something new. I'm always looking, and like to what Jim had said previously about going back and trying to fill holes in the collection. It's like, so that's always my intent. I fire up the Google machine. I get into the distros. Oh, I still need this My Dying Bride record, and I'm still short, this one or that one. And then it's like, oh, I see, so and so put out a new record, ka-ching, and then off you go, and you can't keep up with any of it. It's just impossible anymore. But I think there is kind of a saturation level that we have kind of reached, where it does have kind of it just dulls it to where, is it, can you get as excited about it? Are you that eager for it? But again, like I say, for me, it's like it's like I just try to find something that's cool and then just focus on that and try not to get too distracted. And it can be a hell of a long, you do a lot of fishing sometimes, coming across stuff. And I mean, I've made mistakes where it's like I pull up one song. It's like, oh, this song is really cool. don't listen to the whole record, and then order the whole, order the some bitchin' thing on vinyl and get it home. Oh, that was a mistake, but and it happens. But so no, I mean, I think there's something to be said. Definitely, there, oversaturated, yeah, death metal, but at the same time, there's so much quality material to be had. It's just a matter of being able, to sit and take the time and be patient enough to kind of seek it out and weed through, stuff that's just, it's like, yeah, it's great, it's good, but is it anything special? Do they, are they writing good songs, or is it just, death metal by numbers kind of thing? So, yeah.
Ben?
Well, I kind of like the point I made when we did the Marduk stream. There's a lot of legacy bands that have become kind of like a subscription service, and you just pay like $20 a year, every other year or something, and you get it and you have it, and it's okay. Then you forget about it. But also, I think metal has always been like a fire hose to me, and you got to like kind of figure out how you want to put your mouth around it, or if you do at all. And it's up to you to decide, how much that you want to consume and how you want to consume it. Everybody's talking about gatekeeping, and like I feel like that's what people do, or it's what it sounds like when people are like, "Why don't Obituary just stop putting out records?" It's like, just let them have their fucking fun. Don't buy the shit if you don't like it. To me, like what I always come back to is like I remember being so bored around like 2000 to I don't know when I stopped paying attention to magazines. It was like Cannibal Corpse and Behemoth were on the cover of every fucking magazine there ever was. And I was just like, I want to do anything in my power to make sure that more bands, more diverse bands are on the covers and getting out in front of those legacy bands like that. Nothing wrong with those bands at all, but I get so bored seeing the same artists in the limelight all the time. And so
they're the ones with the big PR companies. They're going to be on everything.
Right. So in that pursuit, I always want to promote as many people to play metal and put it out as possible, and then we can decide what we like and what we don't. And that's what we're gonna do.
That's right. Jim, thoughts?
Are you on mute?
So is there too much?
Every time I think of the death metal is like probably done, something comes out that's cool and excites me again, or in some cases annoys me, and annoyance is good too. It's good to be challenged as a fan that's been listening to this stuff for many years, more than I care to mention. So I don't think it has. People have been sounding the bell for the end of death metal for almost 25 years now, and it's still going. So, even when I feel like, I may have heard it all, somebody comes along and twists it a little bit and makes it different, not necessarily better. I'm a little more jaded than most. I was just looking at my list and I'm like, wait, maybe more of this list than I thought sounds like new versions of old bands. But at the same time, I think that fresh perspectives are necessary and important, and it doesn't matter if I like it, if it's pushing, the genre forward and or opening up, the music to new ears, then that's healthy for heavy metal, because I'm not going to last forever. No one is, but I would definitely like to believe, that our music, as powerful it is, and in our lives as true fans, that sort of force of nature will continue to persist, when I'm ashes. So, more power to, things that people think are dead and still living, which is, if that's not death metal, then what is?
You're still
muted, Marty.
You're muted, Marty.
Since I proposed a question, I'll chime in on it. I think Ben's comment earlier on about so many good bands, it's kind of, musicians have progressed so much over the years. They've kind of raised the bar in quality, and a lot of bands, a lot of stuff that comes out, I check it out and it's good. It's hard to say it's you have to decide whether you like it or not. And, you know, I think there's just too many. Ben's kind of right. There's a lot of bands that are so good. It kind of breeds an aura of sameness. And I think the death metal sound, it's less riffy these days. It's more cavernous, which is, I like that too. But when they're all doing it, it gets kind of old for me. And I haven't even, I've tried to keep up. And it just got to a point where I just kind of periodically check back in, and it still impresses me what bands are doing. They still sound good. It's a lot of albums sound great. The playing is great. It's just, it gets kind of samey for me. That's all I'm going to say about that. But, we kind of got on a tangent there. My bad. I'm so sorry. But let's maybe talk about our honorable mentions. We'll start with Alan, since he's at the top of the tree. Are you ready to do this, Alan?
Sure. I've got a handful of honorable mentions. And as Simon said, some of these were on my list of top 10 at the middle of the year, but other things came out and they got bumped down a bit. So let's see what I can show. I'll go through these relatively quick. One of them is, and some of these I have physical copies, some I'll just show on Bandcamp. Moonlight Sorcery, Horned Lord of Thorn Castle. This followed up nicely on their Blue EP from last year, I thought. They're basically putting black metal vocals on top of what is really, really close to straightforward power metal song structures with all the, hot shot guitar work and double bass drums and such. I really like the style. This one's an honorable mention because I haven't spent a ton of time with it, but it is a good release. Let's go to another one from Bandcamp. This album, kind of a love-or-hate project, but Black Braid 2, thought this was a very good follow-up. It built nicely off of last year's album. This is when I played for a good bit when it came out, but I didn't circle back to it later in the year any, which is why I kept it on the honorable mentions list. Let's see. We have Zoth's Exogalactic. Really fun album. This band, is another one that kind of grafts some extreme metal vocals onto something that's a little bit more of a power metal structure than it seems at first listen. But this was their first album in several years. It's a nice step forward from their previous album, which was also really good. So enjoyed the Zoth one quite a bit. Pavesh in Martyrs. So getting into a little bit more of the underground black metal stuff. I've really liked this band's past couple of albums. I think the artist behind it has really developed, their own personality for this band. So they're starting to really stand out and kind of do his own thing. This one's got a bit more of a theatrical vibe, but in a good way, not in a completely lame, cheesy way or anything. So still has kind of the nightmarish qualities you want. But definitely kind of going in a little different direction, not just copy and pasting from previous albums. Another one I have to be in the right mood to listen to, which kept it on the honorable mentions. Glorious Dead, Cemetery Paths. Probably the death metal album I played the most this year because it's very, very good. So, this one definitely gets mentioned here at the end of the year. Like this better than the debut. I know the debut got a little more attention overall, maybe, but I think this is the better album. And the last honorable mention, the only EP I'll talk about tonight, the new Wolves in the Throne Room. It's a relatively short EP, but music is gorgeous on it. Did really well on all the tracks. Love the cover design with the artwork, the framing of it, and everything. So, really standout release. Makes me very hopeful for new Wolves material, maybe in 2024. So there are a handful of honorable mentions, things that didn't quite make my top 15, but are very solid releases and deserved a quick shout out.
You ready, Jim? You want to wait? Go next one. Mel, you're up. Honorable mentions.
Sorry, I'm eating while I'm on stream. All right, first one is Fossilization. This is their first official full length called Breakfast in Daylight. This was on Everlasting Spew. Didn't crack my top 15, but was definitely one of my favorite death metal albums to come out this year. Very suffocating and doomy sounding. And they had a great EP that came out 2 years ago. I know, but this is an excellent first full length. I feel like it got kind of slept on. A lot of people didn't pay much attention to it, but you definitely should check it out, especially if you're familiar with their previous EP. Changing it up, the new Commodus album. What was this called? Wreath of Bleeding Snowfall. Jesus. So this is one of my favorite black metal releases this year. But if I were to merge the lists, it wouldn't crack the top 15. That raw black metal, but he does in kind of a more of like a punkier sound here and there. I really, really enjoy this album. I liked his last album that he came out with a couple of years ago, but I think this one's a little bit more. He's progressed this down a little bit more. He's added more elements into his music. It's not just that chaotic, fast, raw black metal. So I really, really like this album. Also, shout out to who was it? Damn, I'm blanking now. Who had their shirt on? Was it Eric from? It might have been Eric from High Information. Yeah, he had the long sleeve shirt on in one of his videos recently. And I was like, I did not know Commodus made a shirt like that. And I immediately went and bought it after that because it's just this whole entire snowscape. But yeah, I really like this album. It's very good. In terms of that raw black metal sound, this is probably one of the bands that I still listen to in that whole wavelength. And then, like I said, I got into brutal death metal again this year. Horror of Bethlehem, which is Ritual of Homicide. This was on Comatose Music. Really good, like blackened, brutal death metal. This album is it's not the standard brutal death metal that you're used to hearing in terms of that newer sound. They definitely have a different element to it. It's not just the gurgles and the pingy snare. So this is very good. And then another one on Comatose that I feel like I wanted to make sure I call out tonight was Depraved Murder. I think this band is from Indonesia with Unethical.
Guys, I got the name for our band. Depraved Murder.
Yeah. Terrestrial Collapse. This is definitely your standard modern brutal death metal sound, but they've got riffs on here and very nice, not nice, but pretty cohesive, good writing guitars. So I really enjoyed this album too. So those are some of my calls that I wanted to make sure I could go on. I have a top 50 video out, so you can go ahead and watch and hear everybody else. Hear those other ones on there.
All right, Jim, are you ready?
All right. So, already this is getting a lot of love, but yep. Glorious Dead for me, Cemetery Paths. The only reason
he's paid to say this, by the way, he's paid.
Yeah. The only reason it is an honorable mention was because I was in an early incarnation of this band, so I felt like it'd be a little disingenuous to pump it higher. But obviously, and I love the music because the direction that TJ and Marty started, that I was briefly a part of. I loved it, and I still do, and it's. With the new bass player, Chris, it's new to me, Chris Boris, who's more like a Steve DiGiorgio, much more talented musician than me. It's really elevated this music to something different. And to Alan's point, like this took what started on the debut and just really amped up the technicality and originality even further. So I love what these guys are doing, and I'm proud to call them friends. So besides
Awkward.
Yeah, well, I'm so,
is that it?
I don't want to see that. And also honorable mention for me is the Phaedra, the Militant, Penitent, Triumphant. It was Alan's discussion about this album which intrigued me, and I checked it out, and I really think it's great. A lot of things about early second wave black metal that I like, but also a very modern take on it. Well, maybe not modern, but better, I would say, a more a different and unique take on those influences. So especially like the Burzum drone, like he takes that and he kind of elevates it. So I want to listen to this record a lot more than I did, and I think if I had, I would probably have it higher. I just didn't get to spin it as much as I wanted, but I really, really like the Phaedra. So that's it for my honorable mentions.
Alrighty then, Rick.
Cool. Yeah, I got a few. Trying to avoid the stuff you guys already shown. Fen, Monuments of Absence. Probably one of my most favorite post black metal bands out there, and still doing it pretty good.
He said Ben.
Oh, Fen. They I feel like it's had quiet fanfare. It kind of dropped, and no one seemed to be talking about it. I mean, the execution, everything here, and the production's done really, really well. I think the only drawback with this was I just felt like it was a little. They could have chopped like 10 minutes off this album, just because the songs felt like it was a little long, a little drawn out. But you kind of expect some of that with this band. But I felt like it needed some attention because I felt like it wasn't talked about enough through this year. Another one is Afsky. This is one I always buy their stuff when it comes out, and
A good one.
Yeah, and it just among everything else, I had it on the list, and it just kept coming down just a little further because of other stuff coming in later in the year. But when I don't want to listen to something too depressive, but still kind of in that melancholic side of black metal, these guys definitely scratch that itch, and I just love the way they just do everything. So it's one that I thought I'm sure somebody might have it higher on their list. Another one is Catatonia, Sky Void of Stars. So this is definitely a band I was dropped. They were just not selling me with the last few releases as highly as their much older material. This one kind of hooked me back because they brought back the hooks, the sound and everything is just it's the songs are more concise, more I don't know, just everything is just comes together. It's a lot more interesting, and it is not as drawn out as some of the previous.
I totally blew that one off because I had the same, with I love them, from like Last Fair Deal, and then you get to, and then they become like this kind of weird goth pop band, and I couldn't care less about them. And
they're still kind of that. They didn't change that drastically, but it's definitely catchier. It's definitely more
right on.
More well put together to my ears, and it just held my attention a lot more.
Right on.
Also, now this is a band that out of Canada was higher on my list. The thing is, two things. One, I kind of like the last album better, and also this is another one that kept kind of dropping because of everything else coming out through the year. And this is definitely a band that needs your attention if you're going to listen to them. None, Inevitable, which is Canadian again. They're also following that depressive,
super depressive band. It's good. Yeah.
But this is not something you want to put on quickly while you're washing dishes. You definitely have to put your attention to this. You got to be in a certain kind of mood. If you don't have your inner melancholic sad boy, I don't see you appreciating this. Also, you sent this my way, Marty, and this is actually I love the last EP. So this is the first full length Oralisk. And one that I knew was not going to
be our buddy Noah.
Noah's project. Awesome. It kind of hits that. It has that very American vibe, but you can hear the influences of the Scandinavian bands at the same time, kind of intertwined within this. It's got everything you like about black metal. It's got the blast beats. It's got the riffs. It's got the what do you call it, melodic. At the same time, it's also very ugly. So this is the Underworld Obscura. So very overlooked, and I think that if people took a chance on this, I think they would really, really like it.
It's good shit.
It is good shit. Yeah. TJ sings on a track.
Yeah, what I can't remember which project was it. Lands of Wrath or was
he sang on the Lands of Wrath?
That's right. Yeah.
That's come.
Which
that's
also had a new album this year.
Yeah,
they're doing a split with some band from the UP.
Shrouded Despondency.
And the last one here is one put up by Life After Death. Nephilim's Noose came out back in January, early in the year. Blood Chance of Impiety, and this is very atmospheric, sometimes cavernous death doom. If you like this kind of thing, it's not as heavy as something like Disembowelment, but if you already like bands like that, I could see you kind of going for something like this. But I feel like it's very overlooked, a very early release in the year. I felt like it was pretty good. It also reminds me of another band called Slog. It has like elements of that in there too. But Nephilim's Noose deserve the mention. And yep, that's what it's called.
All right. TJ, honorable mentions.
Honorable mentions.
I can circle back if you'd like me to.
No, I'm kind of queued up for some stuff. I got a few things.
Kind of cute. You're super cute. Don't.
You're so cute.
I know it. You're welcome. So, there's this is, see if I can get this to work. Why wasn't you guys get this to work?
It's working. Go up. It was working.
Hold on. I had
got
another
you
way.
right for your old ruined eyes.
So this is German. There's a German band called Concrete Cold, and it's kind of it's sludgy death metal. They kind of reminiscent of Necros Christos, but not with that same vibe. This is more like, your kind of standard death metal stuff. I just don't understand why I can't make this work. Anyway,
good enough.
We all know the answer.
Yeah, Strains of Battle. And let's see what else do I got here. Reverie of this British band Cult Burial.
Kinda. There you go.
Yeah, Cult Burial. What the hell is this? What's the name of this? Reverie of the Malignant. Very unique sounding death metal band. Again, these are things I had on my shopping list, and that I probably would actually have in my top. Well, I was told 10 and then lied to and told 15. So whatever. So anyway, yeah. Again, it's a British band. It's really cool. And then some of you guys, let's see, where did this one go? And then Grave Ripper. What is that? Seasons Dreaming Death. It's kind of classic black and thrash. Yeah, this fucking album rips. It's so good. Again, another one that was on my to buy list, and just I ended up clicking the card on something else. And then I have Metal Blade band. I didn't realize they had signed a Metal Blade. I like this band. It's Body Farm. And they are what the hell are they from? Like Netherlands or something? I don't know. But it's real. It's just real straight ahead death metal. There's nothing. It's just really solid. The songs are really well written. I think this is their 4th release now. Don't encourage him. Yeah. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? It's really worth the time. It's just really solid shit. It's like this is one of those bands like we were talking about, there's so many bands that are good and there's like this oversaturation of stuff. And they've been around for a few years, it's one of those things that's like, are they as good as any other band per se? Not necessarily, but the songs are so well done. It's worth it. It's worth the time. I've got their other 3 records. I would have bought this one had I realized. I just found out last week this was out, and so I've been listening to that too. So that's kind of my honorable mentions. There's some other ones, but whatever. So that'll work.
All right, Ben.
I just checked the email. It did say 15. But I picked 10. I thought 10. So you can consider my last 5 my honorable mentions or my 15 to 10. Do whatever you want. I thought this was kind of funny because me and Rick, I think, picked this for last year's best of because we had physical copies of it, but it technically came out in January. Dryad, the Abyssal Plain.
Yes.
It boggled my mind. Somebody put this on their list the other day, and I was like, that came out in fucking December. January 20th. But yeah, I think we had physical copies of it last year.
Is that the glow in the dark variant, Ben?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. I'm not a fan of glow in the dark, but for that particular album, I think it's perfect.
I've been told by the plant that glow in the dark is the worst sounding vinyl you can ever produce.
Well,
I think that's probably a lie.
That's what the plant said. Just saying.
But they're good friends of mine. Crusty black metal with some kind of keyboardy, interlude kind of stuff. It's pretty original, fun, fist pumping, anti-fascist black metal. Good stuff. Good fun live band. And then speaking of cute, Cemetery Paths. This thing just is like a parade of horses galloping on your guts and just blowing poop all over your house. Just
Yes, agreed.
I would like to hear you guys like implore some slower, doomier kind of stuff to kind of drag.
It's coming.
Preach, Ben, preach.
Yeah. I want to hear you guys try that more. Because like that thing, I can't really sit through a whole listen to that thing. It is a ton to process.
Just enjoy it.
Just do it. But yeah, just throwing an idea at the wall there. I listened to this a lot when I reviewed it, but I haven't come back to it since. But it's good. The new lamp of Mirror. It's Turning Bloodstorm. Yeah, it didn't age well, especially when like that new Immortal came out and sucked. It kind of reminded me as like I'm not crazy about At the Heart of Winter. It's better than this. I guess I'm just like impressed at the trajectory of this band from where it started to where it's going. It's like he can do anything he wants to. So like I'm curious to see what he does next. But really was impressed with the step up from the last one to this one. And then we're getting into 10. I don't know. But this is Lightbreaker. I don't feel like I've heard many talk about this one, but TJ, did you ever check this out?
I did, and it is a lot to take in. It is. I did. Yeah, it's. I did. I hate it? No, but it didn't really strike me. As something that I would be going back to a lot. Okay.
It charmed me quite a bit, but it's like this is Leon from Aborted, right, Simon?
Yeah.
Okay. New solo project, throwing in a lot of weird operatic female stuff, really like concept album kind of stuff. It's just
I'm probably gonna love it.
All over the place. It's bonkers.
It is bonkers.
What is it called again, Ben?
Lightbreaker. Annihilation
right.
of the Annihilids. And it's got a real story to it. In fact, there's like a comic book that walks you through the whole story of what's going on. And it references, it's like very specifically in tribute to Oxyplogatz's Sidereal Journey, which is like a black metal version of this, but I digress. I don't know, this might be 6. The new Ice is pretty good. It's the exact same thing they were before, but killer.
Same cover even.
Yeah. They got the template down 20 years ago and they just went right back to it and plugged the machine in and did another one. So I think they're doing another album even. So yeah, that's my either 15 to 11 honorable mentions, whatever.
All right. Simon.
All right. This is kind of actually my 25 to 16 with an extra one at the end. So these are kind of in order. First one, it's not going to come across very well. It's very minimal. This band's called Apogeon, Finnish band, and the album's called Astralatria. This is like a doomier version of Drawing Down the Moon, as you'd expect from Finland.
Ooh.
Really, really good. Heavy as balls. But yeah, it really has that Beherit sound to it. So really good stuff, and seemed to come out of basically nowhere. The new Blutas Nord Really good. I didn't think it was as good as the last one, even though it's kind of just a continuation. What is this? Disharmonium Nahab. Yeah, good. Very unnerving, disquieting. All the usual stuff from Bluthaus Nord, but I kind of like the one he did 2 albums ago, which was like the tripped out, happy version. I'd like to hear him do that again because that was really cool. But yeah, this one is still a good album. This one's really good. This is Arbor, Behold the Age of Pagan Blood. This is one of the many projects from Taurus, from Fellwinter, Gauntlet Ring, and it's as good as all this stuff that he always does. Don't know why there's so many different names for the bands. I mean, you could have just called this a Fellwinter release, but whatever. But Arbor, that's really good. Next up, I kind of wanted to get this one higher, but yeah, I couldn't in the end. The self-titled debut from Ebony Pendant. He's done heaps of EPs and splits and that kind of stuff, but finally did a full length. It's obviously one man, black metal. You can tell by the cover and the name and the everything. Very Judas Iscariot, very Kektaraki. But yeah, I'll type it in the chat. But it's really, really good. Very strong stuff. Actually, a bit more dynamic and a lot of little nuances than you'd get from something that's pure Judas Iscariot. So yeah, Ebony Pendant, very good. Next one. This came out of nowhere. I thought this was awesome. Sanctuarium into the Mephetic Abyss. This, if I spin this 5 more times, it would just keep going up the list. But we've got to draw a line somewhere. Yeah, Spanish 2-piece that basically mix autopsy and disembowelment, and it's ugly and it's crushing. It's 4 tracks, but they're pretty lengthy. So yeah, I love the art too. It's just filth. Yeah, so good stuff. Sanctuarium,
super good.
Yeah. This one and this is really good. This one I got. Yeah, I got this pretty recently. Disimperium, Grand Insurgents upon Despotic Altars. It's such a war metal title because it basically is. This is Ascended Dead's vocalist guitarist basically making it even nastier. So if you thought the Ascended Dead was getting pretty raw and bestial, this is just another few notches up. I was going to say attention to Kellen. So Kellen, if you're watching the recording of this later, this is what you wanted the Profane Order album to be. It is really good. It's really well produced. And it's just devastating. The vocalist sounds like a howler monkey. So yeah, Disimperium, really good. Record nearly slid out. Another bit of a surprise. This was really good. Torbra Theresio. This is the guitarist and the drummer from Ara, Swiss band, AARA, Ara, doing a more dark and evil, more traditional kind of black metal sound. It still very much sounds like Ara because of the same guitars, but the vocals are not that high-pitched squeal, so if that was the thing that was putting you off Ara, try Torbra. But yeah, it's nearly as good as the Ara. Yeah.
What's up, Ben?
Somebody in the chat was saying, what was the name of the Beharit Doomy kind of thing? I was curious what to do.
I'll just type it into the chat. Hang on. Apogeon. I just typed it in then. So yeah, that's Torbra. That's really good. This is one that I think would keep getting higher the more I listen to it. But the thing is, I have not been able to spend enough time with this one. Fabricant, Drudge to the Thicket. And this happens to me with these more complex albums. They kind of have a long tail rather than an immediate, like, end-of-year list kind of thing. This is the stuff that I keep revisiting years later. Yeah, Fabricant, first full length from these guys. Technical, progressive death metal, if you want to give it a name. A lot to digest, which is why it's in the 25 and not in the 10s, I think, at this point. Kind of time ghouly, Demolishy, that kind of thing. Void Ceremony. And I need to spend more time with it, really. But I can see where the quality is with it. So it gets on the list somewhere. This one, I thought this was really good. The new Vastum, Inward to Gethsemane. Another strong album from them. Probably their best one since Patricidial Lust, but it is still not better than Patricidial Lust, so it doesn't get any higher in the list than this for me, but I think it is still a good one from Vaston. $20 spin, Melanie's favorite label. Yep. Speaking of Void Ceremony, oh, there's Void Ceremony. Speaking of $20 spin, yeah. Threads of Unknowing. I kind of thought this might have gone a bit higher on the list, and I think it was for a bit of time. But just as I said, so much stuff came out after August that stuck with me a bit more immediate than this. But Void Ceremony, again, they're kind of those ones that will have a long tail. I keep going back to the previous album all the time, so this will be similar. It's progressive death metal. They get more progressive, more technical each album. It's a strong position, number 16 in the list for me. It's not got to float backwards, I don't think. Anywhere it'll go forwards over time. Phil Tuga from Cathelist, Damon Bloodgood from Stargazer, fretless bass. He must be just phoning in the bass lines. I don't know. Maybe he visits.
Speaking of Damon Good, the other day, I just packaged up the other night a Misery's Omen t-shirt that I've had since I put out the record.
Holy crap.
Awesome.
I couldn't believe it. I could not believe someone ordered that's all they ordered, a Misery's Omen t-shirt. One of the last ones I had. I'm like, holy crap. Anyway, go ahead.
That's awesome. You still have one.
Yeah.
Garrett Johnson's the main guy behind Void Ceremony, so he's still there. He's the founder and the guitarist. The band just gets more inventive with each release. So really enjoying their stuff. Those ridiculous bass guitar display.
The bass work on this record is fucking great. He's such a badass.
It really is. It really is. So it has a very strong 16 position. And a bonus, which somehow I got early, and I just call it an entry for next year, but Sovereign with Altered Realities. Technically, this is a January 9th release, but we have a small distributor in Australia that gets stuff in from Dark Descent, and I think they just bundled up everything, sent it on. So I've got this very early. This would have been on this year's list if I could, but yeah, just look for it next year. This is death thrash. It's really, really good death thrash. Just wait to hear more next year on this one. So Sovereign, good stuff. That's my 25 to 16 and a bonus.
All right. I guess did everybody go?
Yep, it's down to you, Marty.
All right, we're gonna roll through these. We'll do the CDs. Well, we'll do that last. This is a bit of nepotism, but the new Excellensis record, one of the new Excellensis records, Overtures of Uprising. We also put out Hymns of Collapse, which is a purely folk record. Anarchist band, really searing, awesome riffs, and the vocals are just off the charts, searing, great stuff. One thing that's cool about this band is Andrea does the solo
violin.
The violin is like the main instrument.
Yeah.
So she's in there filling in all the riffs, all the harmonies and stuff. It's kind of an interesting take on, but that and the black metal foundation is excellent. Good stuff. Check out Excellensis. We put that out on Bindrune.
Doesn't Charlie play a little bit on that too?
He might. I don't remember exactly, to be honest.
Ooh, I just saw something.
New Immortal. Man, it was higher on my list, but it just is so, man. The Northern Chaos Gods was such a good comeback, and this is more of the same. It's good. It's just he's starting to sound like a Bath vocally, and the riffs are okay. The songs are okay. It's just it has not held up. I kind of wonder why I bought the vinyl. Anyway, stupid.
That was where I leaped off of the Mortal. I'm done.
Yeah. Greek band Triumpher. Storming the Walls was up on my list earlier, but has been kind of dethroned as the year has gone on. This is really excellent. It's easy to call it power metal, but it's not. There's a definite speed metal contingent to this. It's pretty aggressive. There's some aggressive vocals on it as well. Well written, well produced. I heard this. I sampled this on Bandcamp. Was pretty blown away. Bought it. It was a quick buy for me. It's good. Good mix of styles on here. Well done. The new Incantation, Unholy Deification. It's a really good record. I like it better than the last one. Production's better. The songs are good. John and Kyle are still crushing, putting out awesome death metal. I mean, there are so many Incantation records, but it's one of those bands I'm always going to buy. We covered this band on the album club, the new Marduk, Memento Mori. I gotta say, since we've done that, I have not really revisited this, so it's kind of an honorable
ruined
mention.
it for you.
No, it didn't ruin it. I think it's really good and crushing. Mortis's vocals are just absolutely putrid and sick. It's just his vocals are the highlight of this record for me. It's just punishing, filthy, putrid vocals. The songs are catchy. It's super fast. It's Marduk. And of course, we've got Purge by Godflesh. Again, Godflesh doing what they do. And I like all eras of Godflesh. When they're playing when they had a real drummer, just kind of changed it for me. I like the synthetic drum machine. It's Godflesh. I don't mind that plodding, bare minimum rhythmic section. Not a lot of variety between their albums, but it's another good record. And this one, I don't care how much shit I get on this. Don't care. This album is so stupid. It's so stupid. The fact I'm even showing this, I'm just doing it basically to take the heat. I can take it. My kid loves this record. I bought it for him. I end up loving it because it's an earworm after an earworm. The new Angus McSix record and the sword of power. This is so stupid. There's songs about laser shooting dinosaurs, Master of the Universe. It's super cheesy, but you cannot deny the enormous chorus. The song on here, Amazons of Caledonia, it's actually a great power metal song. Key to Eternity, Past Reality. There's some great songs on here. There's also some EDM mixed in, so there's some really stupid. The song Ride to Hell, it's got some electronic dance music mixed in. It's super stupid. I'm not gonna lie, but it's endlessly catchy. I love his voice. The guy in the Skeletor outfit is the main dude from Ogun. Great songwriter, good chorus writer. This is stupid, but I love it. I don't care. Screw all y'all.
Never heard of it. No opinion. You're a dumb fuck.
Are you going home?
I'm going home. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
You guys.
You piece of shit.
Well, I think, Alan, what do you think? We should probably get into our top 15.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's time to start working down the list. So,
all right. How are we going to do this? We'll start with Melanie.
I've got the order from the honorable mentions if we want to just keep looping them.
Okay. Well, I've already mixed that up. So, what was the order? Go ahead.
I'm first, and Melanie will be after me. I'll let you know who it is each time.
Okay. Because it gets shuffled every time it moves or it gets messed up. Right.
True,
on.
but I've got the list, so you'll know who to bump.
You may want to skip me since I don't have a 15 to 11.
Okay.
You and TJ went to the same school. Reading comprehension is fundamental.
Will loop be
who does the top 15? Nobody does
I'll just
that.
work on drinking. How about that?
All right. Well, for me, number 15 on the list this year is the new Kira Thungal, The Dark Parade.
It's a good album.
So it is a good album. There's good performances, really good performances. Everybody sounds absolutely fantastic on the album. Individually, the songs are all pretty strong. Yeah, my beef with this album, which I've articulated before, so I'll just go over it very quickly. For me, there are too many songs that have the same very doomy pace in a row. You get one banger to open the album up, and after that, everything more or less is sticking to, kind of a slow, maybe mid-tempo-ish pace. It's definitely their doomiest album ever, and they do the doom stuff well, but I prefer it when they mix things up a little bit more. And so that's why I've got it only at number 15. I could see this being one of the albums that will climb the most in the future as I just kind of get over my, nitpicking about the pacing of the album. Check back in a couple of years, and this could be, one of my top albums of 2023. But I think it was a very strong year, and for now, there's a lot of stuff I've got ranked higher than it. So I'm going to start out number 15, Kira Thungal, The Dark Parade, and then we're going to pass it over to Melanie for her number 15.
All right, Mel.
All right. I can guarantee you absolutely no one's going to talk about this tonight. And that is the new Nithing album, Agonial Hymns. So if you're not familiar, this is Matt Killner, the drummer of the band Vitriol. This is his solo project that he released this year on, I forgot the label. I forgot the fucking label. Anyway, he is the most chaotic and undigestible brutal death metal I've ever heard in my life, but his drumming is incredible. He's an incredible drummer. When you listen to it, the first listen, you're probably gonna be like, what is this? And turn it off, which is exactly what I did. But when I went back to it after realizing who it was, because I'm a big fan of his band that he's in, I listened to it over and over again, and there's something about it. I absolutely love this album. It's just it just destroys your ears. You have no idea what the hell is going on, all in a good way. So if you're a person that just loves music that absolutely makes no sense, Nithing is.
Say that again, Melanie. What is Nithing?
Nithing, Nithying. Matt Kilner, you should also follow this band on Instagram because he's been posting reels lately and doing like drum covers of all these awesome just death metal songs. Just so good. It's on New Standard Elite or something like that. Yeah, New Standard Elite, which is a brutal death metal label. But yeah, just incredible. And I first learned about this from Cody from Afterbirth. So he was tweeting about it when it first came out earlier in the year, and so I checked it out, and then we geeked out over it. It's just one of those albums that I can't even explain to you why I like it. Similar to that Blue Tail Nord this year. I can't explain to you why I like it. I just do. It does something to me. It gets me all tingly inside.
That's all it takes.
But it's crazy.
No explanation needed.
Yeah. So that's my number 15.
All right. Up next will be Jim with his number 15.
Okay, I'm usually super hesitant when someone says, "Oh, new Finnish death metal that's as good as the old gods." And while I'm still skeptical, I do think this new disguised malignance entering the gateways is really good. Sort of gives me the vibe. Yeah, it sort of gives me the vibe of like the sound of Demilich, but with more straightforward songwriting, like Demigod or Dramelech, which is really cool to have that kind of tuned down tonality, but with more just kind of easily followed, less progressive type of style. That the kind of more, the songs are more I guess I don't want to say listenable, because Demilich is endlessly listenable, but it's easy to bang your head to, and that's something my old self still does on occasion. So yeah, I think these guys have hit the nail on the head. I think they're going the right direction. I'm actually more interested in seeing where they go from here. Yeah, I think it's a really killer debut, and it's good to see Finnish death metal of high quality, rearing its head for real. So
yeah, they're super young too, so they've got lots of years ahead of them.
yeah.
Very nice. All right, Rick, what have you got at number 15?
All right, one was higher on my list when it dropped, but like everything else. But this is something that I put on if I want just something nightmarish and disorienting. That would be Dantifaxith. Too many syllables.
Nice.
Hive Mind Narcosis. So it's been a while. The last album they put out, full length anyway, was back in 2014. This right here is kind of what it looks like. It's just very strange. It's avant-garde, so you kind of would understand that. This right here, it's very odd vibe signatures. It's got some really interesting ideas kind of thrown in. It's a lot like the last one, but I feel like there's a little more punch with the production. But at the same time, there's room for a lot of atmosphere. At the same time, there's really intense pummeling moments. So, and the pacing's done quite well for something of this kind of, I guess, category of black metal. But yeah, it did scratch that itch. I mean, put up Dark Descent. You kind of know what you're getting. It doesn't surprise me that, they put this out, but great album. Another one that I didn't think was talked about a lot. I mean, had a little bit of a fanfare when it first dropped, and then just quickly went quiet, but I'm resurrecting it. So this is my number 15.
All right.
Won't be the last time tonight.
TJ, do you have a number 15, or we want to circle back to you at 10?
Well, I'll play along. So, not only did I realize late that it was 15 and not 10,
Because you can't read, apparently. Wasn't enough pictures in the email.
It's not a question of can't. It's more of a question of didn't want to. I looked for the bullet points and just kind of, because I'm desperately trying to make avoid this feeling like work, as opposed to just something I do for fun.
Work, work.
So,
it's the funnest work ever.
Anyway. If you say so. Go through my mess over here. Anyway, and then now also I come to realize that you expect me to rank these. So, that's just not something that was in my. So we'll just
again reading. It's hard. It's hard.
In no particular order, and again, not really caring what anybody thinks. And this album has gotten so much shit. I like this record. Yes, I agree 100%. It sounds exactly like Immortal, and he sounds like a bot, and I agree. But that's why I like it. It was just the songs are well put together, and what the hell else am I going to say? I get why people are bitching about it, but for me, I enjoyed it, and so I guess if this has to be a 15, which I don't have 15, but we'll put it here. So
all right, 15.
Cool. All right, so we'll come back to Ben when we get to 10. That means Simon.
Actually, I did come up with a 15.
What'd you say, Ben?
I actually did come up with a 15 real quick.
Right. Oh, okay, great. Jump right back in.
New Demon Sea, Black Star, Gnosis. Just checked it out the other night. Oh, man, I love this.
Man, I was underwhelmed by that. I was going to review it, and I'm like, God, I have nothing good to say about this. Nothing good to say.
I really don't like that album. I'm just going to be honest with you.
You got to be under their spell, or you're not. And it just, if you get Demon Sea, you're going to love it. If I don't. They just do what they do. Great.
They do what they do. They definitely have a style for sure.
The riffs are fucking stupid, but perfect. It's just so simplistic and so sinister. Maybe, I don't know, smoke a big blunt and listen to it or something. It's so
very evil.
That will not help me at all in that situation.
It's probably the most evil black metal I heard all year. It's so evil and satanic, and I could just see churches melting throughout the streets as I was driving down listening to it.
I just can't get behind the vocals. It's like, like that's all I hear. Like this creepy little.
Yeah, I feel that.
And
in the past,
just,
they were a little better.
When it's quieter, Melanie, it's more evil.
I guess.
Also,
the riffs are good,
and
but
I've seen them live a couple times, and they just blow me the fuck away. So I am a total devotee of one of the
Demons? What?
Demon Sea. D-E-M.
Demon Sea.
Demon Sea.
You're gonna fucking hate it.
You are. You don't like to hear it and shit like that. It's in that.
No. Doesn't mean I don't want to. Doesn't mean I don't want to look.
Yeah, you're not gonna like it, TJ.
No.
Oh, there it is. All right.
Believe that.
All right.
All right. So Simon, you're number 15 then.
All right. This is just filth.
The cover is so cool. Cover's better than the album, really.
Bullshit! You shut the hell up. Dripping decay, festering grotesqueries. Great title. It sounds like it looks. I mean, look, you got to look at all the detail here.
It's killer.
Like, like he's going. The coffin's going into the flames. It's fantastic. Anyway, yeah, this is a Neil Smith project. He did Frightmare back in the early mid 2000s. That second album from Frightmare is fantastic death thrash, horror themed death thrash. He was in Lord Gore. Their last album ruled. He was in Blood Freak. I mean, it sounds like all that. This sounds like it should be on Razorback Records. It's just filthy death grind. I put it in my sort of like gore section on the shelf, but it's not gore grind. It is just sort of death metal with grindy bits and then chuggy bits, and it's just filth. But yeah, completely scratched the itch for me this year. Dripping Decay, Festering, and Grotesqueries.
That cover is so warm and cuddly. Just invites you right in.
It does.
I know, right?
And Marty, it's then your turn for number 15.
Oh shit. After Ben was just bad mouthing it, I finally just got a copy of this and been listening to it quite a bit. New Lamp of Murmur, Saturnium.
It's good.
Bloodstorm. Man, it's okay. I mean, excuse me. He went in trying to emulate the At the Heart of Winter era of Immortal with great success when he does it. I mean, I listened to the whole album isn't At the Heart of Winter. It changes. It goes into more standardized black metal here and there, but I like it. It might be my favorite by his. I think his other stuff, kind of like you can lump it in with the Ebony Pendant. It's really good, solid U.S. cult.
Similar.
Yeah, for 2020, for the 2020s. But there's riffs here. He's emulating a style. He does it with conviction, does it pretty well. And look at it, he's a very sad clown. But I like this record. I end up buying it, finally snagged a copy, and it made my 15. It's kind of weird that a band that's aping the Immortal sound kind of beat out Immortal for me. But
so I bought that album and I got it in yesterday, and I didn't hear any of it. So I listened to the first time yesterday. So I think I just need more time with it.
I mean, do you like Immortal? At the Heart of Winter?
No.
Well, then you fucked up. You fucked up.
That's kind of where I stopped with Immortal. But it's not bad. I just really like Lamp of Murmur's demos and EPs from the earlier in his career. Like and I get why he's changing his sound. I wasn't a huge fan of his last album either. I mean, it was good, but
I thought it was pretty, I mean, I bought it and I thought everybody's ranting and raving about that Sisters of Mercy tribute cover. I didn't hear a lot of goth on that record. I don't know.
Not really.
It's okay. It's okay. I liked it, but I didn't love it.
But it'll probably grow on me. I got it just because I felt weird not having it because I have all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It's one of those moments.
All right. Then we're on to number 14. So I guess back to me, Marty.
Right on. Here we go.
All right. At number 14, I've got one of the year's more controversial releases with the new Tomb Mold. If some folks didn't enjoy this, I get it. For me personally, I think they did a good job incorporating the proggy elements into their style. And it didn't catch me off guard. A lot of people seemed very surprised that they did that. And I'm like, well, Planetary Clairvoyance definitely was giving off some hints that this could happen. So I was kind of perplexed that people. It really threw me for a loop. That it threw other people for a loop. That they kind of progged out a little bit. I also think people are overlooking the fact that there is still death metal elements in here. This is not just like a Dream Theater album or something. There's still death metal components to it. Yes, there's more proggy elements.
Dream Mold.
Dream Mold. Probably better than Tomb Theater. I think that's really dull to watch. So yeah, it didn't surprise me. I like what they did. This is the kind of prog leaning death metal I can still enjoy. If the band continues on this trajectory, yes, they will eventually get too far out of my orbit. It happens. The new Horrendous is a good example of that. Horrendous, I like their early stuff. Over the albums, they just drifted too far away from me. But for now, I can still enjoy the Tomb Mold. If some folks don't, that's quite okay. This is an album, I don't know where it will be in the future. It might crawl its way higher and higher on the list. I may put it on the shelf and not play it for another 20 months and not even remember it at some point. But for now, I think it does deserve mention here at number 14. Tomb Mold, The Enduring Spirit.
They're a bit of a poster child too for like the modern death metal bands. Like that's who they point to.
They have been too. And I think it also speaks. So I mean, Tomb Mold has been one of the leaders of that scene. You're right, Rick. And one thing you got to remember about the bands that really do lead the scene, they don't stay put stylistically. The bands that are really leading the edge, as a scene starts to get saturated, these are the bands that will find a way to advance their sound and do something a little bit different to always stay one step ahead of what everyone else is just copying. Everyone else is copying what Tomb Mold was doing, 5 or 6 years ago. So Tomb Mold's not going to copy their own shit. They're going to move on and stay ahead of that pack, and I can respect that. So that's my number 14. And now let's find out what Melanie's number 14 is.
So I actually did a review of this, and that is the new Verathron, the Crimson Temple.
That album is really good. I need to get it.
So goddamn good. I
really
was
good.
shocked at how much I like this album.
I forgot to put that in my honorable mention. I just don't own it yet.
I love the Middle Eastern
Yeah.
folkiness that they add to this. And just Stefan's vocals are just so operatic in a sinister, like gurgling, yelling way. But the whole entire album is just so good. There's not a single track on here I skip. And it shocked me. I was not expecting to like as much. Like, I love their older albums. Their last album they put out was pretty good too. But like, I don't ever go back to it really. This one, I have not stopped listening to it. This has been my shower album, the album that I put on my little Amazon Echo Dot in my bathroom and just listen to this. So I hope that I can see them live, because I would love to see them live. But yeah, don't sleep on this. Also, the artist is Paolo Girardi, who also did Soul for Aeons.
Yep.
So he's just an incredible artist. The Bleeding Butthole album cover. So yeah, this is awesome. Check this out. I really like this album. It actually would have gone a lot higher in my year-on list if it hadn't just come out. I think if I had spent a little bit more time before I made my list, it definitely would have pumped this up a lot higher.
I got to say, there's a lot of killer Verathron albums, but that comeback album, Stygian Forces of Scorn, if you have not heard that, check it out. It is a crushing killer album. So good. Favorite of mine for sure.
All right.
I'm still out of the loop on all their new stuff.
Okay. For number 14 next. So go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, you muted, Marty?
Yep.
All right. So a couple comments first. Ben, you were right. Demon C's new one is ritualistic candle burning awesomeness. And new Tomb Mold, yes. The new Tomb Mold is Joe Satriani driving along, listening to Death's Human while getting T-boned by a post-rock semi. That's what that is. So,
what you're saying is it's crappy.
I'm just saying that's what it is to me. Yeah. Right on. Tribunal, The Way to Remembrance. I'm a sucker for cello. Always a sucker for cello. And I really like I think the vocals are great on this record, and the cello is awesome. Again, did I say that already? I think I said it again. My only weak point I think about this record is I'm not a fan of the dudes' vocals. I think they're really distracting and annoying, kind of like how Lacuna Coil, their dudes' vocals are really I like her name. What's her name? Sorry. Soren Morin. I like her vocals a lot, and so I just think it really has a good haunting flavor, a good gothic haunting flavor on this record. Even though the riffs aren't exactly awe-inspiring, again, it's the vocal and like the strings on this that kind of carry me away on this record. So Tribunal, Way to Remembrance. That's my number 14.
For a debut album, it's pretty impressive though. I mean, considering it came out back in January too, because I think people might have quickly forgotten about that one.
All right, after Jim, Rick, it is your turn.
All right. So 14 is going to be the new Wayfarer album. No, wait. I didn't pick up the new Wayfarer. Oh, this is the other Cerofoil album with the black background. For Aeon. Yeah, here's the real cover. 7 crowns and 7 seals. Figure somebody will be popping this up tonight. If not, then it'll be me.
I see.
Good album, good band. I got all their other stuff. I think out of all the other Soul for Aeons albums, this one probably took the longest to grow on me. I definitely needed more time and more spins for this. As soon as I saw this being announced and I saw that cover, I was like, well, okay. And then all the butthole monster jokes started coming in, and I was just bracing myself. But you know what? Overall, I think they're one of the better bands doing this style, especially the Lovecraftian thing, the way they kind of just these intricate ways of imposing melodies together. I know they have some guest vocals here. The one guy from Secrets of the Moon, Chapel of Disease. So it's kind of like the kind of stuff that I don't like about what Behemoth is doing, as far as the melodic side of death metal, and just that real dense kind of direction. I feel like what I don't like, what these guys do. I feel like the direction they take with that sound. I feel like they do it really, really well here. Obviously, there's some of the progressive elements thrown on top of it. Very, very dark. But this is something that you definitely need to soak in to really get, because every time I put this on, I find new things. It's stuff in their sound. You definitely want a good sound system to pick up all those little intricacies, and the use of exotic scales. I'm not a proficient player of exotic scales on the guitar, but whatever they're doing, it's what keeps me kind of interested. Going, wait, what is that? What is going on behind that mix? And just with the way everything's interwoven, the transitions are really good. Nothing feels like it's too abrupt and out of place with this. But just to kind of hone it in and make sense of it all, I definitely needed more time to soak it in. I think right now, if I were to rank this, I kind of like the last one just a little more. But again, I do need a little more time with it. But all in all, it's a pretty strong album. I mean, it's still for Aeon. I mean, these German boys always do it right.
Great stuff, Rick. I agree.
Good call. All right, TJ.
Oh, for that band, and that's going to be something I say a lot tonight.
TJ's turn for number 14.
14. All right. Well, I guess we'll go with Coral Tombs. Ahab. This
I pulled that too.
I did not enjoy this quite as much as the Boats of Glen Carrig. I absolutely love that record.
I listened to that album 2 days ago, oddly enough, and I would agree with you. Anyway,
yeah, I absolutely love that record. This is cool. I mean, it's the opening track got blast beats and stuff, and obviously a band that does what they do. It was, I guess, it was just time. I mean, My Dying Bride did it at one point, and it's just kind of one of those things. It's Ahab front to back. There's no new tricks in this, and the songs are really well done. He doesn't bring the dark vocals as much as you would like on this, but other than that, I mean, it's still a really good slab. And of course I have the box set that came with. It's got a couple of bonus tracks on it, and came with a cool slip mat for my turntable, which you guys have probably seen in the background during the
Got a printed
Wednesday
spatula.
show. Yeah, that's the next Glorious Dead trinket. It's a rubber spatula with our logo on it.
Burger flipper.
Ice your cake and stay true. But yeah, so that'll be there. We go.
Good deal.
all right.
All right, Ben. Back to you, sir.
I do have a 14. After watching the Ninth Circles video the other day, he turned me on to something that I didn't really know about. I have a hard time keeping up with the whole pharmacist scene and all that drum machine Japanese grind. Like every time I give it a listen, it's great, but I never follow through. But there's a new Fester Decay, Reality Rotten to the Core.
Yeah, that's good.
Listen to it through a little bit, and I'm gonna be getting a copy of
Ben,
that. Ruled. It's
do you
just,
not watch my videos?
I don't want.
I think I've shown that off. So yeah, that's really good. It is really good.
Ruled. I have time to watch maybe one video a week anymore, let alone shoot my own shit.
Is it mine?
But yeah, it's fucking good. Really liked it. If you're into just unapologetic carcass worship, worth picking up. Really anxious to look at let's do it a lot more.
All right.
It deviates a bit from carcass worship as it goes on. It gets very stompy. I found like Italy's Fulci. You can hear a lot of that in the sound as it goes on.
All right, Simon, what have you got at 14?
Okie dokie. So this one was in the 10 at the halfway list. It slipped a little bit down to 14. This is Scar na Dieth. I'll have to put it in the chat.
Killer cover art. Love it. Love the border.
Yeah, it's got like umlauts and shit. I don't know. Yeah, Scar na Dieth. I did look it up though. Yeah, I wish I could place it higher. It's fantastic Irish atmospheric black metal. One-man project. It's the third release from this band. This is a key example of years ago when one of those just clicking on Bandcamp, pressing black metal, and then seeing what was there, and the band's first album shown up. And I don't do that very often, but that's an example of me finding a band directly through Bandcamp itself, and I've been following it ever since. This is very, very strong, multi-layered, very sorrowful, has extra instruments like fiddles and mandolins and all that kind of stuff. Might be a cello in there. I don't know. You might want to go check for cellos. But it's just 2 20-minute long tracks that are a bit of a journey. And yeah, it's great cover artwork. So easily his best yet. So Scar na Dieth, the album is called Virulent Providence. It's really, really good. I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you, Simon. All right. And while Simon puts that in the chat, Marty, what have you got at number 14?
All right. Well, this Void Ceremony. $20 Spin put out a lot of killer shit this year, but this is one that really kind of stuck with me. I love, this is kind of proggy death metal. I know I'm one of the guys that's like, I'm so sick of it. Well, it really works well here. Ooh. And Damon Good on bass, he's just an absolute bass treasure. I mean, this guy rules. He's so good. The fretless, I mean, it screams of a DiGorgio worship. He's got his own style as well. I mean, even on my second release we ever put out on Binding Recordings was Misery's Omen. It was a band of his, and that band was unique because of his bass work. The music on here is great. It's really good, kind of proggy death metal, but they do it in a way that doesn't go overboard. It just adds to the music. I love the cover artwork on this. The whole presentation, really good. Great. Had to be on there.
listened to that after Melanie's video review of it.
Yeah, me too. Well, that's why I bought it. I had not heard it, and I edit the videos for the channel and pulling the clips. I'm like, wow, yeah. So I ended up buying both their records. So good.
Good deal. All right, Marty, we're at number 13, so I guess I'm at the top of the batting order.
You're at the top. All right.
All right, at number 13, Rick kind of fumbled it, so I'll pick it up and run with that. Wayfarer, American Gothic. This was a band I don't have a history with, but I had checked out their past couple of releases. They were one of those bands that tend to pop up in my YouTube from time to time, and I always listen to it a little bit. And so I was like, keep an eye on it. And so this one came out, figured I'd give it a listen, and really got into it. Enjoyed it quite a bit. I kind of like their style on, a Western Americana black metal, for lack of a better description. But, the songs, all have their own personality. They do a good job of incorporating, that the Western vibe without it feeling corny or kitschy or anything like that. The album has a very good flow to it, with, more aggressive songs, more atmospheric songs, some different, vocal distortions and stuff used here and there to very good effect, rather than just feeling like, a throw-in gimmick. They actually make sense for the atmosphere of the songs. So yeah, I've really enjoyed this. I haven't picked up a physical copy yet, but they even did some nice little touches. When Melanie showed this on her channel, she pointed out like the inner sleeve is kind of printed up like, an old time newspaper with the song lyrics and titles, and just like, that's cool. That just makes me want the physical copy more, and so I'll pick it up when I get a chance to. Will this be the kind of album I listen to a ton in the future? I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see how this holds up. It's the kind of thing that might get a little bit buried with time, but it also, I think it's unique enough and they're talented enough that I may stick with it. So interesting to see what the future of Wayfarer holds. But yep, for now, I've got Wayfarer's American Gothic at number 13 on the year. And that means it's time to hear from Melanie about her number 13.
I thought that sounded a whole lot like Falls of Raros.
You think so? I didn't get
Yeah.
that. I didn't pick
I
up.
didn't get that at all from that.
Well, I
I'm trying to
did.
think.
Maybe.
You have
I don't
special
know.
ears, Ben. Special.
You're just
special ears.
Fucking
No.
knew this isn't news, Marty. I have special ears, okay?
There
Well,
might be
one.
something to that, Ben. I'd have to think about it, but take falls of Raros like out of the New England forest and put them out into like the high plains, and you might have something there. I'd have to think about it. It's interesting.
Add an upright piano.
and add put them in a saloon with some swinging doors and an upright piano.
Yeah. Record it with a carbon mic and you'll have it. Right.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, take it
All
away,
right.
Melanie.
I've got Moonlight Sorcery, whatever this was called, Horned Lord of the Thorned Castle. Fuck those guys for that name, by the way. Like, what is that
Rolls
name?
off the tongue.
Right.
My problem with that is it's too on the nose. Like the picture matches what the title is. Like it's just
Yeah, it really does.
we can
Yeah.
see what's happening.
I really like the album artwork. I think it's pretty. So funny enough, loved their first 2 EPs that they released last year, but this was definitely a change from their last EPs because of the strong power metal influence that they put on this album. But that ended up being my favorite thing about this album. So I don't know what you're doing to me, Alan and Marty, but you've completely ruined my life to the point of now where
We're
power
good at
metal
that.
is infused into black metal.
But is there
And
laser
that's-
shooting dinosaurs? That's when you meet the end boss.
I am sad that nobody has a physical media of this because you're missing the best part about owning this album. And I'm going to show you in a second. Because I don't know how you don't look at this album and just say, fuck yeah, to those promo shots.
Yeah, nice.
Like they're obviously at like maybe an old school or something. I don't know, but
I
just
can see a bunch of people with their kids on the sledding hill, bro,
there you
taking
go.
pictures, and
Yeah.
they're just like,
Oh, you're
"Come
walking
over
yourself
here."
back up, Jim.
Yeah,
But I
These-
just
Sven, these
love
guys
to-
don't understand our metal.
yeah. Just thinking about the like cult black metal person that's putting this on after seeing these promo shots and then they hear freaking power metal riffs, just being so upset makes my heart happy. So I really love this album. I think it's really good. And I'll be interested to see what they do if they continue to make new music, but very good. Also, this album is stupidly hard to get. I hate that.
Stupid
hoping
avant-garde
it's
label.
hard.
Yes.
Yeah, they've
Not if you
repressed
don't
it
want it.
twice now, I think, and they're still selling out like crazy. So I got lucky and got mine from $20 spin. Second time I've said that band tonight, the label tonight.
Trademark, copyright.
You need to get Dave's name on your forehead for sponsorship.
They have a distro. Did you know that? They don't just sell Twink Mold. They
It's a
have a
good-
distro.
It's a good distro too. A lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that band's really moving up. I think I'll Dan Swano, I think, to do the mixing right on that. And he was involved in the other mastering.
Was he?
I don't know if you guys knew that. I was surprised to see that.
I don't think I knew that.
Didn't know that, Rick.
Oh.
All right,
Well, there's
after
pictures, so. All right.
all right. You good, Melanie?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, no, all good. Jim, let's hear what you got at number 13 then.
Okay, number 13 is Fires in a Distance, Aeronaut Meant for Us. I really like the very melodic death doom these guys do. It's great solos, lots of great phrasing in their leads. I like the synth accompaniment to every song. It does get a little overbearing sometimes. I feel like there's a little bit too much repetition there. I kind of wish they would have broken it up some and made it a little more sparse. But the riffs though, while not like breaking any new ground, are really well put together, and they kind of flow seamlessly into one another.
great.
And it's just like this really sad, somber journey, but it also has a lot of movement to it. Like it doesn't take such a dip in tempo where your eyes kind of glaze over. It kind of keeps bringing different sort of emotive resonance in the way that the arrangements are kind of like constructed. So It really was a grower for me. I kept kind of going back and forth on it, but the whole reason I kept wanting to revisit it made me decide to put it on the list. So yep, Fires in a Distance are not meant for us.
Hearing that a lot. I haven't checked that out yet.
Interesting. All right, Rick, you're up for number 13 next.
Okay, before I begin, it has come to my attention that I'm looking very shitty on camera.
Looking better now.
You're looking better at the moment.
Yeah.
Nah, you look fine, bro.
Just comb your hair next time, bro.
Maybe put on a clean shirt for once.
God damn it.
No, it's fine. It's working good now. Whoever was on the internet must have got
take
off.
advantage of this window of opportunity while it's still working pretty good. I mean, the stream I reviewed, I don't see any of those choppiness that you guys talking about.
Right.
No, you're good.
Anywho, so this is the release that came out in January, but I came to this album right around when that Hell Ripper came out, and everybody was just all up in arms about that one. They were just, and I have that one. It's not on my list. I love it, but this kind of scratches that kind of itch. And I found myself returning to this more often throughout the year, and no one's talking about this. This is a Malleus. The Fires.
People are talking about
The
it.
Fires of Heaven. It kind of made a little noise and it just went quiet. Just again, this might be a theme with me through this list. Anywho, so this is these guys are out of Boston, and this is just some killer evil stuff. Slack and Speed. It kind of reminds me of it's got like a mix of I guess if you could put attach a description, it feels like an American kind of Venom with a little bit of Hellhammer, elements of Bathory, kind of all enveloped into one with that old school flair. So first wave black metal with a bit of thrash. It's really good stuff. So this is one I could put on any time. It just gives you that snarling face and pump your fists up in the air. This is the album that makes you want to go out and buy a gauntlet, just worth spikes. If you see me doing it, this is the album that made me do it. So yeah, Malleus. Look at that. That should tell you everything. Melanie showed her gatefold shot. I will too. But yeah.
Good deal. All right, TJ, you are up next for number 13.
I don't know. Let's see here. I guess I'll go with Alan. Already showed this, and so I got the picture disc version of this, and I figured I'd wait. As I said, I didn't really. I didn't realize I had to rank these. So, but I figured this is as good a spot as any, and it's mostly due to my sheer disappointment. I really was in love with this band up to this record, and this is a good record, but there were so many things about it that I just wasn't expecting. I mean, I guess was it Rick that said it's like it wasn't too far off. You go back and you listen to Planetary Clairvoyance, and it's like they were obviously kind of in that. They're heading down that proggy road, but I just didn't expect it to kind of end up in this kind of cynic thing. I didn't hate the record. I think it's a cool record. But again, I was more disappointed than anything else, I guess. So I just bringing it for that than anything. Yeah, and I dig the artwork, and the picture disc was cool. It was, made me buy it twice and give the other one to Marty. So.
Yep. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Yeah, I did that 3 times this year.
Why don't you do that to the new Sulfur Aeon too? So
yeah. That's probably what's going to happen, because I realized I didn't have what the hell is it? The Scythes of the whatever. I realized I didn't have that. So
see, there you go. I'll wait. I'll hold off on buying it and wait for you to buy it again.
I'll end up buying that, and then it'll end up being the 7 Crowns, and then I'll have to buy it all over again. And so
okay.
It's coming.
Cool.
I listened to that album for a minute on my phone. I bought it, and once I got it, the production is just so plasticky and fake. I just fucking pulled it out and threw it. Maybe something.
So you wasted money by throwing it?
I waste a lot of fucking money.
All right.
I threw it in my back seat. I'm going to come back to it.
Well, Ben, what would you like to throw at number 13?
So there's a new band called Wield and Woe. Does this work? Is this gonna work? Share. Woohoo! Wield and Woe. The album is called For the Good of the Realm. They're from Salt Lake City, Utah, and unapologetically sounds a whole lot like Obsequiae. Lots of harp interludes, kind of stuff. Like, there's no way to emulate or bullshit or fake Obsequiae. Like, it's some of the most skilled black metal there is, but this is pretty close. And it's doing a pretty good job. Great riffs, just like not like 5-way different harmonies that are super complex and ornate and beautiful and magical and make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. But it's really good, pretty solid.
Did you pick that up because Sarah from Smolder said it was? What did she write there?
I think she called it her album of the year, which is a bit of a stretch. But I'm very excited to hear what the band goes on to do next. And this dude is he's got another band. It's escaping me right now, but dude's doing some cool stuff. He's got like a power metal band that's got like this tongue-in-cheek kind of preachy Christian kind of singer that's really funny.
Oh, was that By Fire by Sword?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
Super catchy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that was so catchy when I first put it on. I was like, I gotta stop. It's gonna be stuck in my head for days. It's like leave a little room or something. Yeah, there it goes. It's gonna be stuck in my head now tomorrow.
And for the record, Ben is sick of good bands, so he's gonna start exclusively listening to shitty bands just to offset the good bands.
Art?
Wait a minute, that's my job. That's what everybody says.
I'm offended.
All right. Well, while Ben intrudes into TJ's turf, Simon, why don't you tell us what you've got at 13?
Certainly. Australia represent. This is Pestilence, Beliefs of Dead, Stargazers, and Soothsayers. Awesome Queensland band. They are very much old school meat and potatoes death metal, but geez, they do it so well. It's just straightforward. I guess it would appeal to people like Skeletal Remains or something like that. But it's just head-banging riffs. It's not all dissonant. It's just riffs. The guys, they seem really good guys. I haven't seen them yet. They are coming down my way soon, I think. But anyway, Pestilence, Beliefs of Dead, Stargazers, and Soothsayers. They did a really good demo, I think it was 2 years ago, on Rotted Life. This is on Rotted Life as well. So yeah, highly recommend picking it up. If you just like straightforward death metal, no filler, no annoying things, no progressive, no dissonance, no cavernous, just death metal. Pestilence, good stuff.
Very cool. All right, Marty, let's wrap up number 13 with your pick.
Oh, we are on 13.
Yep,
All right. So we just did this on the album club, and it is snuck into my rotation pretty regularly. It's Sorcerer, Reign of the Reaper from Sweden. And I don't know what it is. I latched onto this. I really like the guy's vocals. And the fact that the guitar work is so tasteful, powerful. It's widely labeled as doom, epic doom. I just hear epic heavy metal here. There's some doom elements for sure, but I need to replace this case. It is trash. But anyway, this album, I mean, we went on at length about it, so I'm not going to talk too long, but this is a Metal Blade band. I haven't bought anything from Metal Blade in a while, and my first initial reaction was, yeah, it sounds like a Metal Blade band, but it grew on me. And not that that's a bad thing, but there's a definite trademark formula. These guys are good. It makes me interested to check out their other albums. I really like it. I love the guy's vocals, and that really drew me into this one for sure. Sorcerer, Reign of the Reaper. Check it out.
Nice pick. Let's see. Marty Glenn has a question for you in the chat while I come back and start us off on number 12.
All right. Let me get you up here, Alan, and I'll find out.
All right. Number 12 for me. Had this a little higher in the list earlier in the year, but as you know, Simon and other folks have mentioned, a lot of good stuff came out later in the year, so some things got bumped down a little bit. But this is still a really good album, and I still enjoy it quite a bit. It is by an Australian one-man black metal Christian project called Fathom Age, and it's entitled Autumn's Dawn, Winter's Darkness. This guy seems to be doing sort of different styles on different releases. I don't know a lot about his catalog, but when I've checked out some others, one album had more of an obsequiae kind of medieval vibe to it. Whereas this one is very much more in the summoning or Caladan brood vein. So is it as good as those bands? Not quite. But is it capturing the same kind of atmosphere and the sort of world building escapism that you want from that style? Yeah, actually does a good job of it. So this was one for me that was a very random Bandcamp. I don't know what that is, but I'll click on it moment, and it worked out pretty well. It's on Northern Silence, which is probably my label of the year. It's not the last release I'll mention from Northern Silence tonight. But yeah, it seems to be a pretty interesting project. And I know the idea of, Christian black metal can be a huge turnoff to a lot of folks. I don't really pick up any, overt Christian vibes in the lyrics or anything. This isn't like, a black metal version of Jesus Loves You or anything. I guess that's just where the guy comes from in terms of faith. But the music, should appeal to fans of, like I said, Summoning and Caladan Brood are the obvious reference points here.
Sorry,
Nice
I missed
job on
it. What is it?
It's called Fathom Age. I'll put it in the chat because it's spelled, it's a kind of a strange name. I'll add it to the chat here in just a minute. Oh, folks have already got it. They're great.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be
That looks like every single Northern Silence release of the last 10 years or so. And I bet it sounds exactly like a lot of them too.
It might, yeah. It is possible, but yeah, he tends to have a lot of pretty quality things. But some of the projects, I don't know all the projects. They're a little hard to get in the U.S. sometimes, so there's several of them I have not heard. But anyway, that'll be my number 12. And
seems like last time you mentioned that I went to buy it and it was sold out through them. So
yeah, they don't do very large print runs on their CDs either. I think he usually does 500 for his CD print run for a lot of titles. But yep, if you can find it, it's worth checking out in my opinion. But now Melanie's going to tell us what she checked out at number 12.
Northern Silence releases always have album covers that show the earth being very voluptuous and shapely. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, flat. Flat is in shapely. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I've got the bleeding butthole. Number 12.
Hell yeah!
It's a mouth.
How did they get that picture of my butthole? It's amazing.
Yes. Indian food, come forth.
I don't know. I like the artwork. I should stop dogging.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah.
But this actually was a late listen for me. A lot of people were talking about this, and then I finally listened to it and was like, "Oh my god, this album is so good." Pretty much everything else that's already been said, so I won't talk too much about it. But I was happy that I was able to snag a copy of this because this is another album that's been hard to find and hard to get on vinyl. So. Yeah, I have the slipcase, but I figured I would show the artwork again. Why not? But yeah, good stuff. I'm not as into their back catalog. I know their previous album, but I need to get into their older stuff. So, but yeah, this is a really good album.
Their entire catalog is just absolutely solid. It's just so good.
Yeah, and it's on Vaughn. Is that how you say it? Vaughn Records. And I feel like they just put out such good stuff that it goes under the radar.
Great quality.
People need to start paying. They need to start paying more attention to that label. It's so good.
The label rules.
So,
another quality label with not the best U.S. distribution.
Yeah.
No, it's so hard to get their stuff. I think I got this. I don't remember where I got it from, but anyway, yeah.
$20 spin?
No, I got it from. They did have them. They did have them, but it sold out before I got it.
I had to order mine from Germany. I think I ordered mine right from the label, actually.
All right.
$20 spin is usually the first label to have Vane stuff in the States.
Yep.
Jim is next, I think.
I need it. All right, guys. Yeah.
What do you got?
Yes, Jim is next.
We got Left Cross here.
Nice.
Yep.
Cool.
Upon Desecrated Altars. every year that seems to go by, I always have some profound lore on it, and this year's no exception. These guys, to me, it sounds like Necros Christos meets Bolt Thrower via way of war metal, like which sounds really odd and is. I wouldn't say these guys are as good as either Necros Christos, or definitely not as good as Bolt Thrower. But they have elements of both in their sound, and I like the mix. It can be like a little pummeling, and like the bestial or bestial black metal sense, however you want to say it. So I do think that there could be a little more tempo variation, but other than that, though, the riffs are really strong, really cool. The album is ugly and dirty, and kind of just what I needed at the time. The cover is great. Sorry, the picture is really crappy. Yeah, sidebar on that. The only thing I have up here physical are CDs. I'm not at home. I'm here at Marty's house, so all my vinyl is back at home. What vinyl I show tonight is Marty and I having the same copies of stuff. So, but anyway, yeah, if you like, and most, I think people watching this show right now do like Necros Christos or Bolt Thrower or both. I think you should check these guys out. Like I said, the pummeling aspect where I think it's kind of a little too much. I think they could have when they finally do make those tempo changes, they're super powerful. I think there should have been more of that. But other than that, super strong album from these guys. I think it's their debut. I could be wrong. But definitely looking forward to hearing more. Another great signing by Profound Lore. So.
Yeah. Also, one of the members is from Antichrist Siege Machine. So, I don't know if you're familiar. That was another Profound Lore band that came out last year. So that's where a lot of that war metal influence comes from.
We have a two-label monopoly going on here.
Indeed. All right, Rick, what have you got at number 12? Something else from this monopoly, or going for something from another label?
Yeah, I was going to pull this up. I'm like, oh, shit. I realized I needed to grab a Post-it real quick because I don't want to ruin your stream with a certain peep show. So this is a band from Italy, second album. And I love it. There's old school death metal, but this is the kind of death metal that sounds rather ancient. This is Scolopendra, VM18.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Love it. It just got that nastiness, the thrashiness of something like Necrophagia. These are the guys from Abor, if you guys know that black metal band.
Yeah.
So it's
shit.
Wait a minute. Did you put a sticky note over her bosom?
Yeah.
Bosoms. Is that Cher? It looks like Cher.
It's probably Cher.
She's eternally young.
Life after love.
Or Gina Lola
Like a
Brigida.
suicide girl.
Look at these guys. Look how evil that is. I love it. I definitely out of all the death metal stuff coming out, I love this because it's quite different from everything else. It doesn't have the kind of leanings of what like Bolt Thrower and the progressive side of stuff like Tumult. This one stood apart from a lot of that kind of stuff. It just has the horror movie vibe. It feels like it. I don't think Fulci put out an album this year. So like if you want a bit of that itch scratched, this is one that will definitely do it. So Scolopendra.
I'm definitely going to check that out.
Really, really good. Their previous album's really good too.
Yeah. Looks up my
Fulci
alley.
did put out an album this year, by the way, Rick.
What did they?
Yes.
Was it like a regular full length or like a collab thing?
It's they went to Morris Sound Studios and recorded this completely live. It's re-recordings, but it's really, really good. Yeah. So just saying.
I'm a devotee of Morrison Studios. That interview you guys did with what's the name? Ruled.
Well, Scott Burns, yeah, and David Gelke.
Yeah, it was good.
Thanks. Yeah, we had a good time. It was a good deal.
Yep. All right, TJ, you're
really
up for number 12.
Scott Burns thing
12
today called Raped Ape.
Yeah.
That was one of the bands he worked with.
Yeah, there was somebody in the chat that was just demanding more information to talk about Rape Day. It was like nobody was
Really?
paying attention. Yeah, there was somebody that kept bringing it up, and
Mhm.
I was fine. I hadn't seen that name in so many years. It was funny. So another one I didn't get it, and again, Alan already brought these guys up. The Wayfarer, American Gothic. I won't bother showing a picture. We've seen it. I absolutely love that record. I think what they're doing is great.
Which record? I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. I didn't hear what you said.
The Wayfarer, the American.
Oh,
Gothic.
okay, yeah.
And then it was cool. You mentioned that they like made the liner look like newsprint stuff. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta have it now. That's just cool.
It's cool.
That's super cool. Yeah, and I think it's great. Just the whole aesthetic and how they pull it off, and they make it sound so authentic sounding. They're recording stuff with carbon mics and getting that kind of, and it's not like cowboy stuff so much. It's like, like Depression era radio, Midwest. It's like guys with cowboy hats herding cattle with a Model A kind of stuff. Like that kind of thing. And it's so well done. It's on my list to buy and just didn't get bought.
Same here.
Yeah.
All right. Great minds think alike. Me and TJ, we're on the same page. But Ben, let's see what page you're on for number 12.
Okay, I go with another one. Share screen. Surprised to see. I learned about this in the chat of an earlier video we did this year.
Yeah.
Deteriorate is back.
I need to get that. I haven't heard it.
Yeah.
The early shit's killer.
I didn't even know.
Yeah. I mean, on the surface, they're pretty basic, but man, they just write killer songs. They don't mince any moments. It's just perfectly executed old school death metal. As tired of a thing as that is this day and age, they're really bringing what we love about them back. It's not amazing. It's somewhat generic, but from a band that's really, really good at doing what they do, I was super impressed at the vocals. I can't remember how many original members there are to this band, but super solid, really worth picking up. And they sent me an autographed picture with their release. So cool to support these guys. Also, I want to say $20 for a pro CDR was a little, I don't know, a little weird. A little weird.
CDR?
Yeah.
Really?
It's autographed, right?
Yeah.
I think I read that there's a proper pressed copy from there's already a reissue, maybe through Extreme or something. Like there was a pro one.
I think I bought it from the Bandcamp, and I think it was a pro CDR, and I think some label also released it. Maybe that's pro CDR.
Exactly.
They're quite infrequent with the releases, so it's good that they finally dropped something because it's been a while. I think he's the only member left. It's all new guys.
Oh, okay. Knowing that, I mean, it's surprising that it's such a solid album lining up with their old stuff.
All right, Simon, let's hear your take on number 12, please.
Ascended Dead. Even Full of the Apocalypse. If you want to clear your eardrums, you play this album. This is the best thing these guys have done. It's just barbaric. It's that bestial Black Death sound, but it's not boring. Like some of those bands can be just no. I don't find that with these guys. I find this like when I watched Eschaton live. They're a Melbourne band. They play similar stuff. I watched them live.
Amazing.
I was just in the zone with them. I find that with Ascended Dead. I would love to see these guys live. I imagine it would be just face ripping. So, it's got members of Funebrarum and Ritual Necromancies, so it's going to be evil and just blow your face off. And look, $20 spin. There you go.
Drink.
But yeah, highly recommend it. It's odd that it is $20 spin, and I remember saying this in my own review because they used to be on Dark Descent, and it totally feels like a Dark Descent band. It does not feel like $20 spin. So, anyway, good stuff. Ascended Dead, Even Full of the Apocalypse.
I think it's safe to say We should probably mention we are not sponsored tonight by 20 Bucks Spin. We are not sponsored.
We are now.
We'd love
Not
to be.
yet.
Let's see. Good deal. All right.
Welcoming offers.
All right, Marty will be back in a minute with his number 12. While we wait for him, did mean earlier to give a couple of quick announcements for folks. If you're looking for other things to watch, over on Gas Masks and Hand Grenades, Jeff has John Hahn from Agalok, and they are going through the Ulver discography. So I believe that was going to start at 10 o'clock tonight. If you want to stick with us, you can always catch Jeff's stream later this weekend. If we're driving you crazy, you can always hop over there and catch Jeff's stream. And the other announcement was Aaron, the metal theologian, will have a live stream tomorrow night. That'll be on Saturday, December the 30th. And he's going to be selling off some goodies. He's been cleaning out the racks a little bit. So if you're interested in checking that out and maybe picking something up from Aaron, make sure you catch his stream tomorrow. And Marty, you are back. So, yep, you'll have some very interesting things, I'm sure. And Marty, what interesting thing have you got at number 12 on your list?
Well, I have been listening a lot to the new Tolka album. How you say this? Et have avstand.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
If I wasn't finished, you'd think I was Norwegian. But this guy, when Norwegian black metal went crazy, a lot of bands either went to this like turbo death metal style or weird electronic. This band came along and held the candle, kept the candle burning for true Norwegian black metal. In my opinion, I've liked all of his records. You know, as he's gone on, things have gotten a little maybe less potent, but his riffs are really weird, which I really appreciate. But he's maintains that quality that is true Norwegian black metal. And I like his vocals. It's a great record. It's 4 very long songs. It's solid. I dig it. And just like all of his records, it had to be on the list. I've spun it a lot this year, and that's kind of how I judged this list this year. A lot of stuff I've been spending a lot of time with, and I've always been a fan of his, and I always probably will. So, Tolka with Et have avstand. Check it out.
Very cool.
That brings us back to Alan, I'm assuming.
It does, and we'll be hitting number 11. So our last go around before we get into our top 10. And let's see, with number 11, one that Melanie's already mentioned, the new Varathron.
So good.
Crimson Temple. This is very, very good. I just ordered it earlier today. It was a December release, so I haven't gotten to hear it but so much at this point. This is one I suspect will end up higher on the list if I'd had another month to kind of live with it. Mm-hmm. It is very cool sounding. I don't know much about this band. I've never really checked out much in their discography. So, I've heard, an album here, a little bit there, but kind of new to me overall. Really impressed. Like Melanie said, they do such a good job incorporating, all the, sort of, Eastern melodies and influences and really making it, a very natural part of the sound, not just a gimmick. Another thing that stands out to me right away on this album is the fact that it, has that, kind of, classic, Greek black metal heaviness to it, but with a very, very good production. It's actually, a very bright, clean sounding album, but still at the same time conjures that kind of, dark aura. And I think that's, very impressive. Actually, it kind of shows you don't have to make, black metal sound like it was recorded in a cave beneath the Acropolis in order to generate those vibes. You can do it with the music and good production. So yeah, really impressed with this. I get like 5 or 6 songs into this album before I find one that doesn't, immediately blow me away. So yeah, really like the new Varathron. Like I said, it'd probably be higher up the list if it'd come out a little earlier in the year, but I'm glad I was able to hear it enough. Yeah, I've got no doubts it definitely deserves to be on this list. So for other folks, if you didn't get a chance to check it out due to its recent release date, go check it out. Definitely worth a listen. Don't buy the download on Bandcamp though. $11 for a download is not cool. So this is just on the. I just pulled this up on the screen. I bought a physical copy because not paying $11 for MP3s.
Yeah, if you're wanting to not buy from Agonia, you can get it at Indie Merch.
That's where I ordered it from.
Yeah,
Agonia.
All right.
It sounds like a great place to visit.
Right next to Transylvania, Fuckagonia. Mel, what have you got on your
All
number
right.
11 slot?
So, my number 11 is a release that technically was one of my favorite black metal releases this year. So, if everybody watched my videos, you know I did a black metal and then a death metal, but I kind of merged those together for tonight's stream, and that is Mismer with Proziac. So this is also on Profound Lore. Again, we are not sponsored by Profound Lore either.
So, sponsored by Profound Lore.
So if you're not familiar with Mismor, it's one guy. I forget his name. I'm blanking right now.
We will name him Joe.
Yeah, I got it. It's right there. I just can't think of it right now. His past albums have been very like sludgy, droney, doomy. And this one he went a little bit more the traditional black metal sounding with still some of that noise and drone and sludge incorporated in there. But this is more of a traditional sounding album compared to his last releases, and it's all personal. So the whole entire album is basically the struggles that he has faced with depression and all of those suicide issues and stuff like that. So, and he said this actually was one of his favorite albums he's ever written because it was the most fun. It was the most personal album that he's ever written. So this album really hit me hard when I first heard it. I clicked right away, and it's been one I've been listening to a lot. It's pretty depressing, but it is a very, very good album. So if you're familiar with Mismor's last releases, I think Karen, I think is how you say the last release. You're going to be surprised at how this definitely sounds different from those previous releases, but this is definitely my favorite album that he has released so far. God damn, I wish I remembered his name. Andrew? I feel like it's Andrew. I don't remember, but yeah. Also, fun note because I'm a nerd. This is printed on a Stoughton jacket, so it's really nice, nicely pressed.
That's still a thing. That's still a thing because those are really super sweet.
Yeah. It is a very nice pressing. So good job on Profound Lore for not cheaping out on that. So good stuff.
Those Stoughton, I can't imagine what that costs. I had to,
and it was only $20. So yeah.
Wow.
28 bucks, I think. Yeah. So yeah.
It's a Stoughton, Staughton. It's a company. It's like wrapped. It's, as you can see, there's like a heavy jacket, and if you can get the seam just right, it's like wrapped with another print, with another. Maybe Rick can explain it. I'm a little in the bag.
They used to do stuff like that a lot with old, in the '60s.
The old shit.
My one witch hazel is done that way. It's got it's like a sticker, a printed sticker on the outside of
over a heavy jacket. Stoughton is a company that does it. I don't know if it's the technique or I have no idea.
It's like a tip on or tip in.
It's like a tip on type of deal.
Yeah. A lot of my jazz records that I have are this, and they tend to be a higher quality style of jacket. They're considered that. They're definitely more expensive to press, but they are very nice. But they typically don't fit the poly bags very well. That's my only complaint. So you have to kind of get those oversized poly bags for them.
Very cool.
I have some Wolves in the Throne Room records that are that way, and they don't fit in any bags. It's ridiculous.
No, they don't.
All right, Jim. Number 11 is coming straight at you, sir.
All right. So this band, for me, they kind of owe a lot to Ulcerate and to latter era Gorguts, and but you might want to maximize me here to get to see this a little better. But this is Phobocosm, the new album Foreordained. This is all Dark Descent, of course. This album, even though their influences are readily apparent, the songwriting on this just really took me by surprise in a way that their earlier releases did not. It just it kind of grabs you and takes you into the abyss, and but also it's there's a lot of different directions it takes you, but it's very cohesive though. It doesn't like it's not throwing technicality in your face in the way that Gorguts does. It's not it doesn't have that dreamlike quality that Ulstrate has. It's much more ugly and painful to listen to, but in a good way. So yeah, I just love like the really like, you know, sludgy, slimy feeling of the riffing in this. You know, I love the dissonance, but it's not so dissonant and overbearing where, you know, you're just like, okay, I'm good. I'm never going to listen to that again. Like a early Portal album, for instance. I think this has much more of a defined structure that you can kind of latch onto. And it does beg for repeated listens. You know, every time I listen to this all the way through, you know, I'm like, I know I'm going to go back to this and listen to it again. There's more here on offer. So yeah, highly recommended. Phobocosm Foreordained.
Oh, very cool. All right, Rick, your turn. Thing at number 11.
All right. This is the one I listened to when it first dropped. That took several months off, and I almost forgot about it. And then it was time to do the list. Went through, and then I noticed the list started appearing again. So I went back. You know what? Let me see how well this holds up. But it's not a band that ever disappoints, which maybe that's why I wasn't thinking about it too much. I'm talking about Enslaved. I'm down. So I knew it would be coming up. And this right here, I thought I would be upset at the fact that they put in Caravans of the Outer World in this album because it was already released as an EP. It turns out that EP is very hard to find. So which is a kind of a smart move for them to put it here. But it didn't feel very out of place. It feels very well integrated into the album. But overall, you kind of know what you're getting with this. I do like it more than Utgard, but not by a long margin. I think it's just this band's always changing and evolving. I would say this is probably my favorite prog rock album of the year. Prog rock, because I mean, what are they? Metal, prog rock, a little bit of everything. This is a band that kind of intertwines just all these different elements into their sound. You guys already know. I think one of the best Norwegian black metal bands, again, along with all kinds of other elements, doing this kind of stuff today. So yeah, Enslaved, Condell. Great album. Always consistent, always good.
Good deal, Rick. All right, TJ, it'll be your turn to cover number 11.
Again, I'm picking another one that was already mentioned. I'll show the picture again because I got it right here. It's Fire is Not Meant for Us that Jim picked. This is absolutely excellent death doom. It's well crafted. It's not, no groundbreaking going on, but the guys are just spectacularly talented, and the songwriting is just top notch. And another one that was on my to buy list. Yeah, it's not really much that Jim didn't say that I can really say otherwise about it. It's just a well crafted death doom. The My Dying Bride, that sort of extreme vocals. It's just really well done. Highly recommended.
Two hits for that one tonight. All right, Ben, number 11.
Come on. Browser. There we go. This is working out pretty well. This present thing. I'm surprised I keep coming up with stuff that I didn't think I would be able to. So this, I'm just a really big fanatic of this band, Baselvat. Like, let's be honest, none of you guys are gonna check this out because you're a bunch of douchebags. I mean, in the chat. This band is incredible, and this is their new release, Incredible World. They're pulling from so many different weird genres, lots of kind of like Death Row Toll kind of stuff. Who's breathing so fucking weird? Anyways,
It's me, I think.
weird.
Sorry. Well, it's right in front of my face. Hold on. It's like all the blood is like I need a lot of air to keep this much sexy upright. It's amazing. Anyway, go ahead.
Call that upright. Yeah, lots of 70s weird proggy kind of stuff. Definitely different than like say Mellow Carpeted. I know we're speaking similarly, but this thing is weird. It's just like totally untypical black metal. Lots of weird stuff going on. If you're feeling adventurous, check out Incredible World from Baselvat. I've been working on a really long written review of this album, and it's so confounding and hard to put into words. It's just a mind fuck. It's a pretty long album, as you can see. 14 tracks. A lot of them are up into 4, 5, 6 minutes or so. It's not the kind of thing I would say you listen to from front to back, but these guys are doing a lot of weird stuff. I think they might wind up getting signed to a bigger label and do kind of like
Says these guys are from Flint.
Yeah, Flint.
Really?
Yeah.
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 Huh.
Never heard of them.
Native Front are moving down to somewhere in Michigan. I can't remember if it's Flint or it doesn't sound right. Anyways, these guys are weird, good stuff. They don't get a lot. I've seen this on a couple other lists, but yeah, it's worth checking out. Super weird stuff. Baselvat.
Interesting.
Very hard
All
to
right,
explain.
Simon, that brings you up.
Basel.
All right.
This album rules. Astriferous
Yeah.
Pulsations of the Black Orb. I was like, is this 10 or is this 11? Like, you could really flip my next one with this and I'd be happy. It's awesome. They did a bunch of EPs and splits, and this is their first full length. Bands from Costa Rica, just really crushing that cosmic death metal sound, very heavily inspired by the early Finnish bands, the darker ones like Convols and Demigod, that kind of thing. It's just so good. Heavy as a boat anchor. Definitely worth checking out. On MSUO, so not $20 spin, but yeah, awesome cover.
Say the name again.
Astriferous, ASTRIFE.
Can somebody put that in the chat? I would like to check that out,
Yeah.
but that's a crazy name.
Yeah, I'll type it in afterwards.
The artist of that
yeah.
cover is in Petrification, and they have a new album coming out next year.
They do. It's on my
Probably on my
very
list.
anticipated list. Mm.
Costa Rica, right?
Yeah, awesome stuff. Costa Rica, yeah. Members, not so much now, but up to the EPs, there was shared members with Blood-Soaked Necrovoid, also Costa Rica. But Metal Archive says that there's no crossover anymore. But yeah, great stuff. Astriferous.
What's funny is I had that when we did our half mid-year stream a while back. I think I had that at like number 3, maybe.
Oh yeah.
And since
Drop
that
back.
stream, I haven't listened to it. So,
Oh no.
so I bumped it down because so much stuff just started coming out after that.
Yep.
But it is a really good
Yep.
album. It is very good.
Pop stuff.
All right, Marty, round out number 11 for us, please.
All right. I get to thank Alan for turning me onto this one. Editing his video, I had the pleasure of processing the samples for Zoth Exogalactic. I'm kind of surprised how much I enjoyed it. I ended up buying it off their Bandcamp. This is their 3rd album. I haven't checked out their other stuff, but I really like this one. It's kind of technically charged death, mellow death with a little bit of prog mixed in, but they have a bit of a power metal aesthetic as well in the guitar work, especially. The vocals are pretty, they maintain a grim style, but I really like the songwriting. I like the performance. I thought it was a playful record, which I guess would be the power metal infusion. But that, you hear someone say, "Oh, this record is playful." I mean, you're like, I'm not buying that crap. Well, this is super catchy. It's a catchy record, and they keep it tech but memorable. It's really well done.
Are they still unsigned, Marty?
Yes.
This is out on Dawn Breed Records, and I don't know what that means. If there's like, because I think they put it out, but also with Dawn Breed Records. So I don't know exactly. I have no idea. Do you know,
Yeah.
Alan?
It rips.
It was
Good
I think it was a very late change. They were going to do it independent, and then there was a change because I think Dawn Breed remixed it for them because the original promo that went out had a different mix, and a couple of weeks later they sent out a new link saying please use the new mix, and that's about the time that Dawn Breed started showing up as their label. But,
Certainly deserves to be signed. It's awesome.
This is killer. Check it out. Pretty open-minded, techie death with power metal touches. Don't be scared by that because it isn't overtly.
Oh, it rips.
It isn't overly.
It's a great record.
And for TJ to say it rips, he hates power metal. So
yeah, it's not power metal.
No, it's not. But there's a flair, especially in the guitar work. But anyway, yep, that's my number 11. Alan.
Number 11. All right, into the top 10 we go. Number 10 for me is this one, Majesty's Vast Reaches Unclaimed. We had Tanner and Carl on earlier in the year about the time this came out.
We're going to get Tanner back here hopefully soon.
Yes. Yep. Tanner's enjoying being a newlywed, so we're going to let him have fun with that for a while, but we will get him back on the channel when it fits his schedule.
He's also doing some tour work for sessions musician tour work for Holder. Playing guitar. Yep.
Okay, very cool. Did not know that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he's obviously very talented and stays very busy, but hopefully we can find a Friday night that fits his schedule. Anyway, this one got a huge amount of chatter earlier in the year. Excellent execution on kind of mid and late 90s melodic death metal. Carl really nailed that sound, and it is not a sound I hear many bands even try a lot these days, much less do so incredibly well. The only reason I don't have this higher on my list is that it's a style I don't listen to a ton these days. I'll put this on, play it once, and I'm good. It's not the kind of album or style that I play over and over and over for 2 or 3 weeks. I put on an album like this or Early Dark Tranquility or In Flames, play it, and I'm good for a while. But yeah, this is an excellent album in that style. Should not be forgotten just because it came out early in the year. So yeah, it's my number 10, Majesty's Vast Reaches Unclaimed. Excellent album. But I'll hand it off to Melanie, and we'll get her number 10 next.
All right. Here's my probably controversial album of the night that I've gotten a lot of shit for. Black Braid. So across. Black Braid 2. We won't discuss the drama around this band that everybody likes to complain about, but I absolutely love this album. I've listened to it a lot. I don't care if it makes me what's the word I've been called? A PR plant.
Really? Really?
Wow. Yeah. I saw Black Braid twice this year live. Both shows were fantastic. They put on a really, really good, entertaining show. Cool as hell guy. John, the main guy behind this band. He does everything independently. His wife also helps him release his stuff. They design everything and they do all of the marketing and stuff like that. Yeah, I think this album is fantastic. I like it a lot more than the first album that came out last year. This one just has a little bit more punch to it, I guess you could say. Better songwriting. I love the doomy elements that he added in towards the end of the album. So yeah, this is probably my favorite black metal band at the moment, along with obviously Panopticon, but I really like this album a lot. So yeah, I saw them with Cattle Decapitation, which was strange, and then I saw them with Wolves in the Throne Room that fit the bill a little bit more, and both shows were spectacular. And there's that flute on here. I don't know what kind of flute it is or what it's called. That just gets me every time. So good. So the only thing is the Bathory cover, I was a little bit thrown off by it. A Fine Day to Die. I kind of was like, I don't know if I like this, but after listening to this so much, it's not that bad. But I kind of wish they left that off this album. It just didn't make much sense. A Fine Day to Die.
Yeah.
It's the very last song of the album, so you can easily just turn it off and not listen to it. It's not like in the middle of the album. But I still don't understand why it was on here. I could have done without that. That's my only complaint.
I still haven't heard that band yet.
All
You'll
right.
probably hate them then.
Jim,
You don't know me.
Jim, we're ready to descend into your top 10 at number 10.
Alrighty. I already mentioned once before tonight. I can't get this light right, man. The Excellences,
No light.
overtures of Uprising, Binding Release, and not just because Marty put it out. It actually, I think it's one of the best things he's put out in a while. I really, really love that the violin is not an accoutrement of the band. Like, it is a primary instrument. It's there from beginning to end, and it's, professionally played. It really kind of, I think elevates this music, above the standard black metal, really kind of having that instrument central focus, as it should be, the violin and, cello being my two favorite non-metal instruments. So, really love, this music, it's just powerful. It's punishing, but yet beautiful at the same time. What else can you say about it? The fact that it's got such, a beautifully performed instrument like the violin as a central character, it doesn't detract away from its like punishing aesthetic. And it begs for repeated listens. So if you haven't checked out this Excellences, highly recommend you do. Again, I think it's one of the best things that Binary's done in a while. And hopefully, what?
It's coming. Just be patient.
Anyway, hopefully they'll be coming around live. I'd love to see them live, because I really see that this could be a head turner from the stage. So get behind it, Excellences.
Just a little bit of info. The guy that recorded that album is the bass player for Autopsy. And Ricky reviewed his album for his other band earlier in the year. What Death something?
Death Grave.
Death Grave, yeah. So the bass player of Autopsy recorded that record. Anyway.
Very nice. Rick.
What kind of grave is there? A life grave?
Yeah, I know. Maybe.
Very interesting segue, because this is my next pick.
Life grave. Oh.
I mean, I'll right off the bat. Like, I just love the bass tone on this. Like, you were talking about Greg.
It's so good.
Just,
I love how they made it predominant again.
It just hit the sweet spot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Autopsy. I mean, you know what you're getting. It's I do like it quite a bit more than the last album. I mean, the last one was pretty good. It's got like a 40-minute runtime. It doesn't feel like it. It just I turn it on. They just get right to it, and it just kick-ass solos. And this is a band where, I love the doomy stuff, and with the mix of death metal, they know how to kind of just tread that line just perfectly. Just overall, I mean, how much I could add? It's just one of the best death metal albums this year. I think just overall. I mean, it's just I could just nitpick and just talk about the artwork and everything else, the whole package, just the whole deal. Great album. It's just I knew it would find a spot, but yeah, everybody's just on all cylinders here. So just great. I'm just looking forward to the next one. Yet again, they dropped one last year, another one yet again. Wasn't expecting one so soon, but with the way they're going, you know what? Keep it coming.
Good deal. Yeah, I agree, Rick. I liked that one more than the last one as well. TJ, what have you got at number 10?
Thanks, Ian.
Happy New Year.
Out
Ian.
of my head. So yeah, Rick, you pretty much did it's fine. You said everything. What more can I say about this?
Awesome.
Honestly, this band, I love all the stuff they've done since they got back together. The only record by this band that I liked, but just was the Acts of the Unspeakable. I don't know.
It's good, but it's tough. It's tough.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just kind of mushy, and I don't know. I just don't that one just never, as far as the classic material goes. But yeah, this man, this is just absolutely great. You get a sense of like the you know, they're writing a little different, but it's still so very much them. But to me, to my ears, there's like I pick up on this vibe where they're changing the riffs up a little bit, but it's still very much them. And there's just kind of a freshness to it that at least I caught on to. But yeah, definitely just great shit.
All right, Ben, you're up next.
What 10? Well, I've decided I'm not going to talk a whole lot about stuff that's already been mentioned. This is my number 10. Dripping Decay. Fun,
Excellent.
ripping, grindy death metal. TJ, check this out.
I already added it to my list.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at that album cover and you don't want to listen to it, then you.
Oh, yeah, it's an album cover. It's a cool album
It's
cover.
telling. It's telling. It's saying something.
Yeah, I immediately added it to my list.
All right, then.
That's my review.
That's cool. Yeah, no, we're gonna. Yeah, after things have been discussed a couple of times, there's not always a lot more to say, and that's all right. Simon,
Like
what's your number?
2 hours, or we're just getting in at 10. So I'm not.
There's
gonna
that too.
All right. Excarnated Entity, Mass Grave Horizon.
Check out his review of this on the Heavy Metallurgy channel.
And you're going to notice a theme that a lot of my top 10 I did reviews for, and that I tend to review things that I really, really, really like. I'm not good at reviewing things I don't like. I tend to just ignore them. So if I do a review, shortcut, it's going to probably be in the top 20. Yeah. Excarnated Entity, Mass Grave Horizon, Portland 4-piece. It is just smashing heavy as Death Doom.
That one.
But what? But it goes fast as well. Like they do the disembowelment thing. Like it just crushes and then they'll just go blasting for random miscellaneous speed. But fans of Spectral Voice, I suppose, would be doing themselves a service to check out this one. The EP they did a couple of years ago was excellent. This is on Nuclear Winter. Is that the first time this label's been mentioned tonight? It's not $20 spin. So anyway, Excarnated Entity. The EP, the demo was great, but the full length, so much better. Definitely check it out if you like it. Generally funeral doomy, but not quite funeral, just really heavy, slow death doom that then just throws in fast bits. Awesome stuff. Number 10.
There's a bit of if I remember right, when I harvested the clips for that, it was like a crusty English vibe to it too, which I really thought was cool.
Yeah, some sort of sluggish bolt thrower stuff in there, maybe. Yeah. It's good.
If you can add the
Excarnated Entity. I will paste it in the chat.
All right, we'll let Simon get that in the chat while Marty wraps up our round of 10. So, Marty, what's your number 10?
Where am I at? There we go. There's so many people in here. I'm not used to all these people. Well, Heavy Metallurgy reviews. This album kind of blew me away. This is Valdrin with Throne of the Lunar Soul. These guys are from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Killer album.
This album is really good, and I think I threw out my first impression of this was a bit of a Dimmu Borgir vibe keyboard wise. I guess since then I've learned they use guitar synths, which is kind of cool. And it isn't really, the more I've listened to this album since I've reviewed it, it doesn't really strike me as much as Dimmu Borgir. These guys really kind of have their own thing going on. It's a really good US black metal band. It's funny, the comments to the review, people were saying, oh, it reminds me of Watain. I don't hear that at all. Zero Watain. But these guys wrote this whole they've got like a 4-album long concept. They've created their own world, their own characters, and this is like the 3rd or 4th chapter of this ongoing story. But it's really solid US black metal. The album, there's like, it could have cut a song and it would have been all right, but the name of the band is Valdrin, Valdrin. I'll type it in the chat afterwards. But really solid stuff. I keep going back to it. and it doesn't get old. More stuff reveals itself. There's some choirs that are added here and there. There's the synth work is really super, whether it's guitar synth or real synth, I don't know for sure, but it's really super tasteful. Never really overtakes the music. It's just everything is mixed really well. Great vocals, interesting music. It's good atmospheric black metal from the US. So check out Valdrin. I can't read it because it's too small. Throne of the Lunar Soul. Definitely check this out. Go check out my review if you want a little more in depth.
Their last album was killer.
See,
Yeah,
I need to investigate more, but this record is really good. I was really impressed. Alan.
Yep, we'll lead us into number 9.
Number
This one
9
came out very early in the year, but held up quite well throughout the year for me. It is Night Demons Outsider. Folks, I think, are pretty familiar with this project. Very fun, traditional heavy metal, no frills, featuring Jarvis Leatherby, who, of course, is also working with Kira Thungle these days. This one is a concept album, but to be honest, you don't have to pay much attention to the story. The songs hold up very well individually without it. The songs are very short, catchy, snappy, but each song, has a couple of little twists and turns to it. Everyone has at least one change, so the songs aren't completely one-dimensional, which I really like. Kind of like, color scheme, layout for the packaging even was kind of cool. The bright green on black. Yeah, a very fun album by a very fun band. If you're into this style, should definitely check it out. Again, it came out early in the year, so if it kind of flew under your radar or you forgot to go back and check it out, well, that's the point of these kind of lists, to help you remember.
Was that your first review? I think it was, right?
I believe you're right, Rick. I think it was my first review of the year for Heavy
so.
Metallurgy.
When we first started doing it, didn't we just start doing reviews this year?
Yes, we did. It's been almost exactly 1 year since we've started officially doing reviews. And this was one of the first ones we did on the channel. And yeah, I'll stand by it now. The album has slipped spots since our mid-year check-in. That's only because there's some really good stuff that came out later in the year. Still deserves a solid place in the top 10. That's Night Demons Outsider. And with that, I will pass the baton to Melanie for number 9.
First of all, Eric, I showed Nething earlier, and I'm so happy that you just brought it up in the chat. All right. Anyway, my number 9 is probably the curveball of my top 10, and that is Fuming Mouth with Last Day of Sun. So Fuming Mouth is pretty much a hardcore band, but they've went a lot more death metal with this album. Their last album that came out in 2019, The Grand Descent, was a lot more hardcore. I liked it. It just wasn't what I went off and went back to. But we got the promo for this, and I listened to it a lot because I really like Mark, the lead singer and the main guy behind this band. So I gave it a shot, and I ended up falling in love with it. It's definitely not a normal listen that people probably would expect me to have. But I think I've got a pretty good personal connection to it, well, given the fact that, he wrote this after he overcame cancer and all these other things. There's a lot of personal elements into this that I really click with. But I love this album. I still listen to it all the time. And the cool thing is, after I did this review on Heavy Metallurgy, he actually reached out to me and thanked me and offered to be on my show. So that'll be coming in 2024. I'll be doing a podcast with Mark from this. So I just got to set it up with him and reach out and be like, hey, I saw your message and all that stuff. So yeah, it's good stuff. It's on Nuclear Blast Records. So shocking. I don't ever buy from them. I feel like hardly ever. This is like a label I just don't pay attention to anymore.
That's a funny way to spell $20 spin.
But good for them, because they were on Triple B Records before this, so they obviously got noticed and they got put onto a bigger label. So I'm glad that they found success with their music. Side note, the album artwork was supposed to be Lewandowski artwork, but he unfortunately passed away while he was working on that artwork. So they had to find a new artist, and I'm blanking on his name right now. But yeah, that's just a little bit of a Easter egg I decided to throw in there.
That's why I picked up their previous album, because it had the Lewandowski artwork.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, and then I actually listened to it. I'm like, it's a lot more hardcore than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it is.
I struggle with the vocals a bit on that one. I'm not gonna lie.
I like that was what turned me away in the beginning, but after going back, I have found it to be what I enjoy the most about the album, which is funny. So it's very hit or miss for a lot of people. Not everybody's gonna like it. I totally get it, but this is again the curveball of my favorite albums this year.
Right on.
Very cool. All right, Jim, what have you got in the number 9 position?
Hey, so heard some people say tonight that they don't like this one as much as the older stuff. I haven't heard the older stuff, and I really like it. This is Profane Order's latest One Nightmare into Another. What?
A little emoji popped up like a upside down, like a thumbs down.
Oh, really? Oh, they hit a button? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
You know you can do that on here.
Hey, I don't know. Who knows? But anyway, I think this is killer. It's kind of war metal, bestial black metal, but I think it has like it's more interesting songcraft in this. It's kind of like if you take that genre and mix it with some Aura Noir, for me, there's some like really cool like thrash riffs, some cool mid-paced riffs in there that kind of give it more color, and there's like almost dare I say groove to it. When I say groove, don't think Pantera. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like some cool kind of like almost like there's one song that even has like almost a cathedral type riff in it. It's really cool to me. It's unique to, for that, like, usually kind of like, crushing, head pounding, genre to have like a little bit more color in its style. And this album really does. And it kept me coming back to it, and it has, I feel like these guys, I could be wrong, but I don't think they take themselves too seriously. And that's sort of like it actually, unlike most war metal, it has like it's kind of fun. You know what I mean? That said, I also think it's fun when Archgoad goes, "Hail Satan, hail Lucifer." I think it's hilarious and awesome. But yeah, a lot of folks, including Kellen, whose opinions, and Simon, whose opinions I respect greatly, say the old stuff's better. I'll check out the old stuff too, but I can say for my money, this new one is awesome, and it's high up on my list. So, Profane Order, check it out.
Yeah, it was good, but to me, I was sort of seeing it like a 6 out of 10, whereas the previous one was sort of like 8.5. So I thought it was a bit of a drop. But yeah, check out the previous album. It is a little bit different.
Will do.
All right, Rick, your turn for number 9.
Cool. This is a band I saw live for the first time this year, and it just made me like an absolute. I mean, I knew about them before. They played a set with Elder, and I thought Elder was the headlining band. I thought Resin was the better act that night. REZN. The album Solace came out back in March. It's a little change of direction. This is something a little more on the they're considered like a psychedelic stoner doom band out of Chicago. And this sound is not what you would think of something typical. They incorporate
This right beer.
It's synthesizers, saxophone.
Cool.
There's like flute,
I still
piano, all kinds of stuff going on.
Sorry, I thought it was muted.
All good. But yeah, I mean, this is like unlike everything else I've been showing, where this is like dark and disgusting or whatever. Like this is an escape from that kind of thing. This is more euphoric. When I get in these moods, this is definitely, if anything, gonna feel like it's taking you to Pluto. This is it. They're able to do something with their sound that other bands are doing it in this particular way. Highly recommended if you're looking for something a little more psychedelic and ethereal at the same time. Resin, really good. I think Chaotic Divine was last album. Also really good. It sounds like this cover. It's otherworldly.
Yeah, cool.
So if you're taking mushrooms, this is it. This is what you put on.
Sorry about the hot mic. I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
All good.
All good. All right, then TJ, your turn for number 9.
So Rick's in my head again, There they
You
are.
just copy everybody's paper.
I am.
There's a whole
Yeah,
story.
I
There's a whole
have
story
never
behind
had-
this.
50 years old, I have not had an original thought in my life. It's just the way of my. That's how it is. Yeah, I've actually got all these guys. I've got all their albums. I absolutely love this band. They've got some splits and stuff that they do that get way off into the trip angle of what they do. This here, I mean, I don't know if it's a fair comparison, but I would liken these guys in some regards like to Yob. I don't know if it's 100% fair, but the vocals kind of are there, at least not the older Yob. The newer Yob stuff, he's getting more into the kind of aggressive singing, but and they're like stoner doom, I don't know. It's definitely it's just really good shit. I don't know what other than what Rick already said about it.
The way they do saxophone, it's not a way you would hate it either. It's
no, it's cool. I mean, they just the records are all good. They all they all vary a little bit. I felt like this one was probably, out of what they've got out, was kind of the most kind of straightforward musically. But it still has just that that ether to it, that all their other stuff has, and and the name fits the band. I mean, Resin, it's just it's pretty obvious what they're preaching here sonically, and it's definitely just a killer release.
Nice one. All right, Ben, your turn for number 9.
9. Well, I think I'm going to be the first one to talk about this one tonight, so I won't wax too much. Sacred Outcry.
Should be higher on your list. I'm just gonna.
I just heard Marty's stance go
No,
sploosh.
I was going to put it higher on my list, but better stuff is higher on my
See
list.
my boner from
Better
space.
albums are higher on my list. It's fucking great.
Never heard of her.
Haven't really listened to it very much. It's just not really my genre. But Daniel Hyman, I will have 6 of your babies.
Chef's kiss.
It's really good. See, the problem I'm having is, like, if Daniel Hyman was not on this album or any other, more typical singer, would I love this?
Nope.
Very much?
Their first album, it doesn't have Daniel Hyman, and it's good. It's a really good record. But would I have cared about that record if it wasn't for this record? Nope. Anyway.
Yeah. I still just don't understand why we aren't all talking about how incredible of a singer this dude is. Like, even if you're not a huge power metal fan, like, this is a feat of human beauty. It's magnificent album. Simon, I know you're just going, whatever.
And TJ and
God,
and Melanie.
That's me.
And,
it's
So actually-
fucking metal. It's like going to a wedding and there's a chocolate fountain and you can dip hot dogs in it all night long. It's just
Oh, God.
I hated it so much I didn't even listen to it. So
well, that's why it's good.
It's good. I listened to it because Kellen did a skit on his Instagram reels.
Oh yeah, that was great.
It's
the
so
naked
good.
skit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so.
What
so
is
good.
wrong
So-
with you? Yeah.
My wife is still
Uh,
traumatized by that shower scene.
so good.
Traumatized.
So I went and listened to it, and I really liked it. I haven't listened to it since, but I think if I owned it, I probably would listen to it more because I don't really stream music a whole lot. But it's hard to
basically
find.
Like, I'm checking in with a genre that I don't ordinarily give a shit about, and I'm hearing the absolutely best thing it has to offer. It's great. Like, we will never get another Lost Horizon album. We're okay with that, right? But
No, I'm not okay with that. I'm pissed off by that. I'm not gonna lie. That makes me want to flip over this desk right now. Just thinking
okay,
about
what
it.
if I told you this was the next Lost Horizon album? Like, would you
It's
really?
really, really great, but is it Lost Horizon? That's a whole different breed of animal for sure.
Yeah, it really is. Musically, it's a whole. Yeah, it's a different kind of beast. You guys will get into it with your review of it, but yeah, I like stuff more than that. It's not my kind of thing, but it's incredible. Number 9.
Good call. All right, Simon. Have you got your power metal pick next for number 8, Simon?
I've got plenty of
Oh,
power
yeah,
metal to cover the room later. Just wait.
Oh, I bet you do.
Oh boy.
Before that happens, let's let Simon get his number 9 choice on camera here.
So this seems to be a little bit divisive, but yeah.
Dripping
Rick
bowel
has made-
stew.
This is the Antifax Hive Mind Narcosis. And yeah, I mean, yeah, Rick nailed it. It's weird. Where do you start with this? It's very avant-garde. 9 years since the last album, which was fantastic, Dark Descent. It's like they take that weird guitar tone and sound from like Bluetooth Nord, but they're their own strange beast. Like, I don't know anything that really sounds like this. Maybe I need to get out more, but this is one of the strangest things that I've bands that I've picked up over the last decade or so, and yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I was really not too sure what was going to be like after 9 years. The last album is a solid at least 9 out of 10 for me. So yeah, I'm really happy with what they did here. Not for everybody, but it completely delivered for me. The riff on the first track, which sort of slowly descends and repeats, it's just all over the map. Great album. If you don't get it, that's cool. But Rick gets it, so he's cool. Awesome.
Good deal. And Marty, you're number 9.
Number 9. Okay. Speaking of Kellen, cheers to you, brother. Sorry you couldn't make it tonight. Over on his channel. Myself, S. Craig Zoller, and him talked about this album, Megaton Sword, Might and Power. We went on for about an hour or so about this. And it's really easy to call this band epic doom band. I don't know. But this album for me, their last album had one amazing song on it. Blood Hails Steel, Steel Hails Fire. The rest of the album didn't really it's great, but it isn't as good as that leadoff song. This album, the band gets a little weirder to me. Little less metal in some spots, but it's basically a band that writes some pretty solid songs, but is carried on by an exceptional singer. The guy is a fantastic vocalist. He has a very passionate way of presenting his vocal ideas, and I don't know, man. This album, I haven't spun it as much since we did this review, but it made a pretty big impact on me. It's a really solid, it's a different record. I know Alan is tried with this band and can't really get into it, and I get it because they're different, but I like it a lot. I think it's a solid, epic album. Yeah, check it out. And if you want a deeper insight, go check out Kellen's channel, Killing for Company, and check out our discussion about Might and Power. Excellent band from Switzerland. Is that it? I don't know. I can't remember. Right on, Switzerland.
I'm still thrown off by the Jardy artwork on that cover. Like because the typical bands he works on are not in that kind of style.
No Bleeding Butthole, fail.
Oh, there you go. One example.
Yep. But it's cool. It's a great record. Check it out. A lot of power and passion on this one. Alan.
All right. Time to dive into number 8. Another one from Northern Silence. Contreras, Follow the Cold Path. This is a new project, another one-man black metal project, but this one from Brazil. He's been involved in a project before that I do not recall the name of, but this one is very good atmospheric black metal. Maybe a few elements of like black gaze, but not too much. It doesn't go deep on that. It's actually just very well balanced stylistically. So you've got the atmospheric parts, then some more ambient parts. It just all fits together very, very well. Very impressive as a debut release. Goes back to Ben's point earlier this evening about there are so many new bands popping up that just sound excellent right off the bat. These bands don't have to spend a bunch of demos or a couple of albums honing their sound. They kind of nail it right out of the gate. And Contreras is another good example of that for me. And this was another one that was just sort of a random, we'll click on it once to see what it sounds like. And Well, 40 minutes later, I'm digging around on the internet trying to find places in the United States that distribute for Northern Silence distros. You should maybe get on that a little bit more in 2024. But yeah, not one I've heard many people mention, but it hit just right for me. That's All Trust, Follow the Cold Path.
Did they get snow in Brazil though? Really?
There's you could nitpick on that and say that maybe there's something not quite quite lining up.
Definitely
there.
not.
I'm going to let that slide. I'm going to forgive that. But Melanie, what have you got for number 8?
All right, this has already been talked about. Fires in the Distance, Air It Out Meant for Us. Yeah, I mean, it's really good. It blew me away. First time I ever heard it. I actually didn't listen to it at all. I saw it on Bandcamp a lot, and then Decibel put it on their top 40, and I reviewed Decibel's top 40 as a video, and was like, all right, I'm gonna go listen to this, and I ended up loving it. And yeah, the piano on this and the old atmosphere and the melodicism that they added to it is very, very good. It's a beautiful melodic death doomy album. And that's all I'm going to say because everybody else has already talked about it. So if you haven't listened to it, definitely do it. It's a great record. The artwork is I'm not too sure what the artwork is about, but I feel like this woman really just was trying to get away from her family.
It's Princess Leia trying to escape the grip of the Empire.
Yeah. All right, I like that better.
I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time caring about that with that album cover. It looks so typical, and the logo.
Ben, you literally showed a Lady Gaga album cover like 20 minutes ago.
Who did?
That fluorescent pink one.
That pink
whatever
one?
Yeah.
It was. I was thinking B-52s or something.
Might as well be Death Heaven Sunbather.
Right.
Pretty weird.
Well, let's see what Jim's got for his number 8.
All right, moving Jim over.
Okay, all right, guys. This band, after 1994, kind of fell off for me. But their early stuff, I'll listen to until the day I die, which is appropriate because their new album's called Obituary, Dying of Everything. I do not think that this is as good as their 2017 self-titled, which I believe was like a complete renaissance. It was the first time I bought an Obituary album since 1994. And I love that record. And I think it's all due to Kenny Andrews' addition to the band. His lead playing is fantastic. They finally had a guitar player who could meld Alan West style and oh my God, the shred-tastic guy on Cause of Death. What's his name? Oh my, total brain drain. Well, anyway,
James Murphy.
James Murphy. Yes,
James Murphy,
he melds both of those styles perfectly. So I just felt like, and it seemed to light a fire under Trevor Perez, and where he started writing some better riffs. Now we all know Obituary. Obituary is going to sound like Obituary. They don't do anything but what they do. But I think this is really solid Obituary though, and I mean. John Tardy's voice is just as powerful as ever. He hasn't lost an ounce of the energy. And if you don't like somebody going the wrong side, the wrong side, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's awesome. It's doesn't make any sense. No, it's just great. And it's a good time. So yeah, Obituary, good album, Dying of Everything. Not as good as the self-titled, but still a worthy addition to the catalog. And hopefully Kenny will keep inspiring them to, push themselves outside of that dead box they were in for a long time. So here we go.
Good deal. All right, Rick, your turn at number 8.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing quite a bit of Girardi and Little Dusky artwork. It's just popping up all over the night, which is it's pretty cool. Although this one doesn't have it, giving TJ a chance to change his selection just in case his is next. So this is another great band. I haven't put out a full length in quite a while, so I didn't know what to expect when they announced that this was going to be dropping, and got a really good fanfare and well deserved. Cruciamentum with what is it? Obsidian Refractions.
I gotta get that. I'm behind the 8 ball on that one.
Yes, you do.
Listen to it either.
Really good stuff. It is
good. It's good.
It kind of has a little bit of that murkiness that reminds me of Dismember. but it also kind of wrapped in that great miasma with a bit of that intricacy of something like incantation, all kind of enveloped into a blender. Really, really good. Love the solos on this. Everything I love about death metal. Just the right amount of atmosphere. It's just Profound Lord put this out. So there you go. But yeah, it's about time, and I hope they don't take another 10 years or whatever to release another album. But came out pretty late in the year. So like you said, some people may not have picked it up yet. But definitely highly recommended. I
understand why it took a while, because he relocated from the UK to Florida and had to rebuild his lineup and all that.
That's that way. Yeah. Okay. So all right, so shouldn't take that much longer for another release, but I think this one will keep you pretty satisfied for a good while. But really, really good. Just nasty. Really good riffing. The guitar tone on it. It's probably the thing I love the most is the guitar tone. They really nailed it. Yeah.
Good call. All right, TJ, number 8.
So, Mutoid Man, Mutants. Probably a band none of you have ever heard of, and I know Marty won't listen to it.
Yeah, they're on the that show on.
They're the house band for 12 Minutes to Late Night.
12 Minutes to Late Night. Yeah.
That buffoon that puts on corpse paint and calls himself Garcinio Hall. Yeah. And then they did during the Coof, they did all those mashups. They were doing covers and stuff. This is just it's a power trio. I forget what band they got.
The dude from Cave In. That's the dude from Cave In's band.
Yeah, and no, I think no, but it's just talent. These guys are just so good. I don't know how you'd really classify this. It's definitely metal, but it's catchy and well written. They, the guitar tone on this is really bizarre, and I've got most of their stuff. I don't know. It's just a really cool record and a really cool band. I don't know. You decide for yourself. But there you go.
All right, Ben, your turn for number 8.
All right. I feel like I might be the only one to pick this one tonight. Dawn Raid has a new one. Their final release, To Know the Light. Anybody checked out this one?
I completely forgot about it.
I heard about it
too, and then it slipped through the cracks.
It's kind of like half metal, half like traditional. I would say folk songs, but they're like resistance songs, which I think has a nice dichotomy to the album and kind of makes the black metal parts seem more effective and powerful and driving when they are. I've also like the folk stuff I've never really heard before, so it's refreshing to hear such a strong, I guess, historical context to the music, and then working in those black metal songs to those melodies is super impactful. It's a really nice note to go out on. Usually when a band breaks up, I feel like it's usually like an album or two too late, but I feel like they wound up on a high note. I think they're already working on other projects, so I'm excited to kind of hear what they're doing going forward, but great note to end out on. It's just the fight that these guys have in their bag, I guess, is just really inspiring, and it's cool to hear black metal played to the tone and the setting that they're fighting for, like workers' rights and anti-fascism and stuff. It's just a really, really cool theme to have go along with the cool black metal that we're used to hearing. It's got a lot of they're like a 3-piece. They're like a violin player that sings and a blasting black metal drummer and just furious riff player. They're a cool band. They're pretty unique and will be sorely missed, but they leave behind a really good discography pointed by the end of that one.
And I printed all their shirts for all their U.S. tours.
Woo!
Bummer they're not doing it anymore. Anyway,
Marty with
Simon's
that's
turn
special.
for number 8.
who's next?
Simon is up for number 8.
Talk a lot, Simon. I have to go use a little potty. I'll be right back.
Talk a lot.
All right. Make sure you turn your microphone off for that. I don't want to hear that.
I do.
Demon Seed.
Simon,
Demon
come on, Simon. Come on, Simon.
Blackstone.
It just came out.
Yes.
Like,
I've had the promo for ages. This rules. It is so good. Oh, Ben's right. This is good. But Ben's been talking to me about this band for years, and I've been kind of not following through with it. I think I got sort of sidetracked by the length of the discography. Where do I start? That kind of thing. So it was helpful that Dark Descent dropped a new album. And I listened to it and I thought it was fucking awesome. So yeah, it's just pure evil black metal, very heavy presence to it, very heavy sound to it. Going since 1991. I think that's what put me off originally. Like, how do I start with a band from 1991? Yeah. Well, I'm happy to start here. First full length in 8 years. I can sort of hear where bands like Perverted Ceremony get their sound from. Like, they get it from here, that's for sure. Profanatica, they in the same ballpark as these guys, probably all the same period. But yeah, no, this rules. Totally awesome. I actually really dig the whispered kind of vocals. It reminded me of there's a Norwegian death metal band called Festa from way back. And they had this weird whispered snarly vocal. It reminded me of that, but yeah. I think it's awesome. Good stuff. And yeah, try it again, Melanie. It's so good. When you're in a black metal mood.
I'll give it another try. I have been in a black metal mood.
Thank you. Okay.
I'll try.
Well, when you're in that kind of black metal mood.
I was listening to Winter of Sin today and thinking the drummer is horrible. The riffs are mediocre and the vocals are pretty good.
It all kinds of works, but their second album is actually better because the vocal has changed.
All right, Marty, you're the last one for number 8.
Now for something completely different. All right. Man, I get excited every time I see this record.
Christ.
Twilight Forest at the heart of Wintervale. My son is more true than I own the CD. He owns the vinyl of it, so that's cool. I asked to borrow his record.
I came with a fucking Johnny Jump Up and a teething ring. says Mattel on the back.
Just look at the gatefold and behold, you wish the Glorious Dead looked this cool.
It's a World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft.
Oh man.
And yes, the guitar players go live wearing elf ears. Just saying. But you know what?
Why wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't they? But you know what? I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna put this out there. If Emperor was a symphonic power metal band, they would sound like Twilight Force. So laugh all you want. Listen to all those synth layers. Listen to those sweeping arpeggios. You got the singer from oh my god, Rhapsody of Fire on vocals on here. It's just killer. There's like a 20-second calypso moment on Sunlight Night, which is really stupid. I mean, it's really stupid.
DJ doesn't do bongos.
Yeah, there's bongos, there's steel drums, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, steel drums. It's not good. But the rest of this record, it rips. It's awesome symphonic power metal from Sweden with a Italian singer. Yeah, Simon, you should give this one a try. This is the one that could crack your egg. It could crack your egg. The symphonic power metal emperor. Here it is.
I've got enough brie in the fridge. I don't need any more cheese.
Brie. Yeah. I reviewed this early on when we first started. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you it's not cheesy. It's super cheesy. But if you like power metal, you like symphonic power metal, this is some good shit. It's some really good shit. And the songs are well written. It's super catchy. It's really musically advanced. The guitar playing is super sick. Awesome record. It's my number 8. I love it. Good stuff. Ellen, we're going to follow up with that. No elf ears, I bet.
No, not. But Marty, I'll join you on the power metal train in a little while. We'll get there.
About time, damn it! I've been holding up my end of the bargain.
I'll bail you out when we get a little closer.
More
to the end.
coming, more to come.
Anyway, number 7 for me is this one. Simon alluded to it earlier. Eihwaz Triad 3 Nix. Check this one out based on Simon's review, and excellent album. I have not heard the earlier parts, so this was my introduction to the band. Great, pretty scathing black metal sound. They do a very good job, as Simon described in his review. Building up to big moments, letting it release, kind of building to the next moment. Gives the album a really nice flow, that they really let the tension build and hit it, just right. It doesn't build too long, but they, give it just enough time without letting it drag. I'm in a section here now that we're around number 7. A lot of these albums for me are very close to each other. You could shuffle them by 1 or 2 slots, and I'd still be perfectly fine with the order they're in. So this could have been 8. This could have been 6. But yeah, just a lot of quality black metal releases in particular for me this year. And you're going to see a lot of that from here on out. Not, but it was definitely a year of great black metal releases, and Eihwaz one of the top ones for sure. So that's my number 7, Eihwaz Triad 3 Nix. This one does have really good distribution. If you're interested in checking this one out, I've seen this in lots of distros in the US.
Yep.
So not a hard album to pick up if you're a bit curious. So much easier to find than some of the other ones we've talked about so far tonight. But
I highly recommend you get part 2, Alan. Get part 2 as well.
It's on my radar. I got to get around to it, but I have not forgotten about it. I saw it today on a distro. I was like, oh, no, I've got too much to listen to right now. It's got to wait just a little longer.
All right.
But we will get there. But now
It's
we'll get to
Twilight Forest, but that's cool. Whatever.
Marty, don't make me take you out of your own stream. That would just be sad for the a sad way to end the year. Melanie, distract us with a great number 7 pick.
I've got Marty's favorite album of the year. Horrendous.
Yeah. It's super talented. I'm not gonna sit here and besmirch that. It's really good.
Yeah. Ontological Mysterium, Season of Mist. First time we've mentioned Season of Mist tonight, which I'm shocked about. So I did not like this band until this album. I don't care for their other albums that they put out. But the album artwork alone sold me. I thought it looked really cool. But I like how proggy it is. I like how sophisticated it is. I will not call it pretentious. And I like how it's weird. It's got some weird moments on, especially on the B side of this album. I just like what they went with it. I don't know what they could possibly do after this. I worry that if they continue to make albums similar to this, they're going to just not be interesting anymore. But I fear this might be their best album that they're going to release if they keep going. But I really, really like this album. I listen to it a lot. And I don't think it's overhyped. I think everything that's been hyped about it, it's good. It's a really good album. I wouldn't give it a perfect
talented
10.
record.
Yeah, they're very, very good musicians. They wrote really good music. And now I'm a fan of theirs. I still haven't quite got dug into their last albums a whole lot yet, but I'm thinking maybe if I go backwards now, I'll probably enjoy them a little bit more. But yeah, I figured I was going to be the first one to bring them up. Yeah, I need to go back. I just, for whatever reason, when I heard them last time, it didn't click too much with me. But this one, I loved it as soon as I heard it. We got the promo for this too, super early, and I ignored it because I was like, I didn't care for their other albums. But yeah, it's a great album.
It's definitely gotten a lot of praise throughout the year. And Jim, what would you like to praise for number 7?
Okay. We've already talked about this one, so I'll keep it brief. But Wayfarer, American Gothic, just like you mentioned, Alan, they do the American West theme in such a way where there's no cheese. Like I feel it's it does transport you to that era. Conceptually, it's very interesting. but most importantly, the music is high quality. The the use of the dobro, instruments that have that Western sound and that feel, slide guitar, things like that. And even as I'm saying, is like you think, oh, this is going to be really cheesy in a black metal sense, but it really isn't. Their previous albums didn't appeal to me. I kind of didn't get it, but I feel like they finally got everything balanced and right, and where they really, kind of brought their sort of ethos and musicality together perfectly. Because it's very interesting. It's very emotional, but yet it's a storytelling type of record that you want when it has sort of like that kind of like Western feel, not just thematically but sonically as well. You want it to be a storyteller, a little bit of Tom T. Hall or something. But yeah,
Old school.
yeah, good stuff. But yeah, so I feel like these guys are really onto something, and it's I think it's for me it's utterly unique, and but yet still like very dreary and somber, mid-paced black metal as well. So highly recommend, especially if you're a fan of like mid-period Agalok. I think there's a little bit of connection there, and yeah, hope Lord does it again.
Nice one. All right, Rick, number 7, please, sir.
All right. Not lagging too bad, am I? At least not yet.
Not at the moment. It's been worse.
All right. Open window. So show Wayfarer. Now they're a black metal band doing something interesting and different. So I'm going to go the opposite, but still interesting. So this is a band that's new to me this year. They put on EP, and this is their first full length. And it kind of harkens back to, you guys showed Majesties. And I think one reason people have been praising that album is because it kind of brings back the familiar sound of what In Flames was doing, and that melodic death metal. And it kind of took it and packaged it and just really made it interesting. Now take that and flip it on the black metal side and take up the 90s Scandinavian sound, and Blood Tar. I think it's kind of doing that kind of service.
Oh yeah.
With this, they for Tegna, for which means the foregone past. Very, very fitting title for this, which I think might have got overlooked by a lot of people. I mean, the cover doesn't really say much, very unassuming. But man, yeah, I mean, you're gonna hear Windier and hear it, and ethereal and dissection, and wrapped kind of in this folky kind of a package. Really good.
Selling me on it.
Very, very memorable. Yeah, if you love 90s black death metal, the Scandinavian on the folky side, done well, and you just love Windier, this is what you want.
I do.
Yeah, Nordvis put this out, and they put out good stuff. So, I don't recall Nordvis really pushing this too much.
Yeah, I don't even remember hearing about that. To be completely honest, and I'm on his email list. I didn't see it.
As soon as I heard this, I'm like, yeah, this is going to make the list. It's that strong. So, yeah.
Rick has successfully pushed Twilight Force down on Simon's to buy list.
They saved a lot on the art budget, that's for sure. There's like not a whole lot going on, and it's just I don't know.
Yeah, it's a pretty average cover. That would not have grabbed me if I was scrolling through something.
For a debut album, you think they do more, but
yeah,
oh well.
Yeah,
a really forgettable cover.
Storm of the Light's Bane. They should have went that direction. That kind of cover.
Yeah, totally.
Just saying.
Good find, Rick. All right, TJ, your turn for number 7.
Number 7. So, turns out that Melanie was cheating off my paper this time. But I loved this band up until this record. So I have like a complete opposite experience with them. It's an absolutely amazing record. But to me it's like what I loved about them so much is that as you sent, they moved along. Exdesis was my favorite. The cover, I just love the cover art on that. But you could sense the progression in their sound. but they were still keeping things really well grounded. And I just felt like, it was more, I could connect with it, and I could, they weren't getting so far out. And with this one, they kind of went off in a direction that I just couldn't really follow. And I don't know. I almost didn't bring it, but then I thought, it does deserve a little bit of attention. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to not fall in line with all the drones on this one a little bit. It is an absolutely stellar record. But to me, it's just not the band that I fell in love with. I don't know that I'll be listening to this one too much, and I don't know. If they keep going this direction, I'm having the exact polar opposite experience from Melanie with this. But still, I thought, end of the year, it needed to be up here. So there it is.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, TJ. That band has kind of drifted a little further away for me.
Yeah,
nothing against them, but yeah, I love the.
Yeah, you can ask Marty.
Too far out.
I was just absolutely in love with that band for a long time. The first couple records, and it's just
oh yeah, those are great.
And it is good, but I just I don't know.
It's your 7th most disappointed album, is what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
This album sucks.
Ben, your 7th.
Okay. This share screen seems to be working pretty good for stuff I don't have already. Laster, any fans? They're from the Netherlands. Really, really avant-garde, weirdo kind of stuff. And they grew a lot from their last album. And this one is, I think if I told you fans of like newer Voivod would really like this kind of thing. Super artsy, super bizarre, Mr. Bungley kind of stuff. I mean, it's wild. Really, really exciting kind of thing. There's, I would say maybe like 60% of it is metal. 40% of it is just kind of some other thing that they just kind of come up with that's kind of more percussive and artsy and just really, really wild. I'm really excited by how bizarre and weird and original they are. I feel like they're really paving some new paths that a lot of bands might eventually wind up taking, but they take this really like, if you take I feel like there's a lot of like newer Voivod fans, and I'm not super familiar with newer Voivod kind of stuff, but what I glean from that kind of style is that it's like really, really happy and bright and like kind of wildly fascinating with how exuberant it seems. And this kind of takes it like back into a more negative direction, and it gets really intense, but it's still like bright and shimmering kind of style wise. Just works in a lot of different weird styles. It's totally an art metal record. I know Marty's kind of rolling his eyes at this kind of thing, but it's original, it's super wild, and I thought it was really intriguing, and I just love this kind of stuff that blazes new trails.
I like some arty shit. Come on.
Yeah, you're kind of a fancy piggy guy, I know, but I don't know. This is cool. I meant to do a Heavy Metallurgy review of it, but I just kind of never really got around to it. But yeah, it's wild. It's awesome. Andermans Migna. Yeah, that's how you say it.
All right.
All right, Simon's turn to nail it for his number 7.
All right. Oh, what have I got? Okay. This is a completely out of left field. Reference to paroxysm. Lux Morte, I think is how you say this one. Had to leave the sleeve on because it's one of those ones where the only place you can read it is on the sticker on the outer sleeve. Otherwise, the artwork is as such. There you go. Very minimal. This is like, oh my god. It's Mexican death metal. It is impenetrably heavy. It is imposing and slow, but it's not. I would never say it's like doom, like death doom or anything like that. It is death metal in like a Ripperkulu meets Undergang kind of way, and is absolutely the epitome of like putting on a record that you think, oh, I should have played this at 45 RPM. Oh shit, actually no, it's a 33, because it just is slow, and the way it's tuned. Oh my god, you just kind of have to hear this thing. It is heavy. Yes, Melanie is right. It is just bonkers heavy. So I would highly recommend people checking this one out. It's on MSUO. I think maybe Dark Descent did the CD or something like that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. But yeah, it was completely unknown to me. It was just one of those. I followed Dark Descent and MSUO, and they just dropped this thing, and I had no idea what it was. I listened to it initially on really crappy speakers and went, bah, not good. Came back to it on proper speakers and went, oh, I get it now. This is just a steamroller, absolute steamroller. Reverence to Paroxysm, Lux Morte. I'll put it in the chat. Good stuff.
All right, Marty. Number
Got that.
7.
That's one of my super eager to listen to wish list kind of thing.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Hopefully you like it.
Marty, that Belvum EP was a really good, almost top of the year thing.
Which one? The Undergang?
Felvum. You're wearing the shirt for it, Marty.
Oh, Felvum. Yeah. That was good.
Yeah. All right. For me, number 7, Majesties, Vast Reaches Unclaimed. Tanner, super talented dude. Absolutely. Carl. I mean, all the guys in this band are top-notch musicians. I'm not going to go in too deep. We've already talked about it. But other than the fact that they emulated their influences perfectly on here, the Gothenburg/Stockholm melodic Swedish death metal sound from the mid-90s. This is a perfect tribute. And the thing that's really cool about this is they emulated their influences perfectly, but they did something with the music that kind of brings it a bit forward in 2023. The songwriting is exceptional, super catchy. The vocals, Tanner's vocals are super sick. I remember, doing zine work and shit back in this time, and this style really got kind of tired for me. I mean, it's kind of like the whole brutal suffocation death metal of the 95 and that whole era. Every band that came in the mailbox sounded like Internal Bleeding or Suffocation. It was like overkill. And it was kind of the same way with the melodic death metal. But hearing this, it's like, oh, they emulated all of the good in that scene. The melody, melody being the main driving force, the tip of the spear, if you will. But yep. Number 7, Majesties, Vast Reaches Unclaimed. Awesome record. Great dudes. Killer.
No fashion.
Yep, no fashion. $20 spin. Melanie, there you go. Alan.
All right, we're getting to number 6. And again, my picks around here are very interchangeable. Just, solid block of black metal titles I'm working through here. This one's no exception to that. Number 6, I've got Ruim with Black Royal
Here we go.
Spiritism.
So good.
Another, excellent album. I think most folks are familiar with this by now, but if you missed it this year, this is Blasphemer, post Mayhem, doing what very much, sounds like, what could have been the next Mayhem album after Oro ad Chaos. It has, a lot of his signature sounds all over it, but it stands on its own just fine as well. Excellent listen if you like his era of Mayhem. If you don't like his era of Mayhem, then obviously this probably isn't for you. But I tended to like what he did with Mayhem during those years. So very cool to see him have a new project up and running that definitely has that same vibe to it without feeling like a complete copycat of something like Ordo or Chimera or one of his albums from that era. So really good album. Haven't played this quite as much in the last few months, which is why this stayed out of the top 5, but just barely out of the top 5. Ruins, Black Royal, Spiritism.
Tom, thanks for the super chat. You rule, sir. We gotta
Thank
get
you
you
very
back
much,
on
Tom.
here next year for sure. Absolutely.
Indeed, we shall. And that means it's Melanie's turn for her number 6.
All right. Jim already showed this. Disguise Malignants. What was this called again? Entering the Gateways. So funny enough, second prosthetic records release on my top 10 or my top 15. A label I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to, but this album is fantastic. It is cosmic death metal done right. Young group of guys. They have a little bit of that sound that's kind of similar to when Blood Incantation gets a little bit cosmic-y, but not annoying, not pretentious, and they didn't go overkill with the ambience that Blood Incantation is doing lately. And yeah, just heavy, really, really well written death metal. And I'm excited to see what this band does. I really, really like this album. And it blew me away. I saw it come up and was like, what is that? That looks like something I would like. And then I thought it was gonna be brutal death metal as soon as when I saw that cover.
Yeah.
Especially with their logo.
The butthole.
But-
The butthole.
God damn.
Seems to be a theme
We're-
this evening.
We're,
Well, that's
we're
ruined.
obsessed.
The
we're
droopy
obsessed.
circles.
There's a theme. There's a theme tonight.
There's a
When
theme
people
tonight.
say
We
2023
are-
was an ass year for metal, they actually mean it as a
There you
compliment.
go. Yeah. So yeah, if you haven't heard this, try it out. It says for fans of Cryptopsy, Demigod, and Morbid Angel. Cryptopsy is kind of a stretch there on this hype sticker.
Demigod, a bit.
Yeah, I think that's weird.
Demi-
Demigod makes sense, but Cryptopsy.
Yeah,
no.
I don't know. Whoever wrote that hype sticker might need to be fired from his job. But yeah,
Harsh.
really,
I'll
really
do
good
it.
stuff. Hey, it might, Cryptopsy is a very distinct sound. It might deter people from wanting to listen to this. I don't hear Cryptopsy at all, but that's just me. So there you go.
Not
All
just
right,
you. I
then.
agree completely.
Jim's on the same page and he's ready for his number 6.
It's not tech death. No, it's not tech death.
Okay, so Marty just showed this. Same for me. Majesties once again. I'll say this. This is going to be blasphemous to a lot of people, but In Flames, to me, early In Flames, I know it's essential and I like it, but I just don't love it, man. I'd much rather listen to Dark Tranquility, Sky Dancer, the Gallery, I just like that stuff better. And I guess the In Flames sound mixed with some Dark Tranquility and filtered through Tanner's freaking genius and makes this style more palatable for me. I really, really like this record a lot and listen to it more than I would In Flames. And I know that's kind of blasphemous, but I really, really like it. It actually makes me want to do I need to go back and listen to In Flames again? Probably.
Jester Race, the Jester Race, yes.
Jester Race is it. I mean, that's it for them, really.
Yeah,
in my
but
book.
like I said, Dark Tranquility from that era is I like better. But this is just awesome, man. And the guys that play with him are incredible musicians too. And also, it was a collaboration in the songwriting. It's not just Tanner.
Yeah.
They're all amazing musicians. And to play this so skillfully, and and to resurrect this style and to just deflect the 2 decades of cheese that came after those early albums into something that's masterful and memorable. I mean, what can you say? It's just it's an achievement. It's an incredible achievement. So I'm looking forward to hearing future releases from Majesties and revisiting those In Flames albums and trying to figure out why they didn't grab me as much back in the day. But anyway, we talked about it at length. Just a great record. So,
Indeed. All right, Rick, that means you're up for number 6.
Cool. gonna break the tie. It's not Majesty's, and there's no butthole on this cover. So this,
Well, then what are you going to talk about?
We don't want to see it.
Skip, Rick.
well, I had the boobies one. I brought that, kinda.
Boobies are just fine.
So this is a
very funny.
band, another New England band, like Malleus, though they don't sound like Malleus. They take the influences from the southern scene. A lot of you guys know I'm a big fan of bands like Thou and I Hate God and that kind of thing. So I have a feeling a lot of that kind of stuff won't be shown tonight. But this band had a very limited release, something called Red Scroll Records, and so which is I think why it got overlooked by a lot of people. Chained to the Bottom of the Ocean, Obsession Destruction. That Lewandowski artwork doesn't grab you right there and then.
That's great cover.
That's a good
It's,
album. Yeah.
It's very heavy, very punishing kind of stuff.
Wow.
This is the kind of sound that the band needs. It's huge, it's punchy, but also very heavy. It's slow, yeah, like Jason says. You know, I mean, they named themselves after a Thou, song, so it definitely has a lot of those influences. But I feel like they give it a bit of the New England twist. It's not all. It doesn't have that completely the southern tinge. So they got their own thing going on too. I saw I Hate God earlier this year, and it was probably the heaviest thing I've heard on stage. I feel like these guys could definitely reach that. If I were to see them live, I would definitely expect that kind of thing. From what I'm hearing on the production of this thing, yeah. So Jake sent this my way. I would have missed out because copies of this is a giant bitch to find. But if you see one, definitely snag it. It's a great release, and I think that they definitely should have more copies available out there for people to actually be able to get their hands on and not miss out on this beautiful artwork.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, cool one. All right, TJ, you ready for number 6?
Number 6. So Jim brought this out earlier. Phobocosm, Foreordained. I think this record. I like this one a lot. I love this band. I don't like this one as much as Bringer of Drought and the earlier stuff. This one's just struck me as sludgier than those, but it's such a punishing record. They're such a good band, and I just absolutely love what they're doing. But other than that, I don't, there it is, number 6, Phobocosm, Foreordained.
Good deal. All right, Simon, your turn for a shot at number 6.
All right. Well, this may be familiar, as Alan has shown it. This is Ara with Triad 3 Nyx with the slipcover version, and then there you go, a more familiar cover.
Yeah, Australia gets all the OGs in the special packaging. Apparently,
you got to order it directly from WMT to get their slipcovers. Just how it works for them. But yeah, really good. So yes, they continue to impress me. This band, it's a fitting closure to the trilogy. I still prefer Part 2, but I have ranked this so high on my list. It tells you what you need to know about it. It's fast, melodic, emotional black metal with banshee vocals, comparable to other Swiss bands like Artiga or Tardigrada, but even a bit more melodic. Lots of hooks, lots of change ups that Alan spoke about. It really does just bring you up and then drop and then bring you up and drop. That's just what they do. Keeps me glued to it. Excellent stuff. Always looking forward to what they put out. It's Ara, Triad 3, and Nyx. Check it out.
Very cool one. And yes, I will get part 2. Definitely will do
yes,
so.
You will.
I shall. Just got to catch up on some other stuff and get a paycheck. Marty, wrap up number 6 for us, please.
all right. This is nepotism. I don't care. It's a really good record.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Rhyme of Memory by Panopticon. You know what? I was talking to Austin the other day and saying how the fact that a lot of bands, the longer they go, they kind of run out of the zazz. They run out of the shine that you have your whole life to write your first album type of thing. And as you go, you kind of run out of steam. But he just keeps getting better and better and better. I thought after And Again Into the Light, I'm like, man, this is really good. I don't know. This is a tough album to follow up. He kind of does it. He does it again. And between the intensely emotional, personal music, that's like a mix of, a statement about climate change and a statement about getting older. His wife Becca is an amazing photographer. She did all the photography for this record, and Austin did all the drawing for this record. And the two of them together, it's just an awesome art direction. I could go through the whole booklet here. It doesn't matter. It's so good. If he just keeps getting better and better and better. It's such an intensely emotional statement. Was it 10 records now? I don't know.
This is number 10. Yep.
Yeah. I just cannot get over, some of these songs there's only 5 songs on here. They're very long. It's an investment, but the thing that's weird is an album that's kind of overstays its welcome. It feels long. This album, there's 5 songs. It's a long record. It's 70 some minutes. It doesn't feel long to me. It kind of blows by pretty quick because I'm so, fascinated by the things that are happening, the way he processes the building up and taking down of intensity and dynamics. It's the different varying stages, everything from shoegaze to death worship. Chuck Schuldiner is a big influence on Austin, into just ripping black metal. It's great record. I could go on and on. I'm sure Melanie is on her list somewhere. So I'm just gonna step aside and let her do her thing.
Did he do the artwork on that too?
Yeah, he drew all the art. All the illustration is him, and his wife did all the photography.
Wow.
Yeah. Awesome shit. A very talented, awesome human being. Love the guy.
You should follow him on Instagram because he always writes like really eloquent posts. Like this beautiful landscape and then this like really thoughtful post, and you're just like, this guy, he's so great.
Yeah. Good dude. Good buddy.
Pretty good dude.
Pretty good dude. Pretty good guy. Right on.
All right, we're into top 5 territory. And
Wait, I missed 6. Did you skip me for 6?
Did we skip Ben for 6?
I was peeing.
We did skip Ben.
Well, there you go, Ben.
Okay, Ben. Yeah, if we did.
I got this in today. I did a review of this earlier. Sculpting from Time.
Acidophilus
Mill.
Helps you poop. It helps you poop. It's great.
And
sorry.
My top 6 is going to be a tough fight, but God, this is a record is fucking rule.
It's really good. I need to get it.
Greek scene. It mixes it with a lot of Dance of December Souls, Catatonia kind of stuff. Super emotive and original and melodic and memorable, heavy, riffy. I kind of hate doing album reviews that are just one word at a time, but I'm drunk, so this is great. Don't miss out on it. Rick, did you catch this, Rick? Is this in your top 6?
I don't have a physical of it yet, but I need to fix that.
You don't have to. It's great. It's amazing.
Love that band.
Yeah, I knew you'd have that on your list.
Fucking riff salad. These guys know how to write songs so well. Even if like emotive sort of songs don't really resonate with you, I get it. But the songwriting is killer. It's got that angelic sort of Greek style to it, but even more embellished Swedish melodicism. Acidophilus.
All right, Alan.
All right. So yeah, we're into the top 5. More solid black metal, just one after another. For number 5, I have Phaedra's Militant
Obtained
Penitentiary.
Enslavement. Cool.
Triumphant. Yep. Yep. We've seen this art used on albums before for sure. But yeah, this one really does an excellent job at capturing a little bit of the early Norwegian vibe with better production and stronger vocals. Great tracks on it. It's the second album from this one person project. And yeah, it just pushes all the right buttons. It gets all the atmospheres right. The instrumentation's good. It still, has, the guitar sound, still has a good black metal edge to it. But again, they're doing it with a cleaner production. They're not doing it on, recording it, on a, TDK tape they bought off of eBay and then recorded it on, Fisher Price's, my first, Walkman or something. It just, it shows you can, really generate the right atmospheres without relying on just, lo-fi gimmicks to do some kind of cult necro thing, and make an amazing album with it nonetheless. So really have enjoyed this one. This is another band where I've got to back up now and, check out the earlier album as well, which is something I'll have to be working on in 2024. But yes, Phaedra's Militant, Penitent, Triumphant begins my top 5 here tonight. And now we're going to find out what Melanie's got starting out her top 5 tonight.
Well, we have moved on from assholes and we have now moved to vaginas.
Yes.
Finally.
Are they bleeding?
Where's your sticky note?
It was such a family-friendly cast up until this.
Demonetized. Well, no, it's 4 hours.
But wait. It's just everywhere.
Oh, geez.
The same
All right.
rules even.
Oh, wow.
Impressive.
So this is tetragrammaticide. Not even gonna attempt to
Tetravagicide.
say-
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Tetragram.
That's
Man.
ruined.
I mean, the album cover is pretty cool. It took me a minute to realize what it is. I just pinged it in the chat what this album is. I'm not even going to attempt to say the album name. It's on Iron Bonehead. The record pressing is absolutely gorgeous, and it comes with like a 50-page booklet, so it's super heavy. This is a band out of India. I think it's their second full length, or maybe their third. I can't remember. War metal, very much war metal sounding, very brutal and assaulting, and just pile drives you right into the glory land of whatever this is.
War metal's probably not seeing a lot of vagina in their life. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Make love, not war metal.
It's just a hunch.
This is actually, who is the goddess of Hindu? The Hindu goddess. What is her name?
Cindy Crawford.
5,000 of them.
Tiffany.
No, not. Maybe I'm not. No, actually, I'm thinking of something else.
There's
I may have
Vishnu, and then there's what's the one?
Shiva.
Shiva.
Yeah,
Shiva.
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 Shiva's the other one.
I
betrayed
actually think
Shiva.
no, actually, it's a Muslim one. Now that I'm thinking about it, because that's the.
That looks
I
like
don't
the
know.
Kaaba.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mixed the religions there. That's what apparently this is. Anyway.
All the
I
vaginas
didn't-
evil in religion.
Kali. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kali. There you go. Yeah.
Kali. There we go. Yeah. Sorry. I don't do religion. I don't know shit about it. Anyway, when I saw that album cover, I was like, what in God's name is this? But it clicked as soon as I heard it. I just loved how just absolutely in your face crushing it is the whole entire time. It's relentless. It never gives up. It's exhausting. And I went back and bought all their other albums after I heard this. And I've been listening to it a lot. It actually got me into a little bit of a war metal rabbit hole, which I typically don't go down a whole lot because some of it just really doesn't do it for me. But now I'm looking for more science. What is that? Less war metal. Well, yeah. It's got a lot of death metal influences in there, old school sounding death metal. But yeah, back to bottles. Hey, listen, we got to cater to the crowd here, and I was done with the butts for a while. So yeah, again, overall, just the artwork and everything on this is so good. So A+ for the pressing. Iron Bonehead does really good job with their vinyl pressing too.
Yep,
But
yep.
you just gotta hear it just to understand what you're listening to.
Good deal. All right, Jim, let's get into your top 5.
All right. Marty, did you maximize that deal? All right, so this right here, this is my
awesome.
favorite artwork. Yeah, Simon, thank you so much. It was your video on this that turned me on to this band. This is my favorite album art of 2023. I absolutely love the cover of this. It is just sinister death metal awesomeness. This is Claustrum, Claustrum, and just amazing, like simple but just crushing death metal. Great riffs on this, man. Just it also has like tons of atmosphere, some like cool lead work, like not complicated. It's kind of simple lead work, but it's memorable. Like it sticks in your head. You remember when it's coming. The riffs are also memorable, and again, it's not super technical, but they just, man, make you want to just bang your fucking head that doesn't bang, like from start to finish. I mean, there's like just moments on this that I can't help myself. I'm thrashing out in my vehicle or at my house or whatever, and and it's not just the guitars, the drum work on this. Oh man, yeah, I'll use Marty's term, chef's kiss. Like this guy knows what to play like at the right exact moment to like inspire you to headbang. I mean, there's one song where he plays like it's like a linear pattern, and it's like boom, and he's like, bass drum, hi-hat, snare, and it's just over this like just riff that's just like really simple. It's almost like these like whole notes, but oh man, I can't tell you like how much I love this record so much, man. It is an absolute thrasher. Just, man, I can't say enough about it. I'm already getting stoked. I can't wait to listen to it again. But yeah, man, absolutely pick this up. This Claustrum is just stellar. They're self-titled, and man, I can't thank Simon enough for turning me on to this band. I've been like boring everybody that I know's ears off about this. My brother and all that stuff was just yeah. These guys, man, it's not just a wonderful look here. Like these guys deliver the goods. So Simon, do you remember where they're from? Is it like Spain or something? I think. Or
Oh no, I don't recall. I can look it up on the archives. But
yeah.
I'm actually a little embarrassed because I've
put it in the chat. Put it in the chat because I can't find it.
Yeah, it's Italy. Yeah, they're from Italy.
Right.
And this is their debut here. It's on Unorthodox Emanations. Not $20 spin or Profane Lore this time.
Yeah,
but a solid number 5 for me. This is excellent stuff. So.
I totally forgot to list it, and that's I'm gonna have to put that in at like 5.5 or something.
Let's see. Well, let's see what Rick's got at number 5 while Simon tries to do some quick editing.
Yeah, I can't. It's not going to happen.
5 already. So something about the Italian bands, like they know how to do evil. Like this is a certain way. There's a certain aura and certain kind of cemetery fog. Something about their sound. I showed a Skull of Pandora earlier. So this is the latest, long time running band, Mortuary Drape. This is their latest, Black Mirror. And if you guys know Mortuary Drape, I mean they have that touch of evil and really just it's like black metal entrenched in thrash with the way they do the riffing. But done in such a way it's not fast. It's just done in such a way that just I don't know. Another one gives you that snarly face like the way the Malleus does. That's what Mortuary Drape does to me. I love the EP they put out last year, but they haven't put out a full length in a while. So it's cool that they finally dropped something. I run into people who I'm not really big fans of this band, but those that are really are. So this is one that really really enjoyed. I think that just one original member left, right? He goes by Wildness Perversion. I just have to laugh every time I say that. But yeah, cool record. They just even with the member changes, they haven't lost a beat. So great release. I very much enjoyed it. So it's even got that look. It's got that ancient sound. I love the croaky, reverby kind of vocals. Just love fits.
All right.
TJ, time to dive into your top 5.
Here it is again.
Oh,
it's back.
So yeah, there's again, like Alan says, these could be these last couple that I've got here are pretty interchangeable between their spaces, except maybe for I don't know, maybe for the last one I show, but I absolutely love this band. These and just everything they do. They have such a very singular sound, and the way they deliver the stuff. I think this. I think this record is easily as good as anything they've ever put out. I like that they brought some of the clean vocals in, some of the Count Chocula singing, which it actually comes across really well. I think it's absolutely a great record. Can't say much more than that.
Count Chocula. I just got that now. That's so good.
Well, that's it's kind of there, but it's whatever.
All right, Ben's turn for number 5.
What?
Yeah.
I think me and Marty are on a turn of bands that start with the name Sulfur.
What? What was that?
Band names that start with the word sulfur.
What about it?
No.
I love Sulfur. Yeah, I just haven't got the new record yet. So I'm a slacker.
I think Ben's saying he's gonna fart. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Great note to start this off on. My number 5 is Regana. I feel like I'm going to be the only one that's going to pick this one. So I was trying to think of how to describe this kind of thing. Maybe coming from like a minimalist indie rock kind of angle toward the black metal kind of world, or maybe if you took like the Panopticon and made it like way less technical and shreddy and skilled and more just like raw emotion. This band brings it powerfully with their emotions. Whoa, my microphone fell down here. It's just emotionally draining and drenching and cathartic and powerful. They put out Desolation's Flower this year on what's Jonathan's label called? I'm sorry. Marty, who put out Social Disservices?
Is it Anja Fence?
No, it should be here.
Well, we did.
Flenser. Flenser.
Oh, Flenser. Yeah. No, that was they put out. Yeah. Go ahead.
They put out a lot of good stuff in the last couple of years. I'm kind of surprised to see that label kind of take off again with some good stuff. But this is just killer. It's really easy just to dive right into. There's nothing complicated about it, nothing artsy about it. It's just pure raw emotion, just absolutely angry, passionate fury. It reminds me kind of the DIY American kind of emo indie scene where the songs were all about kind of like crashing up into an intense emotion and falling down into pieces and gathering yourself back up again for another kind of go at it. And that's kind of like the formula that Panopticon does so well for 10 albums now. But other bands do also do it very well. And Regana is a band kind of doing that over and over and over again. And I feel like they don't really get a lot of praise for it. But check that out if that sounds interesting. There's nothing technical, nothing complicated, nothing artsy about it. It's just pure raw emotion. Really, really cool.
Good deal. All right, Simon, let's get into your top 5.
All right. Speaking of nothing technical, my God. This Backsax Axa, hilariously named band. But this ancient sounding black metal, and it's always sort of tickled my fancy. And these guys have been going since 1991. When I say they've been going, they did a demo in 91 and then that was the end of the band. Then kind of out of nowhere came back in sort of 2019, 2020 or something like that. Did an album 2 years ago, Catacomb Cult. It hit my list, surprised me so much, and this is their new one, De Vermis Mysteris. It's just that minimalistic, ancient-sounding black metal, has absolutely no technicality to it. Bands like, Monin of Zebeth completely get their sound from here. It's similar to bands like Abhor from Italy, also an older band. It's like worship hymn era Samael. It's just very ancient, simple sounding stuff. I love the layout too. It's just so basic. Awaken the old things in the ground. But the booklet in this is the thing. It's got this enormous booklet in it. I love the layout on this thing. All the completely illegible lyrics. But what a presentation. So good. But yeah, if you just like that. Yeah, I guess it does look a bit like that. But they don't sound at all like Moonblood. It is like listening to early Samael, that kind of stuff, and they did not disappoint for me on this one. It's actually sing-along worthy at points. Like you get very caught up in this one. So if you like the slower, mid-paced, very minimal sounding, very ancient black metal, Backsax Axa, awesome.
Yeah, they released those old demos back in the day. They disappeared for like the longest time, and now they're just pumping out stuff.
Yeah, they did a demo. Then that demo was split with Ungod, and then off they go. Now they've done 2 albums, and they're both stellar as far as I'm concerned.
All right, who's next, Alan?
You are next for into Marty's number 5.
Man, it is ridiculous how much I love this stupid album. It's so good. Code Red by Primal Fear. Oh my God. This is so good. German power metal. They've been going on forever and ever and ever. And I reviewed this early on in the year. And it stuck with me. And the fact I've been spinning it more and more and more. My kid caught on to it, which, I can't get away from it. If he wants to listen to it, I'm down. Another Hero, Bring That Noise, Deep in the Night, Cancel Culture, Play a Song. I mean, when you got your kid is into it and reading lyrics called Play Me a Song When the Whole World Feels Wrong, because music gives me power. Forget about the sorrow, don't think about tomorrow, play a metal song. Nothing wrong with that. I'm completely fine with my kids spinning this. And the thing that really sets us apart from the last few Primal Fear records leading up to it, Ralph Sheeper's vocals. He was kind of doing the tough guy, power metal, pitch, kind of gruff singing style the last couple records. Here, he just went back to his completely smooth pitch. He's an amazing singer. In fact, Jürgen tells me he's a vocal coach in Germany. But he changed to just a more straight up European power metal, clean, pure tone. There's no tough guy shit. It's just a really good, pure, perfectly pitched vocals, and he's a great singer. The songs on here are super memorable, and I keep coming back to it. I still love this record. I've been spinning it all since it came out. Love it. Thank you, Darcy, for sending this to me. Cheers to you, brother. But check out Primal Fear, Code Red. It is my number 5. Going back to Alan for your number 4.
Ooh, getting hot.
Number 4 it is. All right. This one came out pretty late in the year, so have not had the same length of time with it as some others. This is one that could go up or down with time. We will see. It is Panopticon's Rhyme of Memory. I'm putting it at number 4. It is, of course, a great record. And one thing I liked about it immediately was that compared to its predecessor, Austin's vocals are much louder in the mix, so you can hear him a lot better. That was a knock against and again into the light. His vocals got really buried in the mix. Not so this time, so much better job on that. The reason this is not cracking into my top 3 is this. Marty mentioned earlier that to him this does not feel like a long album. To me, this feels like a very long album. And I know I complain about long songs on long albums pretty regularly. I don't mind them, but the music has to be going somewhere when you get into these longer lengths. And to be frank, I feel like on some of these songs, they just keep extending way too long. I'll give two quick examples, not to drag things down. Getting the album started, you have a 2-minute introduction song, fair enough. Then you get into the first full track, but it is 8 minutes before the song really gets in gear, which means there is 10 minutes of introductory material spread across 2 songs to get you into the meat of the first song. That's longer than most songs by most bands. So right away, it takes a while to get this one to shift into gear. Second example is a track called Enduring the Snow Drought. And here's where it kind of, again, sticks on me a little bit. The first 6 minutes or so of this song are glorious. It is one of the, just best things I've heard all year. But the song is 12 minutes long. And after the 6-minute mark, Austin is done singing. You have about 3 minutes. You have like a 3-minute passage where, it's just kind of, sticking to the same, general rhythms. And then you have like a 2-minute section with a slightly different rhythm. And then it kind of wraps up with, 2 minutes of a different rhythm. For me, those last 6 minutes don't add anything to the song. If this song ended at the 6.5-minute mark, I would just sit here and cry my eyes out at how amazing it is every time I played it. But by the time I listen to another 6 minutes of it, the emotional impact of the first half of the song is gone. And it's just like, okay, finally done with that one. It's not that those last 6 minutes are bad in any way. It's just that for me, they don't add anything to the song. In reading interviews with Austin about this album, he said that he enjoyed the making of it immensely. That really clicking great with Charlie and the members, and that they could just sit down and play all day. And I kind of just got to wonder if that did bleed over a little bit into the song length, that they just felt like, hey, we can just keep this going, and we can just keep this going, and we can just keep this going. For me, just, as a fan and a listener, they kept it going a little too long. This is the longest Panopticon album, I think. It's got the most songs that exceed the 10-minute mark of any Panopticon album. You're in for a long listen, and there's a ton of great music in here. I know I'm sounding like I'm bitching about it a lot. It is an excellent recording. It's got a lot of great stuff on it. But in my opinion, some of these songs needed to be reined in quite a bit. I've said that about other things like, Iron Maiden's recent works. I'm sorry, I can't give Austin a pass on it just because, he's an amazing talent. I think some of these songs would be even better had they been reined into like the 6 and 8 minute mark instead of going to, 12, 14, 18 minutes. Some of the songs, there's a couple of songs that work well on here for the longer length, but a couple of them just did not need those extra long stretches tacked on. That's my take on it. Still a great album. It may grow on me more with time, and I may be more forgiving of that. It may not grow on me and actually kind of slide down the list just because it's such a long listen to get through some of those passages. We shall see, but I'm still going to put it at number 4, Panopticon's Rhyme of Memory. And hopefully Melanie hasn't rage quit in the chat while I've kind of nitpicked on that one. But we'll, I'm sure we'll hear her comment on it one way or the other pretty soon. But Melanie,
I'm just confused. Was it your number 4 or was it your number 40? I'm confused here.
Well,
the album was 40 minutes. It probably would have been my number 1. But it's a 75-minute long album, and
definitely don't check out the Ganunga Gap by Cedar. That one is lengthy.
That's a great record too.
That one's not bad. I like the first side, Seder better, but the Ganunga Gap is not bad. That one, the length doesn't. That's a good example where the length on the tracks doesn't bother me nearly as much.
Are you kidding me? That one's lengthy as fuck. It's like 12 minutes before anything happens.
I know. Yeah, it's split over 2 CDs. It's so long, but yeah. It does. That one's never irked me at all. Anywho, Melanie, let's get your number 4.
Cruciamentum, another profound lore. So technically, this is my number 3. death metal album, but since I merged black metal. But yeah, I don't even know what else to say about this album that you guys already haven't said, other than that Charnel Passages, the first song on this album, which is also the name of their last album, is probably the best death metal song to be written this year, in my opinion. Such a great album opener, and it really just throws you into the album and gets you immersed into it, and it just is just a solid A+ after that. So yeah, I did not expect to love this as much as I was pretty much just telling myself it's not going to be as good. Don't hype it up in your head. And then I listened to it and I was like, oh, thank God, it's amazing. I was so happy. So yeah, I can't stop listening to this. I even wrote, I think I said in my review, like, hey, I need to tell my wife to put this in my will to bury me with it, because that's how much I love this album. So yeah, good stuff. I can't wait for new music. Hopefully they don't take another 10 years.
Yeah, hopefully.
I think the next one will be quicker.
I mean, I hope it's not too quick, but still want to marinate on this one for a while.
All right. Who's next?
Next up is Jim with his number 4 pick.
All right. Mine is Dot Eimsgaard, Black Medium Current. Ben, it was your review on this that really got me to check it out. I mean, if you guys haven't seen Ben's review on this, I highly recommend it. It's super in depth and frankly, he captured the emotion of this album. And so let me just back up and say, Dot Eimsgaard is a band I've not liked since their debut. I love the debut, but just didn't care. Debut is amazing. But as they continue to get weirder and weirder, they just sort of lost me. I'm not super into anything that's proggy. There are some exceptions like mid-period death and stuff. But the thing about this record, though, and Ben says it far more eloquently than I do, but like all of that, the strangeness comes together on this record, and it just makes sense. Like it's super cohesive. It's transportive. You can see that the theme of this is like kind of like cosmic, sci-fi or whatever. But you feel like you're flying around, as a meteorite through the solar system when you're listening to this. It really does take you somewhere else. Incredible musicianship. The types of influences that are brought into play in this record are not the ones that you would think of in progressive. I mean, there's things like tambourines, there's things like new wave from the 80s sounds in here. And I know that sounds like, okay, man, that sounds like garbage, but I'm telling you, it doesn't. It isn't. It all makes sense in the context of this record, and it doesn't diminish the black metal at all. I'm telling you, the black metal on this is punishing, and it has great sound. The guitar sound on this is just thick and menacing, which is kind of weird to say about a black metal album. Most black metal albums you think of immediately, oh, it's going to be a thin guitar sound. Well, it's not thin here. The bass is not thin either. It's very filling of the sound. And it has an oddly enough, as cold and as strong as a black metal, there's a warmth to this record that keeps me coming back to it. And it's a gift that keeps on giving. There's a lot going on here, and you want to return to it, and even though Alan was making a point earlier about how long songs, not his typical bag can be, and I'm pretty much the same way, but in this record, the long songs make sense. For this record, the journey that each song takes, it would feel incomplete if they were shorter, which is high praise coming from me, because I typically like more things that are more straight to the point. But there's a lot to get from this album. And it deserves to be, it deserves to have some time spent with it to really appreciate it in depth. And just a lot of originality on here. So yeah, I can't recommend it enough. Yeah, this Dot Eimsgaard is just amazing. So Black Medium Current, check it out.
Yeah, I'm so glad that clicked with you.
Totally agree.
Heck yeah, man. Thanks, Ben, for bringing that up, for reviewing that.
Rick, you're up for number 4.
The way you talk about that Don Harris card, it's kind of the way I felt about the resin. It's like if you say Stoner Doom, but then you say it's got saxophone and synthesizers and flutes, and all of a sudden you start to go, am I gonna like this? But a lot of substance to it. Good segue, because Ben reviewed that one. He also reviewed this, so I guess I'm the first one bringing it up. So yeah, so latest Malacarpa 10. Got all their other releases. This one, to me, it's interesting. It's quite I wouldn't say a departure, but it definitely has a interesting twist to their sound. The production on it,
Total evolution.
Yeah, it's and also they did it right. The Ajna and Invictus kind of co-release. I wish more labels did this kind of thing for distribution. We just make things easier for people to actually be able to get copies.
Yes.
On all sides of the globe. But something about the charm of that middle European, Eastern European part of the world. We talked about last week of those Romanian classic heavy metal bands, and kind of just rediscovering that era. And it's just when I listen to this and how they kind of capture that heavy metal spirit, black metal, but not black metal in the way we may be used to, as far as some of the stuff we've been showing here. This is a listen that's fun. I put it on. I'm having a lot of fun with this. There's a lot of really interesting stuff going on. I love the way they do the riffing. This thing is really hard to describe, just the overall vibe. It feels exotic, but yet very familiar at the same time. All kind of intertwined into one. It's hard to really say. Because speaking of hard to really say, this is one of the ones I've seen around on people's lists, and nobody wants to talk about the song titles because it's like, first of all, look how long they are. It's that, yeah. So all I could do is I'll put it on and I go, okay, that song that sounds like this and sounds like this, because I couldn't tell you how to pronounce any of this stuff. But I like that too. Kind of adds its own other charm too, keeping everything in their native tongue. But again, I love everything to put out. This is just another record. I'm glad he did something a little different. It gave it a more of an interesting spin. But I love it. Strange, exotic, but yet very familiar.
Awesome.
Rules. Have you checked that out, TJ?
I started listening to it. I listened to like the first 2 tracks of it, and it's pretty cool. I haven't had time to really dig into it, so
You have time tomorrow. Get on it.
Kind of the same here. I've checked it out a little bit, but never got a chance to really digest it enough before it comes out.
Perfect. Tomorrow's the day. You're on it.
It sounds interesting.
Who's next?
Let's see. That was Rick, so TJ is up for his number 4 choice.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Somewhere along the line, I lost a record. I don't know. So this is going to be my number 3.
Put it, bud.
It fell into the interstellar anus of the evening.
I get all these gaping bung maws that have been on this.
They've come to Earth to steal
that's
our
what my
precious
mom
body
used to call
fluids and our records.
So Memoriam Rise to Power. Being I'm an absolute, bolt thrower, top 5, for me, that band. And while this is not, they carry a torch and along those lines, but out of their entire, I've been following these guys since they started putting records out, and this is by far the best one out of it, in my opinion. Carl's vocals are really on point. They've kind of gone, Carl's been kind of back and forth with some of his performances on these records, and it's been, kind of, they're too far. He's trying to do this kind of punky thing at one point, and one of some of the other records and things like that. This one, he's just really kind of back in form, and there's just spectacular songwriting, and it's just great. It's such a great record, and it's one of the most expensive box sets I've ever bought, and but it's totally cool. It's got all the mediums. It's even got a 7-inch in here with a single on it and stuff.
Wow.
But yeah, very cool.
Ooh, ah.
Listen, mock me all you want.
Isn't there a comic book in there too?
There is a hardcover comic book in here.
Is there a coloring book too? Is there a coloring book?
Listen, you're jealous. I know. It's fine. I put up with it all the time. Band practice, you know.
I just want the movie.
Look, I got my box set and I got all this cool swag from the band, and Marty sits there and makes his dumb jokes. It's like, oh, God, make your jokes. I have it and you don't, and that's all that matters.
I want the coloring book. I think it's stupid without the coloring book.
Well, why not? I mean, those records you listen to all come from the fucking toy aisle at Walmart anyway.
So jealous.
I mean, Angus McSix will, if he hasn't put out a coloring book yet, and you know they're sitting at the
I'm
band
buying
meeting.
it. If he does, I'm buying it. I'm going to color it, and I'm going to show everybody how cool I can color. I stay in the line.
Boys, let's compromise. Marty, you get to color in TJ's box set, and TJ, you get to borrow his Angus McSix and the Rainbow Pony of Delight. Everybody's happy.
It sounds dirty, but I like it.
I want the one with the jetpack and the laser rifle and the dinosaur boots, and yeah,
That's the one. Absolutely.
All right.
All righty. Ben, what have you got for number 4? Hopefully nothing anybody's going to want to color in.
4 is an album that I don't have a physical of yet, but Panopticon's new Rhyme of Memory, I've heard it's pretty good. It's got some long songs on it. Yeah, I've listened to it a couple times, but I'm still kind of waiting for the physical to show up at my domicile.
Yeah, Alan didn't have a physical copy either. I wonder why.
Mr. Marty must be dropping the ball, eh?
Of what? The new
Where's the burritos?
Alan got both variants of the new Panopticon. Just saying.
Yeah, I do have my physical copy. It felt weird pulling one LP and a bunch of CDs and Bandcamp files. So yeah, I just did the Bandcamp thing.
Yep. I had to put
I'll be getting it next week. God damn it. It's been busy. Let me tell you, it's been busy.
I know you're getting lots of IMs and they're blowing up my
People
phone.
are like, Christmas is ruined. Yeah. Whatever. Anyway.
I've played it a couple times. I'm kind of holding off my full attention span until I get the physical and can. Austin told me that he was going to print the lyrics this time. Is that
he did?
True?
Yeah, they're in there.
He did. Yeah, they're in there.
That'll be the first. But yeah, I feel like the Banger TV review of this album was really on point.
Yeah, she did a good job.
Yeah, and like making a great point of like, there's few other bands out there who have 10 albums that are as consistent as this one is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like getting you talking about this album. It made me think like, when is Panopticon going to be done? What note is it going to be done on? I don't feel like it's anytime soon. I feel like we're in 4 years more of being super impressed with his output. It's always inspired, honest, genuine, and artistic. I wouldn't change a single thing about everything he does. It's not always the greatest album of the year for me, but holy shit, no one else is as consistent as probably my best friend in metal. It's bonkers that he's so talented and consistent and passionate and just honest about his music. Guys, it really goes to show that what you put into your music can channel a great output.
Guys, should we break it to Ben that Austin just signed to Napalm and the next album is going to be nothing but LA Guns covers?
Sweet.
It's going to be a cappella like label mates Van Canto.
Yeah, right.
His backing band is going to be the guys from Bang Tango now.
I do know that Austin loves doing covers, and if so, that we're going to be like, it would be King's X covers, it would be Amebix covers, and Crass covers.
Actually, we're going to be doing a split with the Glorious Dead. He's got a cover of a King's X song, and we did a cover of an ABBA song.
Yeah. Oh, these are like pre-existing recordings, right?
Yeah. ABBA SOS we did, and he did what's the name of the song he did? DJ, do you remember?
Pleiades.
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 Yeah. King's X is a big influence of his. Anyway,
yeah.
Who's next?
And I know the Decibel article talked a lot about Charlie, but man, Charlie is bringing so much.
Badass.
Wow. And Charlie, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but next year, Weft coming out.
Yeah. Yep.
Charlie wrote an album. Austin helped
yep.
him out. It's kind of like just a role reversal. It's incredible.
It's really good. Yeah.
It's got a lot in common with Opeth. So pay attention, order it, pre-order it, get it. It's so good. I might even like that Weft more this year than Panopticon.
Don't expect it in time for Christmas.
I know.
Anyway, Simon.
Dude, it's so good.
Number 4, please. Simon.
I'll keep this one quick, but it's finally happened tonight that Melanie and I shared the same ranking.
Never mind, make it
number
short.
4 for the Cruciamentum. I can make it very short. This album rules. Ben, you need to listen to it properly. It is awesome. It's just awesome. They don't get bogged down in atmosphere. They don't get bogged down in dissonance. It's just riffs, lots of tremolo, lots of double bass. Kicks ass. There you go. Cruciamentum with Obsidian Refractions. That's got to be at least the 3rd time it's been shown tonight. So awesome.
I believe we're on 3 shows. Yep. I'm keeping score over here as I was asked to.
Okay, good.
Yep. Marty, you round out number 4 for us, please.
Oh, this is a good one. Man, I gotta say, this new Sadist record, it's called The Shadow Inside. This thing rips. Holy crap. I've said that it could have followed up Swallowed in Black, yes. Thanks. Thanks, Jim. I'm a little tipsy at this point. This could have followed up Swallowed in Black as far as intensity goes, the songwriting. You know, I knew Steve DiGiorgio wasn't going to be a part of this project, which typically that's a bad thing. But I don't miss him on here. I don't. The songs are so good and intense. There's their last album, Out for Blood. There's some like groove type metal shit they threw in on a couple songs. I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't good. But the rest of the album was pretty good. They righted the ship. This album rips from beginning to end. The songs are really good. Super intense. I love their proggy, death inspired middle era as well. But wow, what a great 2023 thrash record from veterans, absolute veterans. 2 original members left, Darren and John. Awesome band, awesome album. Get it. Sadist, the something Shadow Inside. Awesome stuff. Alan.
Marty.
Hi.
Hey. Yes. Okay, we're into the top 3 now. And I will say, this year's had so many strong albums. Even at this point in my list, it's really close between a lot of albums. I could have had Panopticon at number 3. I could have had this next album at number 2. So, very, very strong year for metal releases, in my opinion. For number 3, it's time to join Marty on the power metal bandwagon for an entry here. I've got Camelot.
That album is so good. I need to get that too. It's a really good album.
It really is. I'm a longtime fan of the band. One of the best things that has been going in U.S. power metal throughout the 21st century. Last few albums have been okay, but they are the kind of thing that you buy, you listen to for a month, and then you forget it even exists. Not so with this one. It came out early in the year, but it's gotten consistent play for pushing 9 or 10 months at this stage. Easily their best album in the past decade.
It's good.
Yes, it really, just, harkens back, to their kind of classic run of albums that they did from 2000 up to around 2010. It just clicks all the buttons. The songwriting's top notch. The performances are always good. It's a very talented band. It's just that they can sometimes fall into a bit of a rut with their style. And their style, if you're not familiar with them, it is very much kind of gothic leaning power metal. They're going to wear a lot of black. Every video is going to have a dark haired woman with extra eye makeup, kind of wandering around, doing a Malefica kind of thing. And
always the David Copperfield hand shit too. You got
lots of this kind of thing. Absolutely. Yep. It's a power metal thing, and they do it so well. But yeah, I was so happy to hear them kind of return to top form and just put out a real banger of an album. And it hasn't faded from the playlist at all. And I think I want to say it came out in February. So yeah, it's held up quite well. So Camelot's The Awakening is my pick for number 3. Could have been number 2. Could have been number 4. It's right up there in the mix. So that's it for me at number 3. Now
Melanie.
we shall hear what Melanie's got at number 3.
I can guarantee you nobody's going to hold this up tonight. Cattle decapitation and parasite.
Okay. I actually kind of thought a couple of people would have mentioned it by now.
Someone said that the cover reminds them of A Bug's Life, which I thought was
I gotta admit,
and now
Wes
it's ruined.
Scudder, not Wes Ben Scudder's best work.
No, it's not. It really isn't.
I absolutely okay. First of all, if you didn't know, this is one of my all-time favorite bands. So
I know.
this album is probably my second favorite album that they've released, which says a lot because some of their albums I absolutely love.
I love Death Atlas. I thought that was a great record.
I've got that one. Great record.
Yeah.
This one, it was my number 1 for a long time when it first came out. But just I feel like they've gone a little bit more intelligent, less goofy, because Travis tends to do kind of the goofier vocals on Monolith of Inhumanity and Apothrosine and all those other albums that he has. They get a little bit more doomier, a lot more death metal. They start to step away from the grindcore influences that they've had. I mean, some of it's still there, but yeah, this A Bug's Life album is fucking awesome. And I absolutely love it. I saw them play some of the songs live this year. It was probably the highlight of my year. And I cannot stop listening to this record. I actually was dumb and was one of those people that bought like every single variant of this too. So be on the lookout for my Discogs. I'm sure they'll be going up for sale soon.
Stop it. Next year, you're stopping this shit.
Oh, the back is even better. There you go. So I've been told that there is also a statue of this. I've been waiting to see pictures of it, but they haven't posted it yet.
A statue where?
So I guess he makes like little replica statues for the band. Wes does when he does artwork. And I heard that he did one of these. So I just through the grapevine got some friends that are close to Travis that told me that. So, but yeah.
Is that kind of a butthole cover? Can we see the bug's butt?
Kinda.
Yeah,
he's kind of showing. He's twerking.
Show the butt.
He's got like a prolapse going on.
Yeah, that's
He's got a nice little juicy rump there.
It's like his thorax is hanging all out.
His thorax.
Oh my God! Look at its butt.
Ruined.
A butt's life.
We have successfully taken an album, full of important, insightful, commentary on humanity's destructive nature, and then this to it.
Turn it into a butt's life.
All right, Jim. Redeem us with your number 3 pick.
Tall order.
There it is.
Battles in the North.
Okay, so
You got it wrong.
oh, sorry. Too many beers, too late at night. Yep, Panopticon, we've already talked about this, so I'll keep it brief. I think that the violin playing is the best in his discography. Charlie is amazing on this record. And also, hey, when you see Panopticon live, I mean, he's got a great stage presence too, man. Charlie thrashes out, man. It's awesome. And I think that just like it's been alluded to in multiple interviews, I'm sure you guys, their combination, Austin and Charlie, kind of, they're really stoked about working together, and it really comes across in this album because I think that there's a caustic attack to this riff wise that I haven't heard in a while from Panopticon. It's not. The emotion is still there. The varied instrumentation is still there. The very deeply personal lyrics, and all of that stuff that we really love and enjoy about Panopticon is there. But there's also just like a pure unbridled aggression that rears its head on this record that makes it super fun to listen to. If you're just a fan of rabid black metal, it's not just melodic, it's not just atmospheric and got the shoegaze elements. It's got all that stuff too, which is what defines Austin's music. But he gets some really brutal dissonance in there sometimes, and often rather on this album, and paired with Charlie's really, really excellent violin playing, it really makes for a strong record. So I'll keep it. That's all I'm going to say. We've been talking about this record a lot, but yeah, that's keep that in mind when checking out. There's just really like a kind of a suffocating atmosphere when the black metal takes hold on this record. It's really cool. So
I might check it out.
All right, let's see what Rick's checking out for number 3.
Probably saw this one coming. Philadelphia band, as a matter of fact.
Cinderella.
Just saw them last night. There's Patrick from Heavy Therapy, and that guy with all the way over here. You may recognize him. Blurry. There we go. Yep. So we were at the Horrendous show, and so I've had this digipack for a while, nice and glossy. I'm like, oh, it's a digipack, So I went ahead and bought their LP at the show, and one of my peeves is dark colored art on shiny, glossy, material. It's just kind of ruins it. It's like so. But other than that, it's great. But I knew this will be on top of the list. It's just figured would have been higher, but just like the other two, that much more. But yeah, this is a band that, like Melanie was saying, you didn't like their previous material, right? Like, so they have a very strange progression. I've always been into this band, but I think here, where they really honed in and really locked in on their sound. I was talking to was it Eric, the bass player, last night when they were done with their set, and really nice guy. As a matter of fact, his aunt and uncle were like watching at the show, so we were having a good long conversation with them. And when you meet people like that friendly, it's just so cool. And the kind of sounds they produce out of this, it's just like, man, it's just like so many people that put out the most darkest and just evil stuff, and end up being the nicest people in the world. But Horrendous have done a lot with with the way they play and just the way they tried to just improve upon their sound. Nice thick bass, really interesting textures with the riffing. The drummer was intense. I don't know how he didn't break that cymbal. It just with the way. So I was on stage, near the stage on the side, kind of watching the set there, because it was a pretty full house. But Ontological Mysterium, I think it's one of the best death metal albums of the year, but with an asterisk, because if you don't like that proggy elements in your death metal, I can see why this could be a turnoff, just in general. But if you do like that kind of more adventurous, exploratory sound to this kind of music, I kind of feel like this might have been the same kind of effect when Human came out, when Death came out with Human, and then bands like Atheist were coming out with stuff. I think people might have had a similar kind of reaction. I feel like we kind of run through this cycle, every now and then. So here we are again. But I don't know. I think here, everything here, it's just masterful. I mean, I just love it. But it's just another progression with the band. So I pretty much pick up everything they put out. But there you go.
Well said, Ben. Well said, Rick. TJ, number 3.
Spirit Adrift goes to Gallows. I've been listening to this pretty much nonstop. It's I don't know, I'm into it. This one comes across a little more, just a little thrashier in this one than kind of you bring in some kind of like Metallica riffs and stuff, but and then no, there's no butthole. There might be a butthole and an owl in there somewhere, but I don't know.
Fix it.
Yeah, but this these guys are, it's just a great band. Just straight up metal band, but definitely and this is so anyway, there it is.
If you guys didn't know, Garrett from Spirit of Drift has a YouTube channel, and he shows off his collection a lot and talks about music that he loves. He deemed Cruciamentum like the best album of the year and did a whole entire episode on it. You should check it out. He's a really cool guy too. He's super immersed into YouTube and Instagram, and like he'll message you and talk to you about music.
Oh,
yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah, I've been meaning to check that band out, TJ. I keep seeing their stuff show up used, but I'm never sure which one to start with.
Great.
So
it's great. I think you probably would really dig it, Alan.
You would, Alan.
I have I forget the name of the other one I have by them. They put out a cover record in between.
Yeah.
I wasn't super crazy about all that so much. They were good. Yeah. I just was like, none of the songs was this just killer shit, man.
Their first album was around $20 spin.
Just saying.
Just saying.
What are you trying to say?
The early stuff was more on the doomier side too, and then
a little bit, yeah.
Kind of how they progressed.
Yeah. Okay, sure. that helps, right? Because I had heard they had sort of changed direction a little bit, but I had no idea where they started. So, okay, yep, sounds like something I should definitely check out. Ben, number 3.
Who? All right. I can't believe I had.
Oh, I thought you'd have this even higher.
Yeah. It's amazing. TJ, have you heard it?
We've had this conversation. I've heard 2 songs.
Let's do it again.
I'm working on it.
Amazing growth from the last album. One of my favorite bands of lately. I can't believe they've grown so much. They're so cute. I need to probably start writing my interview for these guys tomorrow. But yeah, don't silence the hype. It's incredible. Mixes in tons of crazy outside metal stuff into metal and makes it metal. It's really, really fun. Sounds like Cat and Master Hamburger. This is Marshmallow Captain.
Marshmallow Captain, yeah.
I might be too many beers past the number today.
Too many tinnies.
Too many tinnies. Yeah, Vertumnus Caesar. The story behind this album, dude. I was listening to this album and looking up. I had like 10 tabs open on my fucking Firefox. I was looking up so many stories.
You still use Firefox? Wow.
It's I'm kind of turning back on a fuck Chrome kind of thing these days. Google's kind of sucking these days. We talk about browsers. We're talking about Mellow Carpetan.
I haven't heard Firefox in a while.
Mellow
It's kind of
fire fuck yourself. Go fire fuck yourself.
Focus, Marty.
If you really want to get into it, I'm watching a YouTube on Brave, so they block my ads.
Aw.
Talk about browsers. Mellow Carp Smash Captain. Check it out. Seriously, it's nuts. It's so good. It's catchy. You won't be able to forget it. And
All
you'll
right.
be a better person when you listen to it, you fucker.
Simon's turn for number 3.
How can I follow that?
I have faith. If anyone can do it, you can.
I feel like I'm rocking up to the party like 4 hours late. Everyone else is already like 3/4 of the way cut. I'm
not even done.
I haven't been drinking at all, so.
Not
Been
too
shown
late.
already, but Rome, number 3. Black Royal Spiritism. This surprised the hell out of me because Mayhem's been boring for quite some time. Demon was meh, very meh. But yeah, this is proper Mayhem follow up for me. We've talked about it enough, but it's just everything that you wanted from Grand Declaration and Order Ad KO continued. Even has the cover of Fall of Seraphs from the amazing Wolfslayer Abyss, and yeah, his Ruiner's riffs are unmistakable. Did not think it'd be as good as this. Like it's a it's a big peaceful release, and it's the guy from Mayhem. Like, oh, here we go. It's just going to be Generica. It's anything but. It is a fantastic album. Ruin, Black Royal Spiritism. Very happy with it.
Great choice. Melanie, I know that one didn't click with you early in the year. Did it? Did you circle back to it, or never really get the chance?
Nah, I got rid of that CD about a week after I made that video.
Yeah,
Damn.
That era of Mayhem wasn't your favorite, as I recall.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm very much the old school Mayhem where they sound like they made shit in a trash can.
Mm-hmm.
Now that stuff's good too.
Oh yeah,
but,
that's
yeah.
But yeah, I can see. Yeah,
that's different tiers, different eras.
Yeah, if you're not into the Blasphemer era, then yeah, the Ruin wouldn't hold much for you. But hey, you gave it a shot. That's quite okay.
I didn't mind Damon. I thought it was pretty good. I'll listen to that every once in a while, but not a fan of their other albums.
Good in 20 years.
Marty, are you ready for your number 3?
Sure.
Take it away.
Melicarpatan, I'm not going to get too far into it other than I love the Master's Hammer influence on here. About that midway point, the instrumentation, the oddness, it really all kind of comes together. It really kind of opens up as a super unique album. All of the influences, the artistic vision of it. This is their best record, 100%. And nothing more to say. Everybody else has already talked about it. So this is a really, really, really good album worth checking out. The hype is real.
Do you think the vocals should have been more different or diverse? Do you think
I am completely fine with the vocals staying the way they are. I think there's enough diversity musically on the record that the vocals didn't need to follow suit.
Yeah. I think if the vocals were like matching the music, it would be a complete mess of a record.
Right.
Jim, have you listened
Totally
to
agree.
Yeah.
Alan.
All right, it's time for number 2. This will be quick because we've talked about it quite a bit. Got to make one more appearance. Sulfur Eon, right back there. 7 Crowns and 7 Seals. I've loved this band since their first album came out, and that was one I randomly stumbled into on eMusic just because the cover looked really neat. But yeah, this band, as folks have been chatting in the comments tonight, this band does Lovecraft better than just about any other metal band I can think of. They've kind of gone from strength to strength. Scythe of Cosmic Chaos was probably my favorite, but now this may be. A really good set of varied songs. The album holds together well. Great writing, great performances, and you gotta love that cover art. Even if you can't get into their style of blackened death metal, how can you say no to this? Pucker up and say hello to number 2 on my list for 2023. It's Sulfur Eons, 7 Crowns, and 7 Seals. And that sets up Melanie for her number 2.
All right.
So sorry, you couldn't resist.
Oh man. Oh boy. Okay. So this is my favorite death metal album of the year. So if you watched my video, it was number 1. I guarantee you nobody's showing this tonight, but it's Afterbirth with In But Not Of.
I still haven't listened to it yet.
So Cody from Afterbirth was on my channel last week. I sat down and talked with him for about 2.5 hours. Him and I have gotten to know each other pretty well on Twitter. We go back and forth and talk about music a lot on there. When I got this promo, I knew I was going to like it because I loved their last album that they came out with. But now they're on Willowtip. They got off a Unique Leader. They're on Willowtip, and this album it is so unique in that it turns people off because of that reason, because it's brutal death metal vocals over proggy death metal. So it really it throws people off with that. But for me, it works, and I think it's just a perfect combination. And there has not been a day where I have not listened to this since it's come out, since I've gotten it. And yeah, I love everything about this album. I loved hearing went into how they wrote it. I love, funny enough, their singer's name is Will Smith, not the guy that got bitch slapped.
Motherfucking mouth.
He is a top. I think he's one of the best death metal vocalists right now around. He was also in Artificial Brain. If you wanted to know what other bands, he's also in Reeking Aura, who is also on Profound Lore.
That's a good band.
Hang on.
They're good.
Pause.
Yeah.
I want to add to that. Will is in a band called Exsanguinated, and they have a full length coming out on Profound Lore next year. And I saw them live, and they fucking ruled.
Yep.
And I've been listening to Biolic lately, and they are also fucking awesome. Continue.
He's awesome.
Isn't he with like the Fresh Prince of Bell Witch Air too?
Yeah. All right, Alan. All right, Alan. That poor guy probably has gotten that shit his whole entire life.
And he's getting more of it tonight.
But the thing I like about this album is with brutal death metal, sometimes it can sound really computerized, especially when they use a lot of guitar plugins in computers to do it. They don't do that on this album. There's a very organic sound to their guitars, and Cody's a very basic guitar player where he just uses pedals and plugins to his amp, and that's what I really, really like about how this album and just in general the band does. But on top of that, with the gurgling, piggy squeal kind of brutal death metal vocals, it also has spectacular, just such good guitar tone and great guitar riffs, and it gets really atmospheric and proggy towards the end of this album. So it is really good. I think this is their best album they put out so far. If you don't like that kind of weirdness and that progginess, it's not going to be for you, and I get that. A lot of people have openly told me like they can't get past the vocals, but I love this album. So it's hard to put this at number 2, but when everybody knows my number 1, you'll see why. But definitely my favorite death metal. I love this album, and there's no buttholes. There is a baby though. I don't know if you want to get to that weird point, but let's not.
Isn't that where babies come from? Oh wait.
Babies do pretty regularly have buttholes.
Yeah. All right. Who is next? Jim?
Sometimes they're born without a butthole. Then they got to go to have a surgery.
Baby buttholes.
All right. I really loved Four Dimensional Flesh, Melanie. I completely missed the boat on this new Afterbirth. I got to check it out.
You'll like it.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'm stoked about that. So my number, whatever it is we're on, is this 2?
This is 2.
2 is the Malacarpatan. Really love this record. We've been talking about it a lot tonight. I think that Eastern European flair really comes through. There's a brutalism to the sound, much like the behind the Iron Curtain, architectural aesthetic. And I think it comes through in their music, but yet it's also, it's fun. It's traditional. There's crazy percussion. There's like weird synths, that talking about it, like we have. It's like, and like Ben said, like it could be a mess, but it isn't a mess. It all works. The songs are super interesting. They don't linger too long. It gets in, and even when the songs that are a little bit long-ish, like they're so interesting. Like you never know what left or right turn. They're just going to go this other direction, but it isn't like weird. Like it just kind of like, oh, that makes sense, even though it's bizarre. But a lot of the riffage is like classic metal, or even I'd say like early Merciful Fate riffs, not vocals, but the riffs, I mean, strictly the riffs, really cool riffing, man. And just heavy enough. And that harsh vocal that, they never pandered to like going clean and then, weakening the music, like it glues it together. and keeps it steady. And every time I listen to this record, I hear something new, and that's one of my any album that I really, really love is like that, when I can keep playing it and find something new to kind of grasp. And so, yeah, this Malacarberton is just awesome. I highly recommend watching Ben's review of this. He talks about like the lyrical themes and everything, and which are really cool and interesting and historically based. And so, yeah, I won't spoil it, but definitely check that out. So yeah, a strong number 2. This album is really, really great.
So good.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. After Jim, Rick, you're number 2.
Cool. This is a band I've been casually dabbling in, but when I found out this release was dropping, there was a lot of good early hype on this, and I did not disappoint. So they're from Madison, Wisconsin. So again, it dropped in October, and you guys did that Death Heaven thing back on your Wednesday, and the cover on that was New Bermuda, right, with the melting face, the whole painterly thing. So Vanishing Kids, Miracle of Death, kind of gives me that vibe, though they sound nothing like Death Heaven. However, this does have a little bit of elements of shoegaze, but not a whole lot. It's more like this is probably, out of everything I'm showing here tonight, it's probably treads the line of, is it metal? Because it kind of has that 70s rock, 80s gothic rock elements. It gets lumped into this category. It's a phrase I don't use very often, kind of called dream doom. Nikki's vocals are very ethereal. If you like Dead Can Dance with a little bit of John Lord keyboards and just whole mix of all around, I think you would really dig this. Again, it's got some psychedelia. It's got again, elements of doom, all kind of enwrapped in one. It gives you a whole different kind of feeling.
What's the band?
Yeah, it's called, well, funny enough, it's hard to read there, but Vanishing Kids.
Okay.
Miracle of Death. I don't see anybody talk about it either. I've seen, at least not in the metal circle so much. It does kind of tread that line, but this got just enough doom to kind of qualify. I can see the clown makeup. Yeah, I see the resemblance. But oh man, it's just this whole thing. It's gonna put you into a place. If you love the sad boy stuff, I do. But with a little bit of that 70s rock flair. The band Jex Thoth, the drummer plays on this.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, definitely check it out. But again, this is something I'll put on for a departure when I'm not listening to the ugly and savage stuff. This will put you in a literal dream. So again, and unique, and it's so Nikki's voice is probably the most unique thing you'll hear. It's just nobody sounds like her. Great jam.
Very cool. It's kind of anticlimactic. Once we get to the top 4, it's like we kind of all have already covered the album. Yeah. So when you bring something in that I haven't heard about, I'm like, well, here it is.
Well, let's see what TJ brings in at number 2.
Well, so I miscounted. And
is that a French tickler? Did that come with an Alcest album? The box set? Does that come in the box set for the Alcest album?
That's to clean up that's for the bungholes. But so I this is actually going to be my number 1.
But we're on number 2. We're on number 2.
I'm on number 1. I don't care about your rules. I'm following my own thing here. So I already told you guys. I'm here to break the rules.
You can't read nor can you count. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Reading, counting,
not what I'm here for. Told you, it's making it too much like work. So anyway, yeah. So Kellen brought this band to the album club, and I fell in love with them immediately. I actually went on and bought almost all their shit that same night, and this is their Witch Hazel 4, Sacrament. I've been listening to this one nonstop. Marty argues they're not metal. I
They're
say
not.
they're metal.
It's
They're
not.
metal.
It's Thin
It's
Lizzy.
metal.
Thin
It's
Lizzy.
metal.
You're thin, Lizzy.
But
Fat Lizzy.
I love their they definitely rock in a 70s, even 60s vibe at times. 2-guitar attack, the Thin Lizzy comparisons are very appropriate, obviously, if you've heard it. But I just absolutely love what they do. No. Just leave me out of that whole thing. It's not my fault the butthole showed up. But anyway, this is going to be my number one pick, top of my list for the whatever. Yeah, the Christian thing, I don't know, man. I mean, the guy's lyrics are obviously rooted in that stuff, but I've read some of the interviews he's done. He's obviously a man of faith, and that's fine. But that's off rock pick of the night. Well, my Johnny Touch record's right there, so whatever. But yeah, I dig this. So whatever. I didn't come in with some bizarre, unheard of black metal band or whatever. Sorry,
No, Three Pentecost was my favorite album of 2022 or 21 or something.
Yeah. You were like parading that. You're like swinging the flag.
I loved it, but I still haven't even heard that thing yet.
Yeah,
that's one of those cases where like the perfect album landed in my lap, and I don't want to hear anything else because nothing could top Three Pentecost.
That was great. Yeah, I lied, and I makes me wish Kellen was here. Not only to soak in his delicious stringiness, but it's that his little skit, that had me going for a while, boy. Just yummy noodle boy. But he's not here, so we have to say something. But yeah, man, I don't know.
Mr. Kellen.
Say what you want. This record's great, and I've listened to the living shit out of this all since I got it, and there we go. Anyway,
that's well, that was disturbing. Ben, number 2.
I don't doubt it. I don't know if I can handle more perfection of Three Pentecost. That was phenomenal.
Great record.
Nothing new yet. This has been shown before, but man, these are my buddies. These are my homies. This is the best. This is number 2.
Fair.
I feel like most people are crediting Tanner for writing a lot of this. I think Carl deserves a lot of respect for writing a lot of this stuff. The man is a riff meister. I remember going to hang out with Tanner 2019, and he said, "No, sorry, I can't come to dinner with you tonight. I'm doing Majesty's practice or writing songs tonight." And I was like, "Fuck that! I don't know what that is. I never heard that. I don't want to hear it." And here I am showing him the album. It's fucking great. And like if you think you love this album, listen to it on headphones and pay attention to the vocal performance on some of these songs. It is insanely painful sounding and passionate and guttural, and like it is one of the most balls out vocal performances I have heard in years. Absolutely nuts, let alone the arrangements and the riff writing and the harmonizing, all that stuff. Like I think once you get into that modality and mindset, you can write riffs like that over and over and over again. But the performance of the vocals on this album is stellar. It's like quality next to the amount of detail that they put into the drum programming. And I feel like having John on drums next time around, it should get maybe even better. We will see. So there'll be a 4-piece next time around. I feel like this band is only going to go up from here. So a year from now, well, I know they don't have I've had a copy of this since 2021, late 2021. So I've been listening to this for quite a while. So it's great to be finally like putting the final nail in the coffin for the life cycle of this album. But I feel like in the next couple of years, we'll be talking about their next LP, and it could maybe even be even better than this. But I love everything about this. The no fashion era of Swedish melodic death metal is one of my favorite things. So having someone from today reference that time just really speaks to my heart, and having it made by some of my best friends is amazing. What more do you want? These are great riffs. Check it out if you haven't already. Oh,
good deal.
I also have a Spotify playlist wherein I talk about, I just kind of collected all the songs that I feel like went into influencing that album. If you look up Brainsmasher on Spotify.
And nice. Ice cream. Anyway.
It is Simon's turn.
We go to ice cream a lot.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of influence on my ice cream lifestyle.
Delicious. All right, Simon.
All right. Okay. This one surprised me. Nothing you're going to like. This surprised me because the last album was good, but it was in my honorable mentions last year, and I figured this would be something similar. Like, yeah, that's good, but it's not brilliant. The first second I heard the first riff on this thing, it just new Cryptworm. My God. Oozing, radioactive, vermission. Just go watch my review. It's on the Heavy Metallurgy. But it's perfectly produced for this kind of stupid death metal. It is heavy. It is mainly based in the groove. When they blast, it's still mid-paced. It's all just about chunky and ugly and nasty. The vocals are beyond putrid. But it's a UK band that are playing both Finnish and US style death metal at the same time. Every song has got some kind of demolic kind of hook riff that is repeated all the way through it. And that's just what grabbed me. Combining that with these ultra low vocals and a snare that is it's that close to being a ping snare without being a ping snare. It's just so tight. I shouldn't like it as much as I do, but I do, and it's number 2. Didn't mean to rhyme that, but anyway, there you go. It is infinitely better than the last album for me. The last one was great. I went back and listened to it again to compare it to this, and it just doesn't hold a candle. This is a progression up for a band that is playing such just straightforward and ugly death metal. Using the word progression, very surprising, but yeah, awesome. Cryptworm, oozing radioactive vermission, absolutely, as the kids would say, slaps.
Good deal.
Dumps,
right, Marty.
Goat dongs.
What you got at number 2, Mr. Marty?
All right. It's already been talked about, but this Room album, Black Royal Spiritism. Runa Eriksson from, Mayhem. He's also an Ultimus, which is coming out with a new album this year as well. Cowboy hats and all. This here, I was really surprised how much this blew me away. So this is the best Mayhem record that Mayhem never wrote. Totally. And you can kind of tell how much of an integral part Blasphemer was in that post Euronymous sound. This record rules. I know Melanie's kind of like meh on it. The riffing on it is super killer. Runa's vocals are really good. He just has such an atypical playing style that it so perfectly works for him. It doesn't sound like anybody else. It's just his DNA is all over it. I don't know, man. This record, I really struggled with making this number 1. I've listened to this a lot. I really, really, really like the output on this record from start to finish. It's interesting, yet it's super technical, yet never loses sight of writing songs that are memorable. It's great. This is a great record. Super unique, other than, sounds like Mayhem, but you can just kind of tell the Blasphemer he had his stamp, and when he left Mayhem, it went with him. And the Tellock era and the other guy is fine, dandy, whatever, but this is special. This is special stuff. I dig it. Check it out. Black Royal Spiritism. Awesome record. Check it out. Alan, number 1. Here we go.
We've made it. Yes.
6 hours in. We're coming in hot.
Who's still awake?
We still have over 100 people in the chat, so y'all are,
which is crazy.
insane.
Awesome.
Thank you for hanging
Y'all are
with us
dumb
so
as
long.
fuck.
Yeah, we went with 15 because last year we felt like we really blew through the top 10 super fast. And somehow tonight 15 took like twice as long.
Everybody's a lot more eloquent this evening. Of course, last year we were like, don't grandstand, get in, get out. We got a lot to do. Well, this year we let people do it.
I'm totally doing it.
Yep. Anyway, so my number 1 for the year. This has not been mentioned by anyone tonight, but it's been my favorite album of the entire year because it came out last January and it's really sat at the top of my list for 12 months now. I've kept coming back to it, still enjoy playing it quite a bit. It's the kind of thing I can still listen to and still hear new things within too. It is a Greek black metal band called Thy Darkened Shade. The album is called Liber Lucifer 2 Mahapralaya. Now, I'll just preface this. Let's get this out of the way. If you like the politics of this label's owner and aren't into this, then fair. I get that. I did not know all this stuff, going on with the label owner when I purchased this on Bandcamp. I've talked to some fans of this band. They all have said the band themselves are quite cool about stuff. So, it seems to be a case of, perfectly fine band stuck on a label run by somebody with, pretty extreme politics. What you have here is very amazing black metal. There's no frills to it. There are no 15 layers of synthesizers. Yeah, I've compared this to something like Anthems at the Welking at Dusk if you see all the, synthesizer stuff. Another touch point would be more recent Abigor material. It's kind of in that vein. The musicianship is off the scale good. The production is amazing. You can hear everything. The songwriting is fantastic. This is really just kind of mind-bogglingly good. Can't say enough good things about it. Shame they don't have a better label so that they could get better distribution. I have not seen anyone in the US distributing this, and you kind of understand why. But yeah, if the politics thing doesn't bother you and you're into that style of black metal, this one has not got talked about much, and it is just, flat out amazing. I've been listening to the album on and off for 12 months, and I'm not tired of it. And that just doesn't happen very often. So, my number 1 pick for 2023, Thy Darkened Shade with Liber Lucifer 2 Mahapralaya. There we go. And we'll now pass it to Melanie for her favorite of 2023.
All you motherfuckers should have had this at 1. All right. Sorry.
I've been looking at that record nonstop for over a month now, packaging orders. It's not going to hit number 1 just because I'm sick of looking at it.
Was I the first one to pre-order this, Marty?
Probably not. It's ridiculous.
He wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know. It was early.
Because it went up, and I messaged you like 5 minutes after. I was like, "All right, I got it." I was just waiting.
It's amazing. His fans. I can think about putting up the pre-order, and then orders will start coming in. It's amazing.
Yeah. So, you guys have already said a lot, except for Alan. I completely disagree on everything you said.
That's fair.
I think it's just like Sarah on Banger TV nailed it when she said, just after 10 albums, he's still writing incredible music.
Oh yeah,
and that has been pretty much always in the back of my mind whenever I listen to this album. But the one thing that I think I love the most about this album is Charlie's violin playing. And I called it out in my review, and he actually watched it and then messaged me on Instagram, and we talked about it. So I thought that was pretty cool.
He does
I mean,
pretty
Austin's always incorporated other instruments into his albums, and some folkiness, and Kentucky is one of my favorite albums by him. But this one has more of a somber feel to it. I mean, his albums are never happy. Let's be honest here, but this one felt a little bit more somber. And just reading his liner notes about what it's about resonated with me because I have kids too, and I'm trying to make up for past issues that I've had to be a better person, so then that way they grow up to continue to be the same way. So a lot of the personal connection that he wrote this album passed into me as I was listening to it and understanding what behind it and what writing it he did. But yeah, I mean, I've already said as much as I can in the video that I made about this, but I think it's just some of the best work he's put out. Again, after 10 albums, it's just amazing that he keeps putting out this great music. And I still listen to it all the time. It goes fast for me. I don't realize it's an hour and 15-minute long album. I guess when I'm just really that immersed into it, it's a quick listen for me. So yeah, I'm excited. I love this album. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was going to be my album of the year. So, and that's it. I'm going to stop talking about it because we've talked about it all night. But I'm happy I finally got to say something about it.
Right on.
Good deal. All right, Jim, what have you got at the top of your list?
All right, so what in the hell just happened here? This record, like, I'm really sad for the first time tonight that I'm not at home because I love the cover art, the layout of the record, and we have talked about this cover all night long. And a few of you guys have already put this on this list, but my top of the year is Sulfur Aeon's 7 Crowns and 7 Seals. Yes, the booty art is awesome. But the reason why
It's a mouth.
The reason why this one's at the top for me is, Sulfur Aeon, I've heard them before. Marty turned me on to them years ago with their debut, and I liked it, but I didn't quite pull the trigger on it. But what changed for me this time when I heard this, it was like the density of this record, like the perfect melding of like atmospheric synths and guitar, the harsh and the clean vocal mixed together. Like a lower register clean vocal that's not quite always there, like it kind of like bleeds in and like a little sharp here and there, but that keeps it from being like melodious, which you don't want in a dark death metal. It like adds to it, kind of like in the same way like the Ruins of Bevras, the vocal there, and all of that mixed together, you've got the, and Alan said it best, we're talking about, the Lovecraftian ethos. Like this band does it. I think I agree that better than anyone else. Like it just feels authentic with these guys. And another thing that's really cool about this record is you've got all of this darkness and you've got all this really cool, instrumentation and synths layered with the guitars. You've got the interplay of the vocals, but you've also got short songs and a short record. Like it gets in and gets out, like, and most of my favorite albums are like that. They're 45 minutes or less. And what happens is when, you're left wanting more. And that's exactly what happened the first time I listened to this record. And what happened, I listened to it 3 times nonstop, and it was the first album of 2023 that I did that on, and only a couple albums released this year have I done it since, but this album I can listen to over and over again, and that just it's a testament to the complex but like complex but familiar, the unique but familiar songwriting. It's just really crafted really well, and it's not about trying to put too much into a song. They put just enough to get you there and wanting more, and to me that's what the best albums do. That's what this album does for me. So Sulfur Aeon, 7 Crowns and 7 Seals, my number 1 of the year.
Right on.
All right, it's Rick's turn.
All right, good pick, Jim. All right, so I kind of did this evening last year. Ended up being a Doom record. It seems to end up that way. You guys did an album club on this band earlier this year. It's from Denmark, and they put out albums very infrequently, actually. But that is also very telling in how much time and just care they put into their music. And this kind of music, this album, kind of encapsulates what I love about metal, and it kind of defines me in a way, just with the kind of stuff that we all have our go-tos. We love all kinds of styles of music, but this is a certain kind of thing that's like a real comfort zone for us. And for me, it's Death Doom, especially the melodic Death Doom. So I'm gonna go with the latest Saturnus, The Storm Within. I mean, I love bands, like Swallow the Sun, My Dying Bride, October Tide. It just hits that emotional center. This is dark, but still moments here very, very beautiful. I know Paul Kerr makes an appearance on here. November's Doom on one of the tracks. So it kind of just gives you an idea where they're going with this. But this is themed towards, as you can tell from the cover, the storm, the sea, and feels very much like it. Like you're going through this nice ride where the storm is coming, and then has moments of silence, and it just almost feels like this poem. I think the one thing that might turn some people off with Saturnus is there are moments where there's like this talking kind of story passages kind of happening, which I don't mind. It's kind of a bit of a break between the interweaving of the melody and then going to those harsh moments. Very beautiful album, but still very intense and dark, at times. These guys are masters of what they do. They really do Death Doom really, really well. I mean, I love everything they put out. But I think I have to say this is probably gonna end up being my favorite one yet. So Prophecy put this out, and just amazing.
It's Prophecy has a American Fulfillment Center in Traverse City, Michigan. I don't know where it is here in town. It's weird. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. Anyway, go ahead.
No, no. You were calling me off right when I was done. This is something I put on. I want to listen to the whole thing all throughout. It's just a beautiful album.
Would you say, Rick, like starting from the beginning of their discography with Paradise Belongs to You, progressing into the new album, like it kind of just makes a perfect progression from
every album sounds very much like its time period. Like when you go back to the debut Paradise, it does have that very 90s production, and which I love that era too. But compared to something like this, if I were to go back to that, it sounds quite more simplistic than this. You can tell how they've grown musically and production wise and everything.
I was gonna say, like, there's no really wrong point to jump in at. I was gonna say, like, maybe this is a little more simplistic, but Martyr might make more sense. But really, just like you can't really make a stupid step into their discography. You know, kind of where you're getting into. And I know Jake's a big fan of their. I can't remember her name. The lady's name that died album. That one. Cool.
I'm drawing a blank.
All I heard was "lady who died." I'm like, what? What are we talking about? Anyway,
let's see. Well, TJ's wrapped up his list, so that would mean Ben will be up next.
That's cool. Yeah, I think I ended up getting this one at Indie. No, was it Indie Merch? And it's one of those things where like I thought it was gonna be on back order forever, and they actually shipped it. So it's I felt lucky to actually get a copy. Seems some people might have some difficulty, but
that's it. Veronica says today, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the one that will come out like 06, and that one got recently reissued too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a special band.
But
I
yeah,
haven't. I just so like going kind of nerding out on this band this year. I hadn't heard of until someone mentioned it to me. Kim from Of the Wand and the Moon was also in this doom band called, looking it up now, Black Wreath. Have you heard of this?
Nope.
No. Crickets. Okay, cool. Total Crickets. Yeah, cool. We'll talk about that somewhere
I
else.
like Of the Wand and the Moon though. That's good shit.
Yeah, I guess Kim Larson was also in a doom band that was on Head Not Found called Black Wreath. Yeah, we'll talk later in behind the chat. My number one. Can you believe it? I think this is one of the worst album covers I've ever seen, but this is one of the best bands I've ever heard.
It's a really good record. Very
This
hypnotic record at
cover
times.
sucks. This fucking cover sucks.
Trance-inducing. Yeah.
So don't judge it by the cover. Rick, what do you think? You're a graphic designer. Isn't this stupid? Not
it kind of reminds. Every time I see that, I think it's a jazz album. It just has that
Right?
It's so illustrious and they're so elaborate. And so to minimize it to such a stupid album cover is fucking ridiculous. But God, it's an eloquent album. It speaks of sadness and it's super artistic and just has so much embellished ideas. We've all said a lot of things about it this album tonight. It's perfect. It's great. I can't believe how good it is. I was super scared of how good it was at first, but head over heels. This is by far the best album I've heard all year, and it'll be another 8 years before I hear it again. Hear them do another new album again. So I don't know, but yeah, can't believe how good it is.
I gotta say, another band that Vic Natik is also involved in, and also Havard from Ulver, Dold Vorde Ens Naven. We did a album club review on it earlier in the year. I like that record just as well. I think it's a lot less experimental, more straight up black metal, but that new Dotheim Scarred record is exceptional. I was pretty impressed by it.
Yeah. I haven't really spent much time with that Dold Vorde Ens Naven. I don't know. Doesn't really work for me too well. But
what's the difference? It's basically the black metal parts of
It's totally different. It's got a lot of different stuff in it.
It's a little bit more Ulvery before the Depeche Mode infusion. Anyway, we can talk about this later.
I'm gonna hit you really hard.
We can arm wrestle about it later.
2:30 in the morning, guys. Come on, let's
Bareback
wrap this up.
wrestle. We'll bareback wrestle next time.
You're dumb. You're stupid. Dumb. And you're ugly. And I hate you.
All right, who's next?
Let's see. Marty and Ben fill out the undercard. Let's let Simon headline with his number one.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
I can't present the same joke I did at the halfway stream where I pull out the record and it's got 72 seasons printed on the front. I should have done it again. But it's not 72 seasons. But it is the same record. This has remained unchanged since the middle of the year. Haxanu Toten Bus. I play it weekly. It is phenomenal as far as I'm concerned. Sophomore release from this band. Main musician behind it, this guy called Alex Poole. He is in a dozen bands.
Chaos Moon.
Bands, pretty much. Yep, Chaos Moon. Guardgaster did a great album a few years ago. Natafard, they did another album this year, but I've only just got it, so I can't discuss that one. Ringier, who also have another album out, just came out. I've got it on the way, but again, too late in the year. So, but he's in so many things. And it's very, he's US based, but it's very European sounding. It's like Umgwa mixed with Spectral Wound. The riffs are just addictive. They are raging. They are icy. They are just, they get stuck on my ear. Like it's ear candy. The riffs are just ear candy, but they're still visceral. he teams up with a vocalist on here that's pretty new to the scene. Just goes by the initials LC. I don't know who he is, but he does a great job on this. Very pained sounding. It has rarely left my playlist this year. So if you like that style that I'm talking about, US black metal that is definitely European flavored, great artwork too. Highly recommend this one. Haxanu Totenpass. It's been #1 since I got it. So, album of the year.
Right on.
Good deal. All right, Marty, let's wrap it up with your #1.
Sacred Outcry, Towers of Gold. You know what? I've really struggled keeping this at the top, just for the fact that a lot of good stuff on the list this year. But I still cannot get past the fact that Daniel Hyman is back. He sounds amazing. The way he harmonizes with himself up those higher up registers, it's insane. I'm a big Lost Horizon fan, and
You are.
yeah, I am. You are too. We should be friends. Anyway, this record, it's the mid part of it is kind of slow, but it's kind of the way the concept of the story goes, or Lost at Sea. That's kind of like, the Rime of the Ancient Mariner type of how that song Steve Harris wrote fit the theme of the lyrics. This is the same way. It's a concept record, but the music is really solid, and the vocals are amazing. And they're working on a new album. I hope that comes out this coming year in 2024. I'm looking forward to checking that out. And they kept Daniel Hyman on the vocals as well. His vocals are amazing. Really, him and Michael Kiska, probably the two best power metal vocalists there are. And there's a lot of great ones out there. But this record is really special. It's an amazing album. If you're into it, it's got a definite atmosphere to it. It isn't your typical. The main band is from Greece, and Hyman's from Sweden. So it doesn't really feel like traditional Euro power metal to me. It just has a different vibe to it. It's just a really great record, and I keep coming back to it. I still put it on. I get lost in it when I put it on. It's amazing. I'll leave it at that. My #1 is Sacred Outcry, Towers of Gold.
Didn't Jim like it at all?
I don't think Jim's heard it. Have you heard it, Jim?
Yeah, I heard it. I liked it, but I liked all this other stuff more.
When you were talking about Rime of the Ancient Mariner, that's kind of the vibe I got with the Saturnus, but just in a more Death Doom kind of way. It just this trip through the seas and all that stuff, just kind of gave me that feel. But probably what you're getting from that record too. It's just from the theme.
Are we all done, or is it back to you, Alan? You're #1.
We are done. We have covered our 15 favorite albums of the year. Thank you, everyone. We still have over 100 people in the chat. Y'all are maniacs.
Crazy.
Thank you so much for hanging out.
Yeah, it goes by fast, he says. It'll be over before you know what he says. Yeah.
Man. Big thank you to everyone. Yes, on showing up tonight for the stream, and to everybody on screen. A lot of folks in the chat have asked if y'all would please sometime this weekend come back and put your top 15 list in the comments for folks to see. A lot of folks came in late or missed a part in the middle. So if all of us can add our top 15 list to the comments, a lot of folks would appreciate that.
Nah, you can do what I did. Work.
If everyone but TJ will put their top 15 lists in the they can flip through the video and dig out TJ's top 14, I guess it was.
Yeah.
And see them one at a time. But yes, thank you everybody for participating and for contributing stuff to Heavy Metallurgy this year.
We love all you guys.
The channel's been bigger and better thanks to your all's input.
Yep.
Thank you enough.
Check out Laster and Regana.
If anybody has anything coming up to promote, now's the time. We'll blow through it quick because it's been 5 hours and 42 minutes. So the links.
If you want to see the same list again, I'll probably get my video up tomorrow if I can. But you've just seen it all, so anyway. But I'll be including EPs and a few other things as well.
Right on.
Yes, I'll have my video up Tuesday, and I'm approaching it more from a genre perspective. So you can see like a few albums I did definitely touch on some albums I did not make my top 15. But yep, that'll be Tuesday, and that's all for me.
Here too. Thanks everybody. You're all the best, and we had the best night we ever had as far as turnout. Cheers, everyone. Thank you everybody in the stream for being here with us tonight. It was a lot of fun as always, and all the work you've done this year for the channel. It's been totally fun as always, trying to get that old school vibe back together, and it's feeling good. So thank you. 2024, there'll be a lot more coming for sure. Show notes. Wednesday we'll be covering Violence Eternal Nightmare in the album club. Friday we've got Lee and Mark Riddick from Heavy Art Talk coming on. We'll be talking about favorite artwork, and
Mark fucking rules.
Hell yeah, so does Lee. They're both super killer, amazing artwork.
Lee's been pumping out awesome videos lately.
Yeah,
Highly
he's got a different,
recommend
very unique angle too, which is something different for the channel, for the YouTube as well. So yeah, and that's it. Everybody, thank you so much. It's been a great time. Cheers, everyone. We will see you next week, and reviews will start up again in January. It's coming.
Check out Rape Tape.
Right on. Check out Rape Tape. Cheers. We'll see you next week. Thank you, everyone.
Everybody have a happy and safe New Year's.
Happy New Year's. Absolutely.